our dance? Need our instruments? There's no call for that.
Jesus Christ.
Fuck, man.
Take all 10 inches of that.
Rolling.
Fuck, man.
Lord of mercy. Follow me now. This is
Yes.
the 20th episode of the Broad Street Breakdown.
Yeah.
Our little podcast is only one episode away from being able to legally drink.
Unless it's European, then it's already drinking.
It's been drinking for 4 years. If it spent the last 4 episodes in Europe, it was drinking.
Yeah, we translate into Europe, so you can get this in Espanol.
In dog years, we're like 400.
No, what else?
Translates into European.
7 times 20s, 140.
140.
Fucks.
This is our 140th episode. We're like Rappaport. We're doing an episode every 3 hours.
Why not?
Oh, gee, what's the word, man?
The word is bird. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's been,
I got no words.
It's been a couple weeks. It's been a couple weeks, yeah.
It's been a couple of years.
It has been a while, hasn't it?
I don't know how long
We
it's
make the
been.
episodes long, so you can fucking take your time to listen to them.
Yeah.
Pace yourself.
That's
Yeah.
why we do it.
That's what it is.
Not because we can't shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you fucks.
Sicko, what's the word, man?
Everything is everything, man.
All right. P. Jiggy, what's the word, kid?
Let me tell you, son, I am over the moon today. Over the moon.
Why is that, man?
Another personal internet goal set by myself this week.
Uh-oh.
First one was we were retweeted by Ronnie, the limo driver, back in a couple episodes ago.
Yeah.
So this week I got followed by someone on Twitter that's verified, that someone I don't know. Because you're verified, right? So
Right.
And a couple other hip hop heads, they're verified. They followed the professor. So this time,
Right?
I got followed by this NBC Emmy
What the
nominated
fuck is wrong with you?
reporter. Her name is Lindsay Mastis. Very attractive young lady, up and coming.
Oh, Lindsay Mastis?
Followed you?
Is she local?
She's in Florida. She'd be moving to DC in August. Please follow her.
Fuck is
Watch
she
all her
following
stuff.
you for?
She's doing hard-hitting episodes on stuff.
Why is
she following you?
She might be the next Connie Chung.
Hey, yo.
Is she into the deal?
Don't know. Don't care.
I mean, she just hit a button.
I'm going
like,
to look it up right now.
Yeah.
As a
Yeah.
matter of fact.
Does she have
I want
5
to see how many
billion
people she
followers?
follows.
Not sure, but she does.
Because, like,
Yeah,
and-
investigate
You know, you
that.
can
like
buy
MC
those.
Ren follows us too, but he also follows all the other fucking 5 million people that follow him.
Yeah, some people follow everyone who follows them.
I don't care. I want to live in the illusion.
They're like robot
I'm
Twitter
looking it up.
accounts.
Well, Gavin is here to smash that dream.
Please do.
Scott Stallone,
So that's it? That was your internet goal?
That's it, man. That's one of many. One of many.
What's the word, man?
Pablo.
You know, I give him an applause for that.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Followers.
I'll do a sicko clap for that.
Absolutely.
What's
that
her
was
name?
for terrible.
Lindsay Mastis. Mastis.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll
cool.
get back to you.
Yeah. So I had a good couple of weeks. I was a little busy.
Yeah, I'm aware.
You know, I was doing a couple of records.
I am aware.
You know,
Good.
but one of them was what the fuck is this rap guy? His name is he's a rap singer. He's Winnie the Paz. I was working on your record for the last couple of weeks.
you were.
Box cutter.
I also did a couple other things for the DJA track and the Man Savage.
Okay.
Excuse me, Scott.
Guy. Yeah.
Lindsay Mastis follows almost 19,000 people.
I put her over. I put her over to the 19,000.
She must have gotten up to the
How many
P's in the
people follow
alphabet.
her?
64.5.
So she follows 1/3 of the people that follow.
Did you follow her first?
No. I follow. Here's what I did. I followed the Gimmick Gang this week. I put everybody over. All my people. I want to see what's going on when we're not doing the podcast.
That's what's
I
up.
followed all my boys now.
I'm going to look at who Pablo follows. I'll get back to you. Please continue.
I want to know all about that horse.
Please continue.
Okay.
I am sure
But the
that's
best.
fucking Oris.
I really got nothing else. It's more records.
Indeed.
What's up with you, Vin?
Nothing, man. Fucking My life is a nightmare.
Wow, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that.
The Broad Street Breakdown is brought to you by Crescent Street Tattoo. 4371 Crescent Street, Philly, PA. 215-487-0360. Facebook.com/Crescent Street Tattoo. Instagram Crescent Street Tattoo. Email crescentstreettattoo@gmail.com. Or you could just visit crescentstreettattoo.com. Check out everybody's work. Also brought to you by Stevie Puerto Rico's book. Oh! No slam dancing, no stage diving, no spikes, an oral history of the legendary City Gardens. Written by our friend Miss Amy Yates Wolfing and Stevie Puerto Rico. Oh! So, yeah.
Here we are, number 20.
I finally, I wrapped my record, and Scott has been working on mixing it every day for the past, I don't know, a while. It feels like a while now. So we got it to where we wanted it to be, where Scott and I wanted it to be, and
I liked it.
Thanks.
You don't. Excuse me. Breaking news.
Here we go.
Pablo follows nobody interesting.
yeah,
Same people.
getting there.
It's the
I'm
same,
getting there.
It's the same people I follow.
I
so
like the
when I
breaking
say it's
news
not
again.
interesting,
You follow MC Search?
you
follow Chuck D?
I don't.
I follow.
Nah, I don't.
You
care
follow
about
Anonymous?
it. I don't know who that is.
I do agree with you though that
No pop for that.
I was like,
don't know who that is. What the fuck? What's wrong with you people today?
but I'm bummed.
You don't
Do you
follow
follow-
that? Come on, man.
You're giving our fans too much credit. And us.
I agree.
Do you
yeah.
follow Nice and Smooth?
Just
Or-
nice.
Just nice, yeah, I'm sure you do.
I almost got into a scuffle because someone said Smooth was better than Nice one time. This is a true story.
PGD!
I might have to post a picture of me with the God, Greg
Yeah.
Nice, too.
Do you follow Greg Nice?
No.
What
Does he have a
You
Twitter?
need to.
Well, it was funny you said it because last week I was like, my Twitter feed's whack. I'm like, because you got to follow people, stupid.
Yeah,
So
you're
then
a
I started
moron.
like thinking of people, and I'm like, so then I got on a follow kick.
Yeah, I mean,
So
you
I
gotta-
need people to tell me right in or whatever and say, P, you need to follow this cat.
I mean,
So you follow Carrot Top?
I'll tell you who to follow, motherfucker, and then your timeline.
I follow nothing but vile pornography.
I hate the Twitter.
So do I. I never
hate
looked
the
at it.
Twitter.
Love the Twitter.
I talked
Hate
to a
the
couple
Twitter.
heads on the email on there, which I enjoy, but the actual Twitter itself, I don't like it.
I can't remember the last time I even looked at my personal Twitter.
Love the Twitter.
I like it to talk to heads through the podcast, but personal shit is all Facebook.
Man, nobody cares about your personal life.
I hope not.
Most of the heads who I get tight with on the Twitter, I tell them to hit me on the Facebook so I don't have to check the fucking Twitter.
Exactly.
This is uncalled for.
Yeah, it's a
Twitter's quicker.
You could get that shit linked, too, so you don't
Right.
have to
Right.
check.
Exactly.
Wow, see, I don't want certain things on certain things.
Exactly. I'm with him
That
on
that part is true
I'm with him
because
on that.
there's shit I write on my Facebook that I don't write on my Twitter. feed.
And vice
Because-
versa.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's like one, I'm dealing with my personal Facebook page is just like my friends and fam, and we just break balls. You know what I'm saying? Whereas like the Twitter is like a lot of fans and like
Yeah.
just they're more interested in like the music shit, you know what I mean, or boxing shit, which that's why I have fun on there. I mean, I really only follow boxing shit, so for me to put Twitter over,
Yeah.
it's really like, well, I like boxing Twitter, you know what I mean? So, yeah. Well, I guess in terms of what's been going on with all of us since the last time we were on air,
We had a couple of nights out.
we did.
Which-
Well,
which is always
the
fun.
ones John Bunch, who passed away, they did I guess they were doing memorial shows.
Yeah, they did one in Cali and did one here in Philly at the TLA that me and the professor went to.
So basically, Vision played, right?
Vision Play it was a couple of bands I'd never heard of. The last band that John had that he made a record with, they played with like a guest singer and did all their songs.
Okay, okay.
Motherfuckers are going crazy for them. I never heard them either because I'm out of the scene.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers are going crazy for that band.
Oh no, not that band. Before you even got there, War Generation.
Yeah.
John's
yeah.
band
The one band we
played
saw.
with a vocalist.
Richie from Into Another was there. I saw. Yeah.
He just did a thing where the end of the night, the headlining John was the remaining members of Sensefield.
Okay.
Played their songs, and each song had like a guest vocalist.
Right.
Richie did. Chaka from Burn did a song that
dope.
fucking blew the whole place down.
That's great.
So fucking Fred from Brody, Mascherino.
Yeah.
He did 2 songs. Everybody on the podcast might know him from Take Back Sunday. He did 2 songs, and if you close your eyes, you thought it was John up there.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Now,
that's
most
crazy.
motherfuckers, that young kid with the curly hair, he sounded like John too.
Mm-hmm.
But near the end of the song, nobody can hit the notes John could hit.
Right,
They were all
right,
losing
right.
it at the end, and they all said, like, look, we're just fucking doing this for a tribute. We know we ain't John. No one can be. His voice was the best.
Of course.
But
Yeah.
Fred fucking killed it 2 songs, and
Nice.
it was awesome.
Who was the
Yeah.
guy from Taking Back Sunday?
Fred Mascherino.
Oh, really?
He's from like Westchester.
And I actually
Oh, yeah.
I have a kind of funny story, but I don't know if I could tell it on air.
Well, figure out and then.
I ran it. I'll keep it remaining nameless. But I ran into an adversary there who was playing on the bill, and he was high up on the bill. And this is a person who has stayed at my house years and years ago, and we had a thing, a social media thing, and apparently I said something that offended him, and we haven't spoken in like 5 or 6 years. And this motherfucker sat down next to me and gave me the Heisman. And like wouldn't even acknowledge my.
I like
existence.
this person.
It was a good time.
I like who this is.
Yeah. So,
Can I-
but it ended up being a good night.
I might start doing that to you.
You already do. What do you mean start?
All right.
I miss Dave Smalley too. I was
Email him.
Oh,
Dave
yeah,
Smalley
Dave
was
Small-
there. That's dope.
And he did like the all of Can I Set like the
Whoa,
best.
whoa.
Yeah. Best Dag Nasty set, like
All
best
right.
of Dag Nasty. It was good. It's a good time.
What I will say though is, I was getting a little emotional because of the whole night,
Yeah.
and then I was like looking at my wife, and I was like, "Damn, this might be the last time Sensefield ever plays ever."
Yeah.
And then near the end, the guitar player was like, "Yo, man, this is awesome. I think this is the last time Sensefield's ever going to
Yeah.
play ever." And it was a fucking crazy moment, man.
And
Yeah,
I got to take a real quick minute to thank the dudes in Vision. I got to introduce them on stage, and before I called them out, I read this thing that I wrote that went over really well. I thought I was nervous as shit, but it was cool. So they let me do that. So, thanks to Dave.
Yeah, big
and
up the
Pete.
vision. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a heavy night, but it was good. It was good stuff.
And I don't know if it was before or after. Paulie from Sheer Terror was in Philly.
I think that was the week after.
Okay, yeah. So we all linked up that night. He was spinning soul and
That was a fun
and
night.
reggae. Yeah, we had a good time. I mean, I did.
He might be one of the best DJs I've heard in a long
Oh,
time.
absolutely.
That shit was my shit right there.
The biggest problem I had with it was that you could smoke in there, so I
Yeah.
was like miserable because of that.
Like I'll say, as for, like someone who doesn't really drink that much, and like I hate going to bars. I hate bar culture. I've worked in bars for 20 years. I don't like spending my free time in them. But having said that, like if there were a bar that did what they did every night with the group of people that were in that place, I would be in that bar every night.
Yeah, I second that. I had a bar.
I think they do it once a week.
Yeah.
The soul and reggae and
Yeah.
I think
Whatever,
20%
nice.
of the reason I wasn't there, aside from the fact that I was working on Vin's record, was the fact that they smoke in that
It's the
bar.
worst, man. It was the worst.
I know, and
Yeah, I
I've
know
been to a
you
place
hated
recently
it.
where they smoked, and I was like, "Oh, I remember this."
And we're in
Yeah,
the
I mean,
basement too.
Bro,
Yeah,
those
there's no
memories.
That place
ventilation.
it's a great place, but it's like, as a non-smoker, I can only take so much of that.
Yeah, it was Kathleen's like 100 years ago, from what I
Yep.
remember.
yeah.
I mean, I'm a smoker, and that gets a bit.
Well,
like,
I know,
had to
like-
go outside just to get air.
I know
Like,
the thing. Like I know smokers who still are aware enough to be like, this is still terrible, even though I smoke.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. It's not
One
necessarily
night
a
in
good
there
thing.
is like a week's
Yeah, bro.
of
And then like,
smoking, you know?
you smell like it, and then your gear smells
Yeah,
like it.
there's
So,
no ventilation in a basement.
so
bar
now it's like I
that.
got to go to the chinos to dry clean all the polo shit, and then like shower that shit out of your clothes, and I mean, out of your body, and do a wash after. It was
Yeah, if you don't wash them right away, you still smell them in the
in the
hamper,
room, yeah,
in the
wherever
room,
you throw
right.
it, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, my gear went right down to the basement, and the next day I was like, I got to do the sheets now.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So big up Paulie from Sheer Terror. We hung out. We ended up going out afterwards to the after hours too.
The spot
so-
around the way.
Yeah, we went. Yeah. You know this. You know my after
The
hours
Yamin.
spot. So
The
we
Yamin.
chilled there till like 4, and then me and Pablo made our way back.
I think so. I think we made our way back.
Yeah,
It was a long
we're
ass
here.
night.
So we're talking about it, and then all 5 of us saw each other. What's today? Right? Today is Thursday.
Sunday night. Last
Yeah,
Sunday.
we just saw each other this past Sunday at the nonfiction show, which was good.
Yeah.
Big up Q Unique, man. Big up for all the love you show the podcast too, man.
Absolutely.
My man.
Q,
Bach too. Bach was big on.
yes. Bach! Big up Bill and
Kept
Gore.
calling the professor Miz.
Yeah, because Pop, yeah.
They made me take my glasses off and stand next to Bach so we would look like fucking ginger twins.
Yeah.
And Bill's like, you know what? They took those pictures with my phone, and I never sent them.
Good deal.
I get the last laugh.
Good
Oh,
deal.
so you use your phone when they tried to
Bill's
clown
like,
y'all.
Yeah, Bill's like, my phone sucks. Let me use your phone. I just realized that all those pictures are on my
So
phone.
they tried to clown y'all, and you own
see,
my phone.
Bill.
I get
See,
the
man,
last
well,
laugh. Bach,
I love that
got
fucking
you.
set too, man. When they do fucking cult leader and fucking
Yeah.
black
Oh, yeah,
helicopters.
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, the
Fucking-
set,
that
the
shit goes crazy.
nonfiction set and live show is top tier because, again, like, because, I mean, there's very few exceptions. I mean, I'm lucky enough to be one of them. With very few exceptions, people still rock with a live DJ, and Eclipse is one of the best in the world.
Absolutely.
You know, and Gore and Bill and Bach have a 20-year history of chemistry, and same with Q being part of that. Those guys have all known each other from being in Brooklyn forever. So it was good. We all went out to dinner beforehand, which
That was real nice.
that was the most fun part for me because it was
Absolutely.
just a ball breaking session between.
And Lanny the Paz.
Yeah,
was
my
with
brother
us.
was with us. It was like Philly versus Brooklyn ball busting session.
I think my
in-
favorite part of the night, though,
Spasso.
we me, P, Lanny, and Vin all rode down together. So we got Lanny in the car. We get Vin. Vin's like, I want to listen to my record, see how it sounds on this system.
Yeah, I'm trying to play Scott, so I'm trying to play the master. You know how you do the same thing. You listen to shit and
But you're really listening.
right, and
Trying
this
to listen.
motherfucker
And
must.
Lanny won't shut
He wouldn't
up.
shut the
He
fuck
was drinking
up.
since like 10 a.m.
He's all banged up.
He was in his zone.
You know what? Now
Fuck,
that makes
who
sense.
is this
That's why
guy?
I saw
Yo,
Lanny.
my
guy
brother's
sucks.
on some like midlife crisis shit, so he's yucking it up. He like started
Sorry,
drinking.
Lanny.
He like
Sorry.
started drinking at lunchtime. These guys picked me up at like 6 or something. He's like half cocked in the car, and he's not a drinker. You know what I mean? So he's doing his routine, and like my brother's funny as shit, but I'm kind of like, yo, I'm doing. You don't think it's what? Like the biggest thing, and of course
You really thought that was going to work?
Well, I didn't know he was. Why would I know my brother's drunk? He doesn't drink. My brother doesn't drink. Why would I expect a guy who doesn't drink to be drunk when I got in the
6
car?
o'clock on
Take
a
the
Sunday.
alcohol out of the equation, though. I'm still thinking
He
somebody's
still
breaking
would have broke
balls,
his
right?
balls. It might not have been as bad.
Yeah, I mean, if you say a couple things and then I say, "Yo, man, I'm genuinely trying to listen to this," then that's
Yeah, okay.
that. And it's like, then this fucking Pablo, the fucking stereo in his car is like the fucking hunk
Fisher
of, it's a
Price.
fucking new.
Factory. It's fine. It sounds
First
fine.
off, he's saying fat. Like, what does that mean? My Acura got a Bose stereo. In
It's fucking Scott's mix. It sucks.
First, so Scott, it fucking sounds like it's fucking being played in a fucking tunnel. Everything in his car. So I'm like, well, this is useless.
Right.
This doesn't. It doesn't.
Unless you've listened to everything in that car like 1,000 times.
Which I
and you know
haven't.
what the car sounds like
Yeah,
and the
for-
limitations.
And
Yeah,
then,
useless.
like a friend of me and my brother sold Pablo that car, so he must have seen him coming.
Going
from
through
a
the
fucking
auxiliary
mile-
cable, you can
a
never
mile
gauge a
away.
good
This
sound.
fucking-
You see, what you want to get is the upgrade.
This fucking turd car that he's fucking driving in. So
I got a place you can go for like $100. They hook it up.
It sounds fine to me. I just won't play his records in my car. That's all.
Well, apparently,
So, yeah,
you
so
need the upgrade.
this fucking Lenny the Paz just fucking talks over everything
He
the
was
whole way.
brutal.
God.
Yeah, he just wouldn't shut the fuck up. So we met
Heel
those.
Lanny was out in full force.
We met those guys at Spasso, and then so the night started at like 6 p.m. and ended at like 2 a.m.
Sabak was fucking wine tasting
Yeah,
at
so
a
this
fucking restaurant.
This fucking Sabak moves to fucking Cali and automatically thinks he's in the fucking wine country.
Sniffing
And
bouquets and
he's-
fucking color and all kinds of
Was
stuff.
he sending bottles back?
Oh, yeah. They're
He's
sniffing
doing
the
that.
cork.
Hold the gimmick like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing the spin gimmick. He's fucking ordering Merlot. And
Peanut Nor.
he ordered a Pinot Grigio, a Fillet Mignon, and
Nice.
a nice Keld Merlot. So yeah, that was
Not the Fillet Mignon.
that was Sunday, and then but there was something that since then Gavin told me. So Gavin brings his oldest to this thing, and he hits me, and he's like, "Yo, are you hip to Impractical Jokers?" And I was like, "Only by name," and he's like, "Well, I'm taking Xavier to see them," and I'm like, "Well, now I'm more confused because I thought it was a show," and he's like, "It is." So I kind of right now. This guy was so fucking excited about what he saw that he told me how much fun he had with his son. But I'll be honest, I still don't really understand what it is. So if you want to start at the beginning, like
I've
because
never even heard of the thing.
whoever is listening, maybe they completely know or don't know at all. But for me, I'm still in the dark because you basically hipped me real quick and then told me like, "Yo, it was all that I had a great time with my son."
Well,
and that popped me. You know what I mean?
Xavier hipped me a couple years ago. He got into it. I don't know how he got into it, but Xavier and Leiden are really into it.
I'm right though. It's a television show.
It's a TV show. It's 4 goofs.
Is it like some
Like
jackass
us.
shit?
No.
Okay.
I mean, mez. So they're from New York.
Ms. I'm his,
Yeah.
as the professor says.
They're from New York, and they challenge each other to do dumb shit, but not like jackass stuff, more like prank stuff. Like,
Go up to
you have to go over to the guy in the store and hang a balloon on him without him noticing, and then you get a point, and they compete against each other.
See, I'm literally that just popped me, and I didn't ever even saw.
So they'll have a balloon on a clothespin, and they have to go up and somehow put it on the person without them noticing, and they get a point.
I
And
mean,
then the
without
next
them
one has to
noticing
go.
is next level. Just
Right.
doing it is fucked
Right.
to me. Like, all right.
So they do that, and then at the end, the one with the least points has to do some bullshit that that the winners make them do. So
Okay.
there's always a loser every show, and one show 3 of them lost, and they know how to get a tattoo that the winner picked out. And
Whoa, so it's like fuck.
But previous to the show, and they all grew up together like we did. Like they've known each other since they were 12 or whatever. So before they were doing the show, they did like a stand-up kind of thing. And toured us out, but the show made them pretty successful. So anyway, they were recording a TV deal in like, I don't remember where, Harrisburg or something.
Okay.
And they announced the week before they were going to do 2 warm-up shows at the TLA, an 8 o'clock show and a 9:30 show.
Okay.
So Kathleen hits me up and is like, "Yo, fucking Jokers tickets are going on sale at the TLA, fucking blah, blah, blah." So I fucking haul my ass down to the stupid TLA and buy them at the fucking deal.
At the gimmick.
For me and Xavier. I was going to take Leiden too, but I didn't think I could get him in because it was a 16 and older thing.
Okay.
So we go to this thing, and on the ticket it says fucking general admission seating.
Okay.
So I'm not hip because I've been to the TLA twice before.
Yeah, I've been there more than that, but there's nowhere to sit.
Exactly, there's no seats.
So
it's all
in
general
your
admission.
head,
You've
So I'm
probably
like,
been there more than that.
I've been there twice that I remember. I saw Steve Earle there twice.
No, didn't Cosmo? I remember seeing Cosmo there.
You've
Didn't
literally
like
been to
Rance
the
of That play a show or there or something?
No.
You've
I was
only
there
been to the TLA twice?
Yeah.
That's like mind blowing.
Punk rock shit.
Who would
God, I don't
Cosmo
go to
put-
big places.
Who
Dummy,
would Cosmo
yeah.
do intros for?
Yeah. What?
He like Cosmo. Don't he MC shows? I remember seeing
You're
him there.
right. He introed
Anti-scene.
Anti-Scene when they opened for Fear there.
Right.
You're absolutely
Right,
right.
thank
You're
you.
absolutely right.
Yeah.
Yep. 100%.
You
So I was
guys-
like, I didn't know him then. I was like, this guy's all right.
That's
I like
3.
this guy.
That's 3.
Hey, we saw Cool Keith there before, like,
Black Elvis.
was it that tour?
Yeah.
So that would be
Yeah.
like maybe 98.
Uh huh.
Yeah.
The one John had the John with the London look. They were
Yeah.
getting all over that John.
Yeah, when
Fuck,
we
I
were
forgot
there for
all
Bunches thing. That was the first time I'd been there since they completely like I used to go a lot.
Well, me too, and that's where I'm getting to because it's nothing like I remember.
Right. There's no seats. It used to be.
Well, when I went, there was no seats either, but I see what you're saying.
You're
Well,
talking
there's
about
still
the Dice Man when the Dice Man did his
Right.
show
Because
there.
I used
That
to
was
go
all
there every
seats,
week
yeah.
to see Rocky Horror.
Yeah.
And it was
Hello.
just like a theater with seats.
Well, no
like,
sell that.
Yeah,
oh, there
I
was seats back in the day?
Oh God, yeah, always.
Oh,
had
see,
seats.
it never had seats anytime I was
I've
there.
never seen
The Dice Man
This is
special,
going-
that's the real popular one, was shot there.
Yeah, his first one that really blew him up. That was shot there, and that's all. It was literally a theater. It was just a bare stage and it was a smaller version of the tower with no balcony.
Oh, see, now it's I don't remember.
If you went to a show there, I had gone to a couple probably metal shows there, but it was always seats because it was always a big deal because if it was like a crazy show, people would jump up on the seats and start ripping them out.
Crazy show. It's a crazy show. You're jumping on the seats, throwing toast.
Well, so anyway, I don't know what the fuck's going on. So I go up to the fucking door guy, the main door guy, and because I have worked doors at times.
Don't you know people?
No, well, that's the funny part. At this point, I've been off South Street so long, I don't know anybody.
I don't even know when I'm on South Street. I don't even know I'm on South Street. That's how
it's so fucked up. This is the first time I've been on South Street in over 2 years.
Fucked.
Besides one time when we went to the GameStop there for literally 30 seconds for the kids to pick up something, and then that was it. So I'm actually on South Street. Go to the fucking door guy, and I'm like, what? I know who to just be from doing that. I don't know if everybody knows this, but you know who to kind of vibe with, you know? So I go to the guy. I'm like, what's the deal with the fucking seats, man? Like, what's the fucking gimmick? And he's like, there's folding chairs. It's literally general admission. Like, you walk in, you get the best seat you can get. And I was like, bet. What's the deal with lining up? Because the first show was happening at this point.
Yeah.
And he's like, down at the alley. You guys remember the alley that used to be next to
Food Tech?
That hippie store?
Yes.
That you used to go down and drink and do degenerate things?
Yeah,
okay, now that they use that alley now for the lineup of the TLA,
Yes,
so
they
motherfuckers ain't on the street.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, that's strange.
Like the whole thing's wacky, man.
That's
it's like
and the crowd
weird,
comes out
wild
on
stuff.
Bainbridge. Like if it's a really crazy show, they fucking
Crazy show.
Yeah.
Well,
they
I
wind up
think
around
they were
the
getting
corner.
so much heat, especially after a couple, like a year ago or something, somebody got shot at some fucking gimmick, whatever, and got gimmicked up out front.
Yep.
So it was like a deal. So I was like, all right, go down the fucking alley. So me and Xavier go down the alley, and there are 17 people ahead of us.
Lovely.
So I'm like, oh, we're all right here. And within 10 minutes, there was easily like however many people behind us. The woman comes by with the stamp and is like, yo, you want to go to the bar, get the stamp. And of course, all these fucking momos are like, yeah, we want the stamp because it's that kind of crowd. Like, this crowd was fucking wacky. I'll get into that in a minute, but it's like, okay. So me and Xavier are like, nah, we don't want the fucking stamp, you know? We ain't going to the fuck.
You want the X on
You
your
want
hand.
the X.
Saying. So
Only this show.
they come down and get us.
Edge.
They come down and get us, and we fucking march up to the fucking TLA, and we're like, whoop, and we were literally fucking second row, like where Scott is where the Impractical Jokers dude was. Like, that's how close we were.
That's great.
Because all these fucking goofs were like,
the bar,
we're going to the bar.
That's where I'm at.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
so,
You were playing Project X?
well, dig this. Yeah. So, dig this.
Aisle seat?
Listen. So, I only sit on the aisle, man. I don't sit next to
That's what I'm
referees.
saying.
You know what I mean?
Man, I only work aisles.
Yeah. I'm like, bud, you sit in this seat. I sit in this seat. I don't sit next to the momos. So,
Yeah, because then them some JoJo guys touching your hoof.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not having that.
Nah, I'm not having
trying
any
to.
of
I'm in dad mode. I'm not in head mode. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
But sometimes they overlap. Either way, you don't want to touch the Joe.
But I don't want them to overlap if
Yeah, you have.
I
to,
can help
You have
it.
to. You have to
Thank
gimmick somebody up.
exactly.
Right.
So we are now. I start noticing the crowd, and I'm looking around, and these people are like, they all look like a Gap ad. Like, I don't know how to describe this, but they're like very attractive people who do attractive things in their lives, and like they like they're happy.
Attractive things.
There's no heat, none, no sense of any,
I might have to jig this guy.
nothing. Like I'm like,
I don't understand what you're saying.
you know what I'm saying? So
No, I
then-
don't.
How did that make you feel? Didn't you like a little heat?
Well, here's the funny part.
Oh, it's
Here's the funny part. So them Impractical Joker dudes are like hardcore New York guys.
Like
not
accents?
hardcore, but like
No, I know
yeah, full on,
Like you can
100%. Paulie told me they're from Staten Island. They're like Staten Island dudes.
all right. See,
And-
I thought these guys. Again, shoot. Like, I've literally never saw them
Yeah.
until you sent me the picture because you met the guy.
Yeah.
I thought they were like like Midwest squares.
No.
I thought they were like squares from the
I didn't
Midwest.
know where in New York they were from, but Paulie told me they were from Staten Island.
Okay.
And they're all our age. They're all 40, 41-ish.
All right.
Okay.
Whoa.
And they're
Our
playing...
age. Uncle Vin's not as old as everybody in this room.
In between,
Uncle
before
Sicko
they
ain't
come
that
on, there's no opening thing because it's just a practice show. They're playing rap shit from when we were kids.
Right, yeah, you
One
told- you-
after another, and I'm fucking marking out. It goes Ice-T, NWA, Biz Markie, fucking Tribe Called Quest, fucking this, and I'm like, oh, and me and Xavier talk about these songs, and I look around, and not one motherfucker in this place knew one song. And it's not like they were playing like album cuts, like they played like Jump Around, and then they played like
Right.
Beastie Boys stuff, like heavy on the Beastie Boys stuff, because I guess because they're New York boys and whatever, and nobody knew anything, but they're totally not offended by it. Nothing. They're like,
Are they square? Are they like squares? What is the age
No,
group?
man, it's like
How old are they?
my age ish.
Is it like dads?
No,
Was it like a TLA full of my brother?
no,
No, there's some.
your brother's more hip, for sure. Your brother's
they
got a
have-
past in things. These people had no past, no nothing. Everything was okay.
Were there bouffants?
Were there dudes like you bringing their kids?
No,
Not at
Xavier
all.
was absolutely the only kid there.
Really?
Youngest person there,
It's,
100%.
let me guess. It was dudes who had buttoned up Cole's shirt, no
Yeah.
logo,
Yeah.
and whatever shorts.
and
and
they're
whatever,
going to drink like 2 beers throughout the night, and like they're, you know.
All right, now I'm with
This
you.
is my neighborhood.
Now
My
I'm with
neighborhood
you.
is all
Yeah,
this.
yeah. But not offensive, man. Just like everybody's having fucking fun.
normal.
And they're talking, and like Ice-T Colors is playing, and I'm marking out. And okay, so I go, Xavier, we're going to walk up to the fucking stage, which was literally 5 steps. I counted it. We're going to walk up to the stage and take a picture in front of this fucking gimmick because they had the
They had the
logo
gimmick,
gimmick in
right,
front.
Right.
He's like, can we do that? I was like, we can fucking do whatever we want, motherfucker. Like, we're going up there, and I'm going to get that fucking JoJo to take the fucking
Yeah,
picture.
of course you are.
watch. So I
You're
walk
like
up.
Mark.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Right. So I go up, and I'm like, Jabroni, take this picture of me and,
he's
my
like,
boy.
excuse me, you're like,
and he's
J-Bron.
like, he's like all day long. So he's fucking blah, 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 taking pictures. And we're in front of everybody. Now, the TLA with the chairs, I was told had 300 people in it. And it was sold out. So
Yeah.
it's not that many fucking people really in the grand scheme
Yeah,
of things.
because it's like 800 without chairs.
Right.
Like, I think that's the cap, 810.
Is it really?
Yeah.
It's smaller than I thought.
Yeah.
It's a lot smaller than I remember. And
I only
don't
know
know
because
if
when you
they've
play a
done-
venue, you're like
Yeah.
I have
Sure.
this OCD thing where I have to talk to the.
It's definitely much smaller than it used to be. I don't know whether they brought the stage.
I remember it being
forward.
a lot larger
Yeah.
when I saw Steve Earle there for sure.
Well, see,
Definitely.
now I'm going back. I performed there in 2005, so you're going back 11 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I might not know what I'm. It might be they might have moved the stage.
I think they did something with the front of the stage because now there's like pillars, like cement pillars or something. So you can't like rush the stage or something.
I understand what you're saying.
There's
So
a
it's
barrier.
probably I said 810. It holds 810, and that was 11 years ago.
But they
So-
also hooked up the balcony, and there's a lot more seating up there.
True.
There's a lot more space anyway.
I don't trust that
the
thing.
balcony is similar to the Troc balcony.
yeah.
I
There's a
I don't
nice
wouldn't say
bar.
as large, but,
But the
it's
bar
a
runs
similar
the
vibe
last
like
two
that.
times I went up, I was there. I went to see a band I like called Circus Survive, and I had a
Great
couple drinks in the
band.
balcony, and
Yeah, I never went up to the balcony.
that's the ticket. That's the move. If you're on some OG shit,
Yeah.
that's the move. You know what I mean? Unless there's a reason to be close, like the Impractical Jokers shit, I would want to be close.
Absolutely.
But if you're trying to watch a band, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you've done the years of punk rock, hardcore, being in the pit or whatever. Like I had the perfect view, a cold drink. You know what I'm saying?
I'm putting over the Circus Survive.
Oh yeah, great band. Anthony Green, great
doubt.
singer. Oh, so
So-
my bad. Go ahead.
So we go up, and I'm like, and Xavier was a little bit embarrassed, but he doesn't get really embarrassed. But he's like, and I was like, nah, come on, we're the coolest motherfuckers here. We're going up to the thing. So we snap some fucking pictures. Dude snaps the pictures for us. We sit down. Within 2 minutes, there's a line of people
Doing the same
gimmick we did, and I was like, "See, bud, told you.
Yeah.
We roll the nickels.
We roll the nickels.
Thank you." So these dudes come out, and they said, "Look, we're running through a show that we're recording tomorrow. It's going to be like whatever it is, fucking blah blah blah." They do their show for an hour, and it was awesome. Like I like these dudes. I'm not a super mark like Xavier is, but I'm enough of a mark that I know the characters and the whatever. And they did a show. It was awesome. We laughed the whole time. We're literally like right in front of them, and you guys know me. Like I don't mark for that kind of stuff, but it was awesome. I marked for being able to do this with him.
Sure.
We split, and in my head, I'm like, I'm getting Xavier to meet these motherfuckers. Like,
yeah, you know exactly where to go to have
right.
it happen. Yeah.
So we're hanging out front, and this goes back to the beginning of the story where the guy, the
fucking dude.
Door guy that I spoke to, I'm watching him. He says, some mark goes up to him because there's like 25 marks out front waiting to fucking
with the shirt on too, right?
And they have the
Impractical Joker shirt gimmick.
They have that section in front with the cones so that the car can pull up.
Yeah, and they can just break
gimmick.
out. Yeah, I have to do that.
So I'm watching, and and this mark goes up to the guy I spoke to, and he's like, "You think they're coming out, man?" And he's like, "I don't know, man. I don't know. You know, whatever." Giving him the kayfabe fucking answer, and I see that.
Them?
Yeah, man. So I see the fucking main TLA guy, whatever, come up and whisper in his ear. And he's like, oh, okay. And I was like, these motherfuckers ain't coming out front. So I was like, buddy, let's go. And we fucking booked down to the fucking side alley.
Booked?
Yeah, booked. Down to the side alley. And
marking for books. Did you book?
I was trying to fucking
and then Chuck
Booked is the ultimate Delco term.
I was trying to pit it out there with just and let it be.
We hopped the fence.
You made me sell. You made me sell. So we booked down to the fucking alley, and there's the car with one of the dudes, and there's like maybe fucking 10 people there. So me and Buddy go up, and one of the dudes comes out to go to the car, and he's like, "Hey, everybody, whatever." And these people are such marks that they didn't say anything.
They froze.
They're like, and I'm like, yo, motherfucker, come here and let me get a fucking picture with my fucking kid and you. Fuck.
Joker
and we
guy?
fucking, yeah. So we got pictures.
Like, hey, you fucking make fucking jokes? Make a fucking picture.
Jokeman, come
Make
here.
a fucking picture with my
funny,
fucking
over
kid.
here.
Right. So we took
Hey, make
pictures
it
with
fucking funny.
We took pictures with 3 of them. The 4th one wasn't there for whatever reason, but one of them got out of the car, was already in the car, got out of the car and was like, yo, I saw you guys laughing up front, having fun. Let's get a picture. Like he said it to us. And Xavier marked for that. Like,
dope.
yeah.
That's some punk rock
Like
shit.
totally didn't have to get out of the car. Definitely like some East Coast City shit. You know what I mean? He was like, yo, you guys were fucking, we saw you up front. You were fucking killing it. We fucking really appreciate it. Whatever. I was like, look, man, my kid just wants a fucking picture, whatever. Then we bounced and went, and it was awesome. Like they could not have been cooler, could not have been less like, whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Definitely like on some punk rock shit, even if they don't know they're on it.
Yeah.
And we went to Lorenzo's and stood in line for a fucking half an hour. It was a Tuesday night.
Shit.
Nobody's out except standing in line at Lorenzo's, and the fucking Lorenzo's, the line's not moving. We're in that line for a half hour.
They don't give a fuck.
In front of these Mexican dudes who are complaining in Spanish while I'm complaining to Xavier about it. And I was like, dude, do you really want to? And he's like, nah, let's go. And I was like, let's fucking go. And the Mexican guys are like, oh, you guys are done? And I was like, we're done. He's like, you know what? Fuck it, we're done too. So like, once we bounced out, half the line was like, fuck you, and fucking left. So.
Is Mr. Lorenzo still alive?
I don't know.
I was gonna say it's probably all the people from TLA who came like, "Hey, remember Lorenzo's? We should go there."
I wish that it was, but it was just heads who were like, yeah. But the thing is, I think like heads who are traveling from here to there and happen to be on South Street at the time will stop there for a fucking gimmick, you know,
a fucking foot-long,
right?
It's a good
and
ass
I ain't
pizza,
had
they
them.
make one an hour.
Well, I haven't had one.
You also get like yelled at by Mr. Lorenzo too.
Yeah,
I know 4th of July, he bucks in the air.
I mean,
Crazy man. Fucking
I've seen it. Like
have you seen it?
I
You lived
on
across the
South
street.
Yeah, I lived
Yeah.
almost across the street from that place, and I've seen that gun many times.
back in the day, there was a bit of an arsenal behind the gimmick. I knew
Is that
somebody
right?
who worked there.
Yeah.
And
They
literally
made it
like
known. It wasn't his fucking secret.
where you could go up and get the slice, you know? literally, like when they reach down for the fucking gimmick, they're either handing you a slice or handing you like 6 bullets. Like the choice is yours, pal. Like whatever you want.
You ask for pepperoni, you're getting shot.
Right.
Oh, you want extra cheese? Here's a bat with a spike.
But I
through it.
haven't had Lorenzo's since I've been down. Probably a year before I left down there. So it's been years now. I was like,
same.
dude, let's go to fucking Lorenzo's.
I remember going there on a Saturday night and somebody's fucking just being loud or something, and like it starts to get a little.
Oh, they ain't having it.
Not having
Yep.
it. Nah.
Like, give me your fucking $5 for a fucking slice, suck a dick, and get the fuck out of my
Yeah,
line.
he didn't, like he literally. They might have based the soup Nazi off of him.
Seriously.
He ain't having
Quite possibly.
Yeah.
It's
Sal, why you got no brothers on the wall, Sal?
Yeah.
So I missed out getting the
So where
slice,
did you
but it
get?
was-
Where'd you go? Wawa around the corner?
No, we hopped in a fucking cabin, went home and ate cereal.
Yes.
What kind?
You know what? If I thought of the fucking Wawa, I would have went, but I didn't even think of it.
Hot for cereal.
Because at that point,
What would you
honestly,
have gotten at the Wawa? A hoagie?
Slurpee?
could be mac and cheese.
They don't
could
make
be.
Slurpees at fucking Wawa. You
They
fucking
do have
dope.
a Wawa, like a
Yeah,
like a
icy
Wurpie. They got like a
bullshit.
Wurpie or something.
They only have cherry and blue.
Yep.
I don't want cherry or blue. Fuck you.
What did you get tonight? From what? 7-Eleven?
Cola.
Regular cola flavor?
Yeah.
That's a good time right
That's
there.
heinous.
That's what,
I don't mind it.
That's what
I ain't mad
fucking
at
real
it.
men drink. Coca-Cola Slurpees.
Real man walks out. He's all tattooed up. He got a fucking Slurpee in his hand with his big ass straw.
Hey, wait a second. Was
Motherfuckers
it
got out of the way, didn't they?
Was it caffeine-free cola?
No, that's I was saying to them that's one of 3 times I've had half a gimmick since I quit the gimmick.
Infraction.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Hate the
Because you're quitting coffee.
Yeah, but I only drank half of it.
All right.
He's not quitting coffee. He's quitting caffeine.
That's
I had an iced tea once.
Once.
No, actually twice.
mother
And
said
then
that to me.
My mother hung me on a hook
hard.
once.
I had 2 iced teas and the Slurpee.
Do you
tonight.
do the dark chocolate?
Dark chocolate? What?
Anything.
Chocolate.
That's
No.
got caffeine.
No,
All right.
It's the Long Island.
no, that's for fancy fools.
Yeah,
I
say
don't do that.
chocolate again.
Chocolate.
Chocolate.
That's what I fucking said. Chocolate.
How do you say it? Chocolate.
Chocolate.
Yeah. I don't think
That's
that's
the
right
New
either,
York in me.
pal.
I don't know.
I want to
It
have
is.
some
It's
water
Long
with my
Island.
chocolate.
It's fucking chocolate.
Chocolate ain't right either. I don't
Chocolate
think.
is very right. Fuck you.
And what do
How
you
dare
say
you.
for
I say it the same way as you. I'm just saying
It's
it ain't right.
You're right.
for a nickname for Charles? What do you say? Say Charlie?
Charlie.
Charlie is fucking disgusting.
I had an Uncle Charlie.
That's
You see?
fucking vile, man.
Charlie
Uncle-
Chocolate.
I mean,
My
I'll
friends in
just be
Boston
like,
think
"What's up,
that's-
Uncle Charlie?"
We could do a whole show on how you say Philly shit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Bliss.
I'll fucking vomit by it. It's like when they talk about like accents, like skipping generations. And shit. The fact that like somebody said it's Q Unique was saying like you and your brother talk different. I'm
Yeah.
like, well, it's because one of us was a degenerate and the other one wasn't. So it's when you're running around with a
You
certain
figure out which one.
when you're running around with a certain type of vermin.
A certain element. things get introduced
Yeah.
into your,
Definitely informs your consciousness.
It's certain breed of vermin.
what do you call Siggo? What do you call the gimmick that in old houses that heat comes out of? That you used to use the key.
Yeah.
The radiator?
What is it?
The radiator?
Yeah.
Radiator.
I don't say the radiator.
Radiator.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What do
Do you
call
say radiator?
Radiator.
Yeah.
No shit. What
That's
do you,
not right.
What
It's
do you-
not?
No,
because it's
it
radiating.
radiates.
Ah.
That's
What do
Philly.
you call H2O?
Water.
Nah, it's water.
It's not. Stop
Water.
it.
Yeah, that sounds
It took you fucking.
Water sounds vile.
It's
It took
fucking
you.
water.
It took you 17 years to stop saying water.
That's true. That's that I don't
While
deny.
doing push-ups, you're like water, water,
You're doing
water.
the De Niro
You're,
Cape
right.
Fear.
You're absolutely right. There's
I do practice that on the road. Like I'll say water.
On
And
the
it
road.
requires so much
That's-
effort to
fuck
say
that.
it.
there's like
I'm Philly all day. man.
there's some other words that I was doing the push-ups to get out of my fucking vocal or pronunciation.
Oh, there's a bunch. And me and Jackie we call each other on it all the time because she's got a little bit of an Ohio accent. So I hear it all the time, and I say way more shit fucked up than I thought. Absolutely.
Of course.
Oh yeah.
Off the top of
when
my
y'all
head, I
went
can't
to
think
smoke,
of it.
Pablo was talking to Scott, and I wasn't. They were talking like technical shit.
Yeah.
You know, about the podcast or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was just sitting here, and in that like 7 minutes, Pablo was saying shit, and I'm like, "Yo, man, what did you say? Grown?" And he's like, "Grown."
Grown?
Well, that's the See, it gets complicated, man. Like there's
Like the fact that people from Philly say the word like, loik.
Mike.
Yeah,
It's
moik.
my boy Mike.
How do you say okay? How do you say the gimmick that you put on a hoagie like it's white and it's
Mayonnaise.
what is it?
Mayonnaise.
How do you say it?
Mayonnaise.
Are you seriously? I'm breaking the code. I honestly only call it mayo.
Okay.
So,
fair enough.
so,
How do
but
you
that's
say
not
it?
an accent thing.
Mayonnaise.
How do you say it?
Mayonnaise.
That's the way to say it.
Correct.
We all
That's
say
easy.
mayonnaise.
Yeah, that's too long. That
What
takes
the
too
fuck
long.
is that?
I'll tell you, I
It's
analyzed.
A's. It's 2 syllables.
I'm gonna
I hear you
no,
saying
no,
it, and that
listen.
yours sounded better than those.
His is right. His is right. Here's the thing.
Fucking blue blood over here saying
Here's the
mayonnaise.
thing. Here's the
Do
thing.
y'all think it's
Christ.
weird? I just say, but do you think it's strange
No,
to just call it mayo? I'll just be like, oh,
No. Here's the thing. I have analyzed the Philly accent, and
No,
here
I'm
is
going to
the
cut
key.
you off. No one has analyzed it more than me, but go ahead.
Here's
I can
the
write
thing.
a fucking thesis.
The least amount of effort that can be done to say a
Yes.
word is
Oh,
the
yeah.
Philly accent. It's just
Fluffier.
like
Fluffy. Welcome to Fluffy.
like it's the least amount of
effort.
anything.
One breath. It's got to be in one
That's
breath.
the Philly
I mean,
accent.
but there's just laziness attached to every, like, yo, are you going up there to see blah? Yeah, you going up there? It's like UPPARE.
Well, that's like the G thing. G tonight.
G.
Now, I
Jeet.
definitely say that.
Did you eat is Jeet.
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 Yeah,
And
G.
the response
And not
is,
only
nah,
is
Jew.
it
Yeah.
not
right.
only is it Jeet, but it's Jeet is said with no
Jeet.
What the fuck did you just say?
Exactly.
It's like,
Jeet.
would you eat before you came in here? You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And
Yeah,
you're just
there's
like, I had the fucking
no
eggs
one
and I had the
flinches.
gimmick.
No,
What?
What did you eat? Nah,
Like, that's
Jeet.
fucking goof, man.
who the
I ain't
fuck says
fucking
that?
doing that.
I'll tell you again, I've made reference to this countless times, this being our 20th episode. Countless fucking times to the fact that the only time you become aware of it is when you leave.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And it's
Sure.
like what being
Or when you fucking hear your
looking
nasty
up
voice
these-
on this fucking podcast.
Correct.
You go, oh
Well,
my God, I sound like a fucking idiot.
well, again, I've curbed it since this podcast. I mean, I've been
I hear you.
attempting to curb it for like probably like 13 years. You know what I mean? And
I'm
like,
all in.
A lot of
I'm
shit.
with you.
A lot of shit happens along the way where whether it's friends, relatives, and the same goes for you. Like you have a mix of like Boston. Sometimes you'll say some Boston shit. The island where your
Definitely
family's
New
from,
York. Chocolate.
and Philly, and it's like the same thing with me. It's like you spend or live or spend long stretches of time in certain pockets, whether it's Brooklyn, whether it's, you know what I mean? If
pick it up.
you pick shit up, like practically living in New York doing Visions of Gandhi, or you know what I mean, or cousins.
I can get on the phone to my brother or somebody in New York, a family member, and I'll get off the phone and I'm talking to Beth and I realize, oh my God, I'm fucking like back in New York.
Bro, think about when you're with someone so much, or you tour with someone. You've toured before. It's like the motherfucker. You pick up little idiosyncrasies, or like just the way that they enunciate things, and it's the same thing with an accent.
Like
but,
Madonna with the British accent.
yeah, I mean, but
Yeah.
she should die. But
How do you say the
I like this game too.
the gimmick you put the gimmick you pit your fucking head on when you sleep?
Oh, what are you gonna say? Pillow?
Pillow.
No,
So
it's
why?
a pillow.
How do you say it?
Pillow.
I say pillow. How do you say it? Because yours is fucking heavy.
For him, the question is, what is that thing that you bought?
Yeah.
Pablo's question is, what's a pillow?
How do you say it?
I have like a haystack. What in my house? Pillow.
You say pillow?
Pillow.
See, I don't.
Did
Give me the pillow.
See, to me, the most glaring accent here is Pablo's.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think
I hear it between the two of them. I
Sicko,
do.
yeah, Sicko uses
Sicko
it
is
more.
Yeah.
Sicko's is heavy and more often, but when Pablo's comes out, it's fucking.
Bro,
like,
he said
Jesus
a word.
Christ.
He said a word, and I can't think what it was. It was like grow, show.
I forget.
It was a OW word. He's like, yeah, grow. And I was like, "Bruh."
Sounds like them car commercials.
Yeah,
that they
like when
play.
the
Like
local
joints.
Yeah, he does.
How do you say?
I like this. This
How
is
do you
insane.
say the motherfucker who lives beside you? Your
Your neighbor,
yes, but your
Next door neighbor.
next door neighbor,
how do you say it?
next door neighbor.
Slow down. How do you say it?
Next door neighbor.
Next door neighbor.
Next door neighbor.
Next door
Yeah,
neighbor. That's how I say
Yeah,
it too.
like it's you're like you're
Next
going to the
door.
next door.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
out for a tie.
Here's the real question.
I
of
say,
Like, yo,
demarcation.
I say that.
Yo, segue. Like Vogel went to the next door. Shout out to fucking
Oh,
Vogel.
yeah, what up,
Yo,
Scott
Vogel,
Vogel?
what up, man? We hope you're feeling better,
get,
buddy.
get well soon,
Get
bro.
well soon so you can go back to doing what you do best, man.
I can
We
fill
miss
in for him.
Jeez, you couldn't
How do you
one
say?
song. I have one when you're done.
How do you say
We already talked about it, so I guess not. Go ahead.
the
Yeah.
gimmick that Jackie did 2 weeks ago? She had to go to court to do this.
Jury duty.
Relax.
I like this game.
Relax. How do you say it?
Jury duty.
Jury duty.
Jury duty. Yeah.
Dude.
How do you say it?
Jury duty.
See, he says it right. How do you say
I
it?
think it probably was a jury duty.
What?
You're like, you
It's
took time to
jury-
think about it and say
No,
slow.
no,
You
Vinny,
say
I'm
it, rap,
telling
blah,
you,
blah, blah, blah.
Vinny's
He's
in
gonna
the
say it like us.
basement doing pull-ups.
I'm
fucking
telling
I'm
you
telling
that
you,
I
It's
fucking
true.
do work to shed this ghastly accent.
You know,
you
He's
have.
fucking
yo, wait,
Eliza
wait.
Doolittle over here.
You know in Rocky
She cracks at
3,
the end.
you know in Rocky 3
Oh, not Rocky 3.
when Rocky
Now
is
it's
like
serious.
all fancy and whatever and Clubber's in the basement
Yeah.
with the
Yeah.
little radio playing 70s
Yeah.
funk music. That's what Vinny's doing
It
in the
is.
basement.
It is.
Vinny's doing
Training
the
himself
Sideshow Bob,
to
getting
not
ready.
speak like a goof.
Yeah, when when he's clanging and banging, training
Right,
for Rocky,
right.
that's me. But I'm like,
Right.
water,
Right.
water.
Pull up with a dictionary.
Hey,
Pull up
woman.
with a dictionary. Flip
Hey,
the
woman.
page. Yeah.
And at the end of the podcast, he's like, you can change. You can change.
That's Rocky
You
4.
can change.
That's Rocky 4.
Come on
Still
now.
gets a pop, though.
All right. How do you pronounce
You will lose.
the name of the great heavyweight's first name, Mr. Tyson?
Mike.
Mike. I don't.
Moik.
It's
I
Mike.
don't
How do
do
you
the
do
Mike.
it?
Mike.
No, legit. How do you do it?
Mike.
No, you don't.
Mike.
That gets into a little bit of a different thing.
Now
that's
That's
like
like
the
outer lying.
That's like northeast.
That's
That's
like
going northeast.
That's like northeast, not suburbs, but like
Port Richmond.
5 minutes outside the city, right?
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Yeah. might
And
as
it
well be
also,
suburbs.
what I've learned from watching some Food Network shows where they go like, you know what I mean, to different restaurants to show you good food. It's like trickled all the way down to Baltimore.
For real?
This dude that has a hot dog shop.
Now, Baltimore accents are fucking a debacle in and of themselves.
This guy that was selling hot dogs in Baltimore sounded like he was from Northeast Philly.
Yeah. Well, it's similar to a lot of the Philly accents, but it definitely stands on its own. And I mean, even just watching The Wire, we talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
But there's great care taken in that show. Like a lot of locals are used who are not
Right.
necessarily actors, and they're just like Gavin will back me on this. The two, are you going to? Like that's a weird.
Are you going to?
to? They'll say
It's
it like
two.
two.
Yeah.
That's gross.
It's a
weird.
weird world.
Oh, that's
down
gross.
there.
That's gross.
But they are similar.
Weird wacky
Go-Go's,
stuff.
He's got one.
How do you say the gimmick you drink to stay awake?
Coffee.
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 I don't think that's right, but
How? What do you
Coffee?
think? It's coffee almost.
well, it ain't CAWFEE.
No, I'm
and
like
that's
coffee. Like I'm
Coffee.
on some like
There's a W in that word.
I'm
CAWFEE.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
How
not
do
the way
you
to say
say
it. Okay.
the name of the river, the big river that's not the Delaware, that has the weird name?
The Schuylkill?
Schuylkill.
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 That's not right either.
No,
Schuylkill.
definitely not.
Schuylkill.
Schuylkill.
Schuylkill or something.
Schuylkill. Schuylkill.
There's a pronunciation
Like
for
like
that
sk-
one.
like skewed. It's
I-
it's like Schuylkill.
Yeah.
Or not the river, but what's the small little?
Oh, that's a crick.
It's a creek
It's a crick.
Creek.
down the creek.
I
Cobb's
say
Creek Park.
creek too. You say crick?
Crick. Cobb's Creek Park?
Nah, it's a creek all day, Bubba.
Ah, it's a crick all day.
Creek.
All right, this is they're getting more
One more
and more.
question.
Yeah,
not
this
so
is
much.
getting
Not so much a
disgusting.
pronunciation, but is it Sprinkles or Jimmy's?
Jimmy's.
All
Jimmy's.
day.
Yeah, it's Jimmy's.
Jimmy's or
Jimmy's
chocolate
all over
Jimmy's.
my face.
Although in New York, it's Sprinkles.
Man.
Everywhere else, apparently, it's
Yeah,
Sprinkles.
that's right.
Which I never knew.
What do you get at the
Titties.
the Wawa?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can see his hands.
He got a little tuna
It's like
Tokyo.
he's-
Busy hands. Busy hands. Stallone. What did he say? What did he say?
Oh my God!
Wait, I got a good
Rewind
one.
that.
Hold on.
Rewind
hold on.
that.
I got a good
What
one.
did he say? Rewind it. They're both laughing hysterically. I missed it.
Yeah, I missed it too. I was looking for more gimmicks.
What is it, Vin?
Sickos.
He was going like
I fucking missed it.
I think it was this one. I was doing this.
Whoa.
He was doing the gimmick like he's grabbing tips.
Whoa.
and I said he's doing the tune in Tokyo.
Tokyo Scott, your new nickname.
Yo, but let me just say something real quick, because I said tips. So let me just make that real quick. So, Papo Andy is my OG. He was like he's like a second father to me. He's father to Crip the War Child from Outer Space and King Size and TZR and it's Planetary from Outer Space. His father-in-law. OG, triple OG, quadruple OG, North Philly, Puerto Rican, OG. His name still rings bells. We were in the strip club. His accent is crazy, butchers the English language. So we're in the strip club for Planet's a bachelor party. This is like I don't know what year is this? P, like 2001, 2003.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Somewhere in there. And I'm sitting next to him, and he's elbowing me, and he's like, Beanie, man, look at her tips, man. Her tips are perfect. I'm like, what, man? You mean tits? Like, yeah, man. Dang, kid, why you always make the fun out of how I talk, man? Look at her tips, man. So anytime we ever say tips, just that's an homage to Papo Andy.
I got one last one.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
What do you call the how do I describe this? It's a gimmick animal that's not around here with the quills.
A porcupine.
Porcupine?
Wait. You go.
Porcupine.
Slower.
Porcupine?
Porcupine.
That's how I say it too.
Like Porky, like
Porcupine. A porcupine.
I swear, even though I've trained like Clubber, I never said porcupine. I always said
never heard
porcupine.
that.
I do.
That's a good one.
What is this supposed to be?
Porcupine.
It's actually porcupine.
Never heard of it.
Right. Porcupine.
All right, on that note,
I would love to
say porcupine.
porcupine.
Accolades. With that said, we're going to take the first break of the night. You're
That was
listening to the
fun.
Broad Street Breakdown, our 20th episode. Again, in 1 year, she'll be able to drink. We'll be back in a couple minutes after we stretch out here and go, these guys have a cigarette. I'll get another water, and we'll be back.
What's up, everybody? This is Scott from the band Terror. You are listening to the Broad Street Breakdown with my man Vinnie Paz.
Good enough for me. Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
It's the Lauper. The Lauper Cindy.
Oh, good enough. Are good enough.
He's so tone deaf that
Yeah, like I don't even know what you're saying.
Flexed.
I'm not saying I'm as good as Cindy Lauper, but I mean,
No.
Certainly not.
I enjoy
not.
singing, so.
Can you do that again?
Good enough for me. Yeah. I really want to do that part. That's the part I want to do.
what part?
Yeah.
When I went and saw Goodies, they
That's
gave
good.
that 7.
I have it. Yeah, I got.
You
I got that too. Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh,
if
that
I have
joint
mine.
gotta be worth fucking guap.
Yeah.
I don't know if I got mine.
$4 maybe?
I'd say 6.
I used to scratch it up. You know what I'm saying? On the 1s and 2s, Goonies. On the 3 and 4, fucking. Pac-Man Fever. Pac-Man Fever on the 3s.
You had four. You had
Not Pac-Man Fever.
Back in the day.
I had that record.
You had four.
That shit was
Johns?
awesome.
Buckner and
I was
Garcia.
going to say, can anybody in this
Yeah.
room remember who did Pac-Man Fever?
Buckner and Garcia.
Buckner and Garcia.
Yeah.
It's either a venue I play. Somebody had the Buckner and Garcia Pac-Man gimmick hanging up.
Wow.
I'm like, yo, man, you gotta be like mentally ill to be
Yes.
displaying this.
Where
They
does
had
one
that.
find that?
They
I
had
mean,
a
I'm
gimmick.
Centipede was on that
It was
joint.
either
She
a
was
venue
banging.
or
Yep.
like someone's home studio.
Yeah,
or
that's the only
a
two I
studio.
remember.
I know.
though.
Like,
I'm
you know
trying
how
to
you
think.
have stuff displayed? It was like
Was
that.
there like a
like,
full-length album?
Yeah, it was full
like
length,
the
dude.
Danny
It came
Brown
with a
joint, you
cheat
had-
code
It was a framed
for Pac-Man.
Pac-Man Fever.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember Pac-Man. I remember Centipede.
Centipede.
Yeah,
It's like something like-
multiplies and divides.
I don't remember that.
I never even knew that existed.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, it's
well
Like, I'm
done.
gonna assume
find
there was
that-
a Donkey Kong song, but I can't remember it.
You got to
I don't
find that and
remember,
send
yeah.
that gimmick to me.
No doubt.
I'm sure it's on the YouTube.
Yeah.
I only remember the Pac-Man.
Yo,
Got
were
a
you-
pocket full
was-
of quarters, and it's either
Was
him or me.
anybody in
I'm
here?
heading to the arcade.
Yeah.
Yo, was anybody in here actually a video game head?
Yeah,
No.
I was.
No, I
like
was a
arcade?
pinball head.
You mean in the arcade?
Yeah, I mean, like
No.
really, like in the arcades.
I would play, but I wasn't ahead.
Yeah,
I was
I was in it to win it.
Well,
We had Time Zone and we had Aladdin's Castle.
Okay.
Was
I'll tell you.
Aladdin's
Okay, well,
Castle
okay.
the
Putt-putt
John
all
with the
day.
dragons? It looked
Yeah.
like a real
No,
cartoon.
no,
It
Aladdin's
was
Castle.
fucking-
No, that's Dragon's Lair. Aladdin's
No, I was
Castle
Dragon's
obs-
Lair.
was
yeah,
the joint at the mall.
Yeah, Stallone. I was obsessed with Dragon's Lair, but
Fucking game
because
sucked.
you and I are younger than these dudes, so to me, like when I lost my shit. My pop got ColecoVision. He got that. It fell off of a truck.
No, rich people. That's rich people.
Well, it
games.
fell off the back of the
I hear
truck.
you, I
You know
hear
what I'm
you.
saying? And I had the Smurfs game.
That shit was banging.
I played Smurfs all the time.
Pitfall.
Yeah,
Loved
Pitfall
yeah,
Harry was
yeah.
the shit.
Game, right?
Best
But
game
I
of all
guess
time.
out of 86, 87, when the Nintendo, the NES joint came out, I went hard body then.
Yeah.
When
Then
I
I
w-
lost my shit.
I
Like,
spent almost all of the early 80s in putt-putt playing pinball.
When I was
Yes,
a kid,
famous arcade.
I hung out
loved
in
pinball.
this fucking ice cream parlor, okay? And they had
Not a parlor.
yeah, they had Marble Madness in there.
Marvel's
Remember
the shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So dig this. So this woman Ann owned the. I tell my kids this story all the time. This woman Ann owned the fucking ice cream joint and hated that we hung out in there.
What?
Because we would go in
You
there
know
and play
good
Marble.
Nicks.
Yeah. Like it was hoodlum shit, and we would just go in to play Marble Madness.
Right, never buy
So-
a fucking slice.
Nah.
Yeah. So you know how you could put your fucking
Quarters up? Yeah, put your
No,
quarters up.
You
Put your
put your
fucking quarters
fucking
up,
you
Mike.
put your fucking name up in the
leaderboard.
high
Yeah,
score.
yeah.
Ass,
So we
poo.
right. So we did
FUK.
and
George Glass.
What?
we
Well, go
we
ahead.
did and is a man. Fucking like super high scores.
Yo,
we played it all
and
the
is
time.
a man, and is a man. Sicko, write that down.
That's episode 20.
So we
Good
fucking
deal.
like we got such high scores that nobody could fucking get rid of it.
Yeah.
But and then we would purposely lose to get the next slot. So it was like, and his man was on there for like
fucking
easily
classic.
6 months.
Until one day Ann figured out she could pull the plug on the
Well,
fucking
she
machine.
fucking yanked it and got that fucking dragon gimmick that fucking nobody could really
It was
play.
mad difficult.
Fuck
man.
that game, man.
Mad
Nobody could
difficult.
really
And
fucking
you-
play it.
And it was like a clan. It was like $1.
It was the
Yeah,
first
it
game
was
to be
fucked.
$1. Yeah.
When I was a hammer, we used to hang out at the Granite Run Mall at Aladdin's Castle.
Aladdin's Castle, dude.
Which was just a den of iniquity. It
Yeah.
was
Of
all
course.
dark. And
It was so dark.
But the funny thing was,
the sticky carpets.
Yeah, man.
as they were getting bigger, the fucking drummer from Cinderella used to hang out
Freddie?
there. I guess, I don't know. And he would show up like costumed, like with his
hard.
flowing silk
Nah, that's
robages
pretty hard,
and
man. That's pretty
headbands.
hard.
Bandanas tied in all kinds of
Right.
places.
Now all of us, we were like Slayer hammers, Venom hammers, fucking fuck you. And there many nights we chased him out of the fucking mall, hurling shit at him.
See, that ain't right, man.
It isn't. I like that he came costumed.
I'm
We-
into
we
that.
weren't having
too.
Live your gimmick, man.
We were
Absolutely.
not
Live your
having
fucking
it.
gimmick.
Keys A, fees A.
Fucking
Fucking
Slayer,
Kev-
dude.
Kevin Sullivan fucking used to go to 7-Eleven in the robes, man.
With a
Motherfuckers
fucking,
in Florida thought it was the fucking legit
absolutely.
fucking devil fucking B
in the
is.
newspapers, like selling it like he was the diesel.
Right.
And speaking of hardcore,
yeah.
one thing we forgot to mention in our early intro, we have a little event coming up here in
Yeah,
Philadelphia.
this is hardcore.
the
Annual, the biggest and best annual hardcore festival, in my opinion,
Absolutely.
in the world.
absolutely
Philadelphia is lucky enough to have it every year.
put on by our good friends Joe Hardcore, Chris
X.
X, and the rest of the crew.
Liam,
Sonny,
Evan,
what up? Liam,
Heads,
what up?
Heads.
All them dudes do some hard work to get this shit together. What is it, like 4 days? Like something ridiculous, like 50 bands.
Yeah,
4
4
days, 50 bands.
I'm not sure.
We'll sell you the whole seat, but you're only gonna need the edge.
I don't know. OG, you know the info, like the website or any of that, or just.
I think it's thishishardcorefest.com.
I don't know.
They're all over Facebook under This Is Hardcore. You can get all the information. I know they're running low on tickets. That shit sells out.
Yeah, it sells
as soon
out
as they go on
sells
sale.
out every year. I'm not sure.
Thursday sold out.
I think
The
all their
4-day
like 4-day
passes
pass
were really
Johns,
close, if not sold out.
Probably by now, by the time you hear this, they're sold out.
The Broad
Right.
Street Breakdown crew will be in effect.
Absolutely.
We
We
will be
have
in the
many,
building.
many good friends will be coming in from out of town.
If you need links or whatever, hit us on Twitter. Hit me on Twitter or
But yeah,
whatever.
go
Hit us
to
and
that
I'll
shit.
I'll
Well,
send
if
you
you
a
go to-
fucking link.
They know how to fucking use Google. You type in This Is
I
Hardcore
don't know,
2016.
man. Some heads don't know some
With
things.
the questions that we get, I'd be very surprised if they know how to
I
use
feel
the
like we
Google.
got to walk a couple heads through some
Yeah.
I
things.
agree with you.
I've seen some questions like,
Couple.
how do I
Couple.
listen?
Right.
You can-
Your
Yeah, I
best
mean,
bet,
you can
just
walk.
go on the Facebook, hit in the little search thing, type in This Is Hardcore. You'll go right to their page. It's got all the info, where you can get tickets, the dates, who's playing, what the lineups are for each night, what the bands are. It's a good deal. If you're like our age and you've got kids that are young, it's a great place to take them. It's a great environment. Everyone's mad cool. I've been to everyone since I moved back to Philly, so it's like I've gone to like 5 or 6 of them. I've never seen anyone have any problems. I've never seen violence. I've never seen any
It's
of
a
the crazy
good
shit we
time,
went
man.
through.
It's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
It's not
everybody hanging out.
no bullshit, no egos, no nothing. Everybody just fucking hanging out and
Yeah.
seeing a bunch of heads who you haven't seen for a minute and
Absolutely.
just
and that's
talking to
the best part.
motherfuckers. Yeah, man, that's fun. And me and Sicko went last year.
Had a blast.
Yeah, man, had a really good fucking time, man.
Hung out
So,
with fucking
Yo, man,
Brannon.
you fucking cursing on it, man.
listen,
All charged
Yeah.
up.
I got shit to say, man.
Yo,
We birthed the hardcore pride.
nice.
Thank
Gorilla
you.
Biscuits will be there this year, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, they're playing one of the nights.
The
lot of
Trouble
good-
fucking reunion. Oh, you know what? I want to fucking Kize that because I want to use that for my recommendation. Fuck you.
Shh. I didn't even hear it, so okay.
That's
I
right.
actually didn't either. I
Yeah.
heard something.
Hey,
reunion.
now.
Yeah, that's all I heard was
I just got a
reunion.
recommendation.
Good
Thank
deal.
you.
Good
Yeah,
deal.
because I didn't
but
have
yeah,
one up
bands
until
like
now.
Burr, I think like the I don't know if it's the original, but one of the earliest lineups of Youth of Today is playing with Walters. It was playing. Fucking
Yeah, it's okay. Don't quote me on this, but
it's Capo, Purcell,
yes,
Walter,
yes,
and Sammy.
yes.
That
Which I
lineup.
guess they haven't played together for 20 something
Right,
years,
right.
with that lineup,
Right.
That's because Walter's been
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
So
That's
this is
dope.
that's a big deal for heads who are
Burr is
into that.
playing. I can't.
Turning Point reunion.
Yeah, Turning Point reunion, which is a big deal from this area.
World Be Free. Terror.
Yeah, a lot of good shit. And then a lot of newer bands. It's not just old heads. It's a lot of the newer current hardcore bands. So it's a little bit of everything. It's a good time. The whole back area of the Electric Factory, the outside, John, becomes like a huge punk rock swap meet. People just show up with their shit, whether it's like vintage t-shirts, record collections,
Lot of
zines,
food shit,
lot of food
lot
trucks.
of gimmicks. I
Do you
feel
need
like
a
I
ticket
got
to get into that?
Well, if you
what
get a
you
ticket,
get it.
you're
You get
in
your
there.
yeah.
My favorite part of it, if you don't know Joe Hardcore, who runs all this stuff, Joe's very big, and I don't want to use the wrong terms, but he does this thing where he fucking dresses up as a knight and they fight and joust each other, and they actually build a little ring outside and they put their
that's
fucking,
hard.
That's
their
fucking
gimmicks on
dope.
and they fucking fight each other in a big circle. So you can say, I don't know if they'll do it this year.
That's
I
the
know
shit.
they did it a couple years in
Yeah,
a
they
row.
got like stuff, man. It's like a carnival of fucking
punk rock.
degeneracy, man.
Yeah, it's
Have
great.
at it.
It's good stuff.
You know what I'm saying?
So come to Philly, come support that shit, come support our friends. What up, Joe? What up, Chris?
and if you see us, say hello.
Absolutely. We'll be all
You
up.
fucks.
We'll be all deep in that.
Yeah, man.
And the other thing is, too, we got some show information to pass along. Remember, Gavin, tell them what to do with the iTunes.
All right, yo. So we've been telling you, like, you gotta you do this thing for us. We really gotta fucking pit this over. You gotta fucking download the episodes. Listen to it however you want to fucking listen to it, but just download it because we need them numbers in order to get a little bit of fucking power in the fucking game. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I'm explaining it the best I can. Follow along. You know
we
what I
don't
mean?
know why it's
Like,
important. We just know it's important.
And if you're using an app like Podcast Addict, it does count. So just download it from your app. Right.
And not for nothing, but for the first time since we have been doing this podcast, I happened to look it up on Google, and there are many ways to listen to this that we are unaware of.
Yes.
Of our own thing?
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
God,
It's like
yeah.
motherfuckers are like, it's all over the fucking place. Like,
All right.
Yeah.
some Japanese fucking like website has it. Like, it's all
Yeah.
fucked, man. But
When you get it onto iTunes, iTunes makes sure like it winds up going through all of these other services, so it's fucking everywhere.
yeah, man.
Yep.
So just however you listen to it, however you want to listen to it, cool, man. Just download it. Make sure it downloads onto your gimmick, whatever your fucking gimmick is, and then
Even if you
do
delete
with it what you will.
right after it. Don't, as long as you download it. The other thing is, if you've been listening to the show from the beginning, we like to be real interactive with all yous that are listening because we appreciate yous and we thank yous. We want you to be a part of this show. So hit us up with the emails. We do a little segment every show. We pick out some of the best emails we get, whether it's questions for the crew, whether it's correct breaking Pablo's balls, whatever. If you got a question, you want to ask one of us, anybody here, hit us up. Our email address is info@broadstreetbreakdown.com.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting great questions, but a lot of these people repeat questioners.
Right. And we
which
wanna
is great.
kind of-
No,
If you
I
get
know
it-
there's more heads out there that got shit to say.
Absolutely.
If you give us a good question, we'll send you a fucking gimmick.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a good gimmick, but we'll send
find
you a
something.
We'll
fucking
send you
gimmick.
something.
We'll throw something your way.
Yeah.
We'll look around. We'll find a gimmick and we'll send it to your house.
Yeah,
So there
man.
you go.
Ask us fucking anything.
Right. Some stuff might be in the mail as we speak.
I'll answer anything you fucking want to fucking know, motherfuckers.
Need romance advice? Gavin's the king of romance.
I
in
know
this
some
here
things.
room. He knows things.
Who's the guy we mark for? The romance guy in Ring of Honor. Who carries the rose to the ring?
I like that guy.
No, I'll blank it out.
I know who you're talking
He
about.
wears the mask.
I don't know, but he's awesome.
Yeah, he carries like a single-stemmed rose.
He always jobs to whoever's in town that
If
night.
you're
Yeah.
jobbing on that
Fucking
level, you're
brilliant. Fucking brilliant. I'm into you.
Well, yeah, I guess there's no way to
Preface this.
yeah, or
Which is-
go from something that's like that's heavy from us being silly assholes, So I there's no really smooth transition because we've been joking for the past hour plus. But I guess so. Let me see. Let me look at the date. It's the well, now it's 2 a.m. So it's the 15th. It's the 14th into the 15th right now.
It's one of them days. I
It's
get
one of those
confused.
days.
After midnight, I'm all confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess 10 days ago it might have been 4th of July. I'm not sure. I have a little foggy with the memory. A gentleman by the name of Alton Sterling was killed by police in Louisiana. Essentially the police story was that he went for his gun, that he was armed, and that he went for his gun. The videotape proved otherwise. He was essentially executed. So 558 people have been killed so far by the police in 2016.
Damn.
It's shit is serious out there.
Since 2013, 4,054 people have been killed by the police, and only 6 of those cases have led to convictions of the officers involved. That's pretty startling to me. A couple days later, a day later maybe, a gentleman named Philando Castile, 32 years old, no criminal record, with a license to carry, with his seatbelt buckled, was murdered in front of his 4-year-old daughter, basically by a cop with an itchy trigger finger. I'm not really sure what's going to happen in any of these situations.
But if you're cynical like me, you can kind of guess how they're going to play out just going by.
Yeah, I mean,
History.
they'll beat the case. I'm not sure if they'll lose their. From what I know, the gentleman that passed away in Louisiana, those cops are on paid administrative leave.
Right.
So they're getting paid right now.
Yeah, it's a vacation.
They murdered somebody in cold blood on
Right.
video and got a vacation.
Right.
I know that there's just a few things before we get into this, I'm tired of sort of seeing the people from the right with the he should have respected authority. He should have obeyed
Yeah.
These are sort of these weird ways of rationalizing cold-blooded murder that I can't wrap my head around. You know, he shouldn't have broken the law.
Right.
But okay, so
Or one of
let's
my
say you're right, and let's say no one should break the law. The punishment for that isn't murder.
Right. Here's my understanding of what America is founded on. You're innocent until proven guilty. Each person, each and every citizen of this country is entitled to, if they are accused of breaking a law, they're entitled to a trial. That trial has nothing to do with the police force. The police do not get to decide guilt or innocence. In our recent, I can't even say it's recent because we can look back through many years of history and see things like this have happened.
Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously,
This is not a new thing. What is new is
in the age
that,
of cell phones and smartphones, these motherfuckers are getting called
right
on decades of this behavior, this gang mentality,
right,
which has existed since the birth of the concept of the police force.
Absolutely.
They're the biggest gang in the world. I don't think that's up for debate.
I don't think so. I wouldn't debate it.
Yeah,
I agree with that statement.
I'm sorry. I'm just now I'm getting worked up thinking about it.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to.
And it's a difficult conversation to have. First of all, no matter who you are or where you are, the thing that if I engage in these conversations, the things I like to express to people, my personal feeling is this shit affects everybody. And I don't know who exactly the quote is from, but an injustice to one is an injustice to all.
Indeed.
If this can happen to one person, and we're not even talking about race, we're not talking about social status. If this can happen to one person, this can happen to you theoretically at any time in your life.
Yes and no. I see what you're saying. I like what you're saying. Theoretically, yes, but we don't live on paper. And the fact of the matter is, in the case of Philando Castile, he's a licensed gun owner.
Right.
The NRA has
That's
been
my first.
silenced.
That was the first point I was going to make.
Hasn't said a word.
Here's the work.
If that was a white guy who had a gun, who was licensed, had informed the officer that he had a gun, and it went down as politely as it did, and he was shot by the officer, the NRA would be going fucking nuts.
I agree, and that was one of the first points I was going to make is the bad move of for lack of a better way of putting it, I'll say the right. I don't necessarily mean that because I know that there are people who lean to the right who see things the way they are. The bad move was the NRA and the far right and however you want to call it, should have immediately come out in defense of this guy. Yep. Bad move, because you cannot preach one thing and then when the shit hits the fan with it, not support that. And that's what they did. They dropped the ball by not supporting this dude. And the fact that he had a license to carry and said, I have a license to carry. I'm taking out my shit to show you.
I'm reaching for my wallet, which is in my back pocket.
He did everything textbook that they preached that he should have done.
Yeah. I mean, this is an organization. As a person who openly, I carry weapons. I'm allowed to carry a firearm. The thing about this organization is, this is not the first time that you're talking about them dropping the ball, which they did. I mean, insane. But these are the people that basically they were in Columbine within days of that happening for an NRA demonstration.
I'm saying
trampling on the bodies of
I'm saying if you're talking about the work of it, the smart move would have been to come out in support of
No,
this guy.
absolutely.
Because then you're getting some people, for lack of a better way of putting it, more left saying, at least they're consistent with what they're saying and they're supporting their people.
You gave the left and those people a way to criticize. And it's all about the work, because it's just the work.
Yeah,
but the work they dropped it.
And as from an observation, looking from the outside into it, it absolutely was a bad fucking move by not fucking coming out immediately and saying, this dude did everything textbook that he is told to do, that we have preached about doing, that the police preach about doing. He did everything according to what he was supposed to do, and still there were consequences to him.
And that's why it's like that license to carry thing is if you're white, you can have a license to carry.
Absolutely.
If you're black, those same rules don't necessarily apply.
Absolutely.
Well, another thing, as shit was hitting the fan, and then this led to the sniper dude who was picking cops off in Dallas. Another thing, a bit of a problem I had with that was, you don't want to see anyone die.
Absolutely.
Murdered. But was those cops? How many were killed? Six, five, and six, and another guy was injured. Right? Yeah. Was
7
their
more.
moral history brought up and drugged through the mud like
that's
these other two brothers
thing.
were? Like, why are they absolved of that? Whereas the first thing I heard about the gentleman in Louisiana was his checkered past, and I'm like, I don't understand. I don't understand how you're connecting these things. So I want to know: are the backgrounds of these 6 officers that were murdered in Dallas was their moral record trampled, or were they were heroes from in the
public perception?
The public perception
and
is
the public
that they're
spin
heroes.
on it is that they're heroes.
And then what I want to add on to that is, and this will fucking clear the room, not y'all, but maybe this is where everyone turns the fucking podcast off, and this goes back to 9/11 to me, when the cops and firefighters were heroes. Let me explain something. As I've been taught, in America, what they did was their job.
Mm-hmm.
Who was supposed to run into those buildings? Cab drivers?
Right.
Who was supposed to run? Barbers?
Right.
You sign up for these jobs, like these brothers that were murdered, of Kelly Thomas, or any of these people that were murdered by cops in cold blood on camera. I don't understand the hero worship of people that choose to get into a line of work that has the mortality rate is, I don't know what it is, but it's different than being working it.
The percentage of you getting hurt on the job is higher.
I just don't understand. If you're, from what I can gather is, if you're a firefighter or a police officer in this country that dies on the job in any scenario, automatic hero.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm just making sure I'm correct.
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Pretty
without.
much.
I don't know. I don't particularly know why the 6 cops that died in Dallas are heroes, but that's what I'm being told. You know what I'm saying? I'm not happy that they're dead. That's fucked.
Of course.
And they have families.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And they didn't go there. And that whole demonstration all day into the night was peaceful
Yes.
amongst the police and the citizens. But I will say this: like, there's a hero worship and
A very misplaced hero
misplaced hero worship. Like, I don't understand why.
And
that's
so much of that, in my opinion, is propaganda. Like, there's a reason why have been throughout the history of, let's take television for an example, that there have been these cop shows over and over every year. It's the same cop show.
Yeah.
That's not entertainment. That's conditioning.
Oh, of course.
That is 100% conditioning. You don't see shows, fictional or otherwise, about dirty, corrupt cops. You don't see shows that show you, like, even shows that purport to keep it real.
Put it this way, that's a relatively more recent storyline. When you can see,
it's really not.
When
It's
you can see
as
corrupt
old as
cops-
human history. That's the thing.
The truth is, but the storylines that people like to perpetuate, that's a more recent thing where you can see, corrupt cops and whatnot. But the conditioning you're talking about goes way back.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so it's built this police thing, which is basically the job is to be a public servant. That's what you are as a public
To
servant.
protect and serve.
And I don't even know about the protect part. The serve part is what I'm more interested in.
Well, I've never been protected or served by an officer.
I've never been protected or served either. I've never asked for protection.
Somebody might argue that you're served on a day that you can walk through the streets peacefully, and they're not. Now I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
I get you on that.
Do you know what I mean?
My thing to that is I've made that myself. By the life I've chosen, by the things that I do and the decisions that I make, excuse me, and by being an intellectually aware person. I don't get myself in fucked up situations.
Yeah, but maybe you had a head start and some people didn't. You know what I mean? Maybe you had a leg up on some people who don't get that opportunity.
Absolutely.
So that's, I don't know.
But I don't put that on the police. I put that on my parents. My parents taught me and gave me everything that I had.
Yeah, I mean, look.
I disagree a little bit with that.
Mm-hmm.
You've done that in a situation where there is some sort of structure. None of us know what it would be like if there wasn't that structure.
That's what I'm saying.
True.
Yeah,
You know what
first and foremost.
So
True.
you can you live your life the way you do, and you don't need cops and whatever.
But I'm
I'm
also
with you
not
on that.
living in the wild, wild west.
And Biafra said that years ago.
Yeah.
His point was, well, this is all well and good, but what happens when the shit hits the fan and there are no cops and there are no whatever? So that goes into my point that this is not an anti-police conversation so much as there needs to be some sort of reevaluation of the way things are structured now.
I like that.
When some segment of society can watch these videos and still defend the actions of those particular police officers, there is a problem.
There is a huge disconnect.
Right. So okay. Maybe a person only has positive experiences with police and this and that and the other thing, and that's cool, man.
Yeah.
If you are watching these things and you don't see that there's something wrong that needs to be reevaluated and fixed, that is really the core of the problem.
Right.
It's not
I could not agree with you more.
anti-cop. It's not anti-law. It's not anti this and that. It's anti the mentality that this is okay on some level.
Right.
The behavior of these particular police is not okay.
Absolutely.
And there's no debate in this. It is right there in front of you.
Right.
If you're still defending the actions of these police, there is a problem in our society that needs to be reevaluated.
Yeah, but then you take
Absolutely.
one step back from that and you realize that defending those police, or the defense of those police, is coming from people who are the voice and the face of giant institutions with giant budgets.
But it's
And
also
it's always going to be there. Those people
now I
are
agree with
always
you.
going to be filling their pockets.
You're right.
I agree. But on a smaller scale, you don't have to look too far into social media to find somebody connected to you in some way who on some level is defending these things.
Yeah, you're right on a grand scale. What you're talking about, pockets be lying. We're talking about like people on our Facebook feed.
Right.
And now you're talking about the
you're
small
right.
man, and then you're like, yo,
That's
what the
one-
fuck are you defending this for? Yeah,
Right.
you're the little man.
Right.
I mean, it
You're
doesn't matter
supposed-
what race or generation or whatever you are. Eventually, it may happen to you.
That's what I was
Oh,
trying
you're
to
Irish.
agree.
You're
I
Irish.
said
Your numbers
to-
up. You're whatever.
I said to Vinny tonight, and this is certainly not downplaying the blatant fact that there is discrimination against people of color from black dudes, Mexican, whatever. But to back you up on what you just said, and what I think Sicko said earlier, if me and Vinny are driving in a car, we're absolutely getting treated the same way, 100%. are we smart enough to talk ourselves out of a ticket?
See, I got to disagree.
Sicko, I'm
going
to tell you right now. Last summer, I went to the fucking Liberty Bell with a friend of mine who was in town. Okay, in line with easily 200 people, black dudes, black women, Chinese fucking people, every fucking thing. You know who got pulled out of the line and searched in front of 200 fucking people? Me. So don't tell me you disagree with some bullshit like that, because I live that every day, man. And I'm not downplaying the other issue on any level. But don't think it doesn't fucking trickle down, because it absolutely fucking does.
Philando Castile was pulled over something like 57 or 73 times in a fucking year.
Oh, I'm not downplaying it, Scott. I'm not downplaying it on any level. And I just said before I said that,
I'm not
that
sure
it
it's a perfect
absolutely,
parallel, is all I'm saying.
it absolutely exists. But debate me that me and Vinny wouldn't get pulled over and treated exactly the same way.
I don't think you'd be treated the exact same way.
I can't agree.
Still think.
What do you think?
Oh, I agree with you.
I think.
What do you think?
I can't. I'm trying to understand what you're saying by you and him. You think you're the same, or you think you're different?
No, you're saying
No,
that
how
you'd be
we look.
You'd be treated the
I
same
think
way.
you both look half degenerate.
Huh?
This is
I
what
think
I'm saying.
Yeah, you're
Right.
both going to get pulled. You're
But
both
under-
gonna
You
get
look
pulled.
like
Oh,
you
you
look
saw-
like a square. You're gonna get pulled over and
being
let go.
seen as a
Yeah, I mean, I got the
degenerate
fucking cop sticker on my car. I'm fine.
is
But
different
but in
from
the end-
inherent racism.
Thank you. And in the end, there's a much better chance that, hey, you might get a ticket, you might go to jail, you might get harassed.
Yeah, you might not
Your
have a good time.
chances of walking away alive are way higher
I
than
gotta
any
agree.
person of color.
I gotta agree.
That's all I'm saying about that statement. Not saying that people like you, people like us get targeted for certain things, but in the end,
The point that
we walk
I
away
wasn't
from them
on
alive.
any level trying to compare it to that. I'm saying I was agreeing with you on the trickle down thing. It affects this person. It starts to affect this person. It starts to affect that.
Okay, I see
so
that.
I'm certainly not saying you could say 50 whatever fucking times. I don't disagree with that. And I'm certainly not trying to play it up like it's the same type of thing. I'm talking about the trickle down. It starts here, and then it goes to here, and then it goes to here, and then it goes to here, until it affects every motherfucker that there is. So really, I was agreeing
And
with
people
you.
don't-
But I don't downplay what I fucking live, because I have lived it. Now, I am certainly not, these are choices that I've made, and I'm okay with it. But I'm not trying to compare what I have dealt with to anyone born into the situation that they're born into. You know what I mean? Certainly not on any level. But I don't there is not a dismissive factor of it. Absolutely not. Because I have dealt with it.
Yeah, you're saying you recognize it, and it seems to be the way the police have licensed or have been taught. Even maybe it's even the institution.
Well, I mean, okay, theoretically, let's say that there's a fucking make-believe list. Maybe the certain police list is
Profiling.
African American males, this, that, the other thing, and then people who look like fucking degenerate. Maybe we're third, fourth on the fucking list, but it's still, the list exists.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and how long until they things start getting more?
But like
added
you're saying,
onto
what the
it?
trickle down effect is, then people don't care until it trickles down to them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like that's where I agree with you. What you're saying.
Well,
You're not drawing a parallel. You're just saying that we've dealt with it on some level, and compared to someone who hasn't ever, because they just
Exactly.
a total
So
square.
going back to the people who, I don't want to say blindly, but for whatever reason defend things they're looking at on video, those people may not have the same experience that I had, or Vinny had, or you had, and then go up a level. They certainly didn't have the same experience of somebody who grew up in Camden, and they're fucking, just because of where they were born and their situation, they deal with it all the time. You know what I mean? And it does. Vinny's right. It doesn't. People don't realize things for what a lot of people don't realize things until it smacks them in the face. We're just trying to point some things out that may not affect us on the same level, but you better start fucking paying attention, man,
Well,
and really just stop defending what you've been told is your spot. Stop, because okay, you lean to the right. Yo, man, I know plenty of people who do. But you know what? Like, you know the difference between right and wrong. And you know the difference between what's fucking right in front of you and what you're sort of, well, maybe this happened, maybe that happened.
A lot of people deny that shit.
Well, I remember
I know what you're saying, but I think a lot of people.
Right, and that's the core of the problem. So while I agree with you with the corporations and that stuff, we don't have a lot of control over that, but we do have control, like I said a couple episodes ago, of the people that we surround ourselves with. So you put out certain things like, yo, man, you know right from wrong. To tell your fucking friend who might not be as hip and might not be, for whatever reason, they're subscribing to things that are that they think they need to believe, and that's a problem on the left and the right.
Yeah,
you know,
that's a problem society.
Yeah, this is where I'm going with this. Like, this is a way bigger problem than motherfuckers who want to break it down. Like, oh, you hate cops. Well, I don't fucking hate cops.
Right.
I've met plenty of fucking.
I know cops.
That's what I'm saying.
We have a good friend who's a cop.
This is what I'm saying. Like, I know
the fucking best human beings on the earth.
The jobs I worked up until the job I have now, I dealt with a lot of police on both sides of the deal, going back to the early 90s. I've met plenty that were fucking assholes, and I met plenty that were fucking cool. I personally don't say every one of this is something. It doesn't work that way.
Just the same way you don't have to be pro cop or pro Black Lives Matter.
No, you can be pro. You can be pro. This is fucked up, and I'm calling it out.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to take these fucking extreme stances.
It's not about picking a side, which everyone seems to
exactly,
want to make it
exactly my point. Like, you don't have to say,
yeah, these things are mutually exclusive.
Right.
It's like you're allowed to say, well, yeah, I like that cop saved that girl from the fucking whatever. That's awesome. But it's also fucked up that this other cop shot this guy on fucking video. And it's okay. We're supposed to be a society of thinking people.
And that's what I was just going to say. If you're a rational thinking person, you can realize right from wrong, good from bad, that nothing is ever perfect. There's no one whole sweeping categorization for one group.
And these are situations that are so heavy that you got to take it case by case and individually, and like, yo, this is cool, but this is fucked up. You can't do sweeping things. Right. You want to talk about, like, do you like Black Sabbath? Well, yeah. Well, I don't. Okay. Well, there you can pick a fucking side, but with situations like this, you can't fucking do that, man.
And there are many different facets to it. Like, one of the arguments I continually have with people where they just do not understand the point I'm making is, at this point, for a certain segment of our society, it's not about the individual human factor of a cop. It's not even that a cop is a person at this point. It's the institution that people are railing against, because the institution of police and policing fellow citizens is fucked up. It has been fucked up. It's
evidence in the fact that none of these cops ever see, justice.
Evidence
just
go
don't
back to fucking the 50s and 60s in this country, and the murders of black people and sanctioned lynchings and things like that. It's not about every cop is bad. It's not about every Black Lives Matter member is perfect. Right. Because they're not.
Right.
We're all inherently flawed. The system is fucked up. The system is founded on great ideas and ideals, but it's hard as human beings to live up to those. Mm-hmm. I mean, I can go, like, I'm the last person that would ever identify a cop, and I don't want that to be would defend a cop, and I don't want that to be misconstrued as I support or condone violence against police, because that's not at all what I'm trying to say. What I am very anti is the bullying factor of both the individual cop walking the beat, doing these things, and the system itself. I hate the system. I don't hate human beings. I hate this system because it's fucked up, because it's been tainted by corruption and racism. And the only way to fix it is on an individual level. It's not about making stronger gun laws. It's not about legislating people or forcing rules down their throats. It's about educating each and every human being from the time that they are the smallest child that there is right and wrong, what you can and can't do.
You also have to talk about, like, there is, again, without a sweeping generalization, but I guess this is one, but let me just say, like, you also have to start questioning, like, what type of person wants to be a cop and why.
That's a big thing.
Well, one of the changes from the very beginning needs to be, and I obviously don't know how to do this, but needs to be, this is the job of police. You are to do this, this, and this. You are to protect citizens. You are to do this, this, and this, and this. And maybe that foundation of what it's supposed to be in theory is damaged. So everything that the next step of all of it is damaged as well because the foundation isn't there.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
So maybe you would have some decent people going to be a police officer or whatever, because, and again, not saying that there's not, because there is, but maybe you would have maybe it would change on that level once the job is defined as what it's supposed to be and it's taught from the get, as opposed to getting some jaded guy going in for the wrong reasons. When Vinny says you got to question somebody, why is a motherfucker going in for these wrong reasons?
Right.
Like, it's fucked up from the get.
Right.
Well, one of the most horrible people I've ever known. And typically you don't know, when you're like us, you just don't know horrible people because you don't surround yourself.
Right.
Someone that I was forced to know for reasons that I couldn't control. Horror, a bully and a racist. If you asked, give me 10 of his personality traits, the two that would jump out at me was a bully and a racist. I don't know. They're 1A and 1B. Mm-hmm. And he is currently a New Jersey State trooper. Mm-hmm. Do I know any good cop? I know one good cop. I know that he's a good person.
So why?
That's the only cop I know, and he's a good dude. I never really met any cool cops.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
a lot of them are ex-military, so they come out still pseudo the brainwashed of.
Well, they're the most dangerous to me.
But that's the thing. That's what the system is.
Nah, you know what? I met a cool cop one time. I got pulled over on Baltimore Ave, and he was a cop with tattoos, which I never saw before. I didn't even know you could.
They changed it.
Be tattooed.
Yeah, they're big on tattoos nowadays.
And he asked me, like, where I got tatted, he put two and two together and, like, happened to know who I was music wise. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like, I didn't break the law. Like, I went through like a yellow light. So I mean, it was really up to him whether to stop me anyway. So it's like, I can't be like, so I was selling heroin and blah, blah. I mean, I was in
the shootout.
Yeah, it was it was really kind of corny that he stopped me from the rip. You know what I mean?
My only.
But anyway, he let me go. Sorry. So I'm just saying, like, I don't know if that makes him a cool cop.
Yeah.
But he didn't. I mean, I got fucked up. I've been locked up before, and I got beat up before. When I was young too, when I got fucked up.
Yeah.
But these cops were kind of on some OG shit. They gave us a choice. You're like, you catch this ass whipping, or we're gonna lock y'all up. And I was like 16. I'm like, I'll just take this out.
Yeah, I mean, the spot we grew up in, where you got busted, you had to take the elevator down to the prison cell for the night.
Yeah.
And the elevator was where there was no cameras and shit. And everybody I knew got their ass beat in that elevator.
Yeah,
I mean, that was just a given.
Yeah, that's just part of it. You just got to.
I mean, I've had no experience with cops as far as people in my life. I will say this: like, when I was younger, I used to mouth off to cops. Pablo can back me up on this, like, ridiculously so, because I lived in this bubble where, like, I hadn't been smartened up yet. Like, it would never occur to me that people get killed talking the way that I spoke to cops.
Well, it's because you had your license was straight,
right?
You were white,
right.
and you fucking didn't drink or do drugs,
right?
So you were like, you got nothing on me, copper. Right. When they were like, no, we can make something.
Right. It would never
Yeah.
occur to me that happens. Like, as far as I know, I'm driving around clean. You're going to pull me over and fuck with me because I got weird fucking green hair. I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself because you're not going to do nothing to me. That's fucking naivete and fucking thank
Not
God.
naivete.
Like that? Like Gina-te, only better.
Gina-te, not Gina-te.
Like
Jesus
Sarate.
Christ.
Sarate on the panty style.
And like I just thank God that I fucking made it out alive from that and got smart enough to know what was going on. But what I was saying earlier is it's not like nobody in my family ever became a cop. I will say this, my one and only, there's one person I've known in my life. I went to high school with him. I was friends with him at the time. Actually, there's two of them who are cops now. And I can tell you that both are vile human beings and were back then. They were bullies. One I know for a fact beat up girls, like hit every girl that he ever went out with. Okay? Now he's a cop. Like that's, to me, in my mind, and again, I fully admit I'm making a broad generalization, but to me, that's the personality type that's attracted to being a cop.
I agree.
You're a bully at heart. You got your ass whooped every day in high school. So I'm going to get a badge and a gun and I'm going to show you all. That to me is what a cop is. I'm not saying I'm right. Obviously, I know I'm not right. Obviously, that's not.
There's obviously that's
but
proven on some level.
That's a part of it.
But again, and I know that you're not doing this, but we're not I'm just telling everybody who's listening, we're not making general statements. We're talking about our experiences now.
Yeah.
So maybe what Sicko just said, these are the people that are attracted to their idea of what police is. Maybe again, we need to change it from that level, change what the idea is. Look, man, some woman's walking by herself and is getting mugged, and a cop goes by and fucking smashes a dude's head against the wall, arrests him. I'm all about it.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
So there's different levels of stuff, and there's different viewpoints and whatever, and everybody can't sort of do it for themselves, for lack of a better way of putting it. You know what I mean? Not everybody's built like that, and that's okay. You know what I mean? Like I have personally called the police one time in my entire life when I heard a woman, which I think was on 13th Street. I could not see her, screaming, "Help, help, somebody call the cops." So I called the cops and said, "Yo, some woman's yelling like 2 blocks away. I don't see her. I just hear her. I think she's on 13th Street." You know what I mean? I have personally never had to do that. I have dealt with some situations on whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Without saying anything.
Yeah.
The
problem is
another problem. 1 second is that people need to, on some level, start to police themselves and take a little bit of responsibility for some things. And because, man, not for nothing, if I'm playing devil's advocate, I see a lot of anti-cop motherfuckers being the first ones to call the cops when some shit hits the fan.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
That's a lot of that
shit.
talk.
Yeah, that shit happens in the hood all the fucking time, man. Like, motherfuckers like, fuck cops, fuck, I ain't talking to fucking cops. Next thing you know, they're fucking calling the cops because some shit hit the fan.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's wrong, but like, man, start to fucking be better people to each other, and maybe the need to so quickly call somebody in to handle your business won't have to happen so much. You know what I mean? Maybe as people, we can start to change that, and as a starting point for police, maybe the reasoning for some of these people becoming police will start to change.
Yeah. There's still, I mean, we can talk about the niceties all we want, but there's still always going to be one common denominator and one common factor in all of this. And the fact is, it is black and brown people being murdered by white police. That in itself is a whole other issue. And I have no answers for it. I don't know why. I don't know whether it's fear, whether it's just good old-fashioned racism. I don't know what it is. But that is the thing that has pushed people to the brink of madness. That is the thing that is tearing everyone apart, because You can go on Facebook and watch black men being murdered by white police every single day. That is the new world that we live in. And until that number one issue is addressed, none of this shit is going to matter. Not changing the foundation of what a police officer, none of that matters.
It absolutely does, because how do you stop people who are already in that position? How does that happen realistically?
I mean, I don't know.
You're talking about this imaginary list. I think the list is real, and it's based on statistics. It's based on how many people get arrested for this, how many people get arrested for that, and I bet African Americans are at the top of that.
Okay.
Now, should African Americans be at the top of that? I don't know. I think that's the problem.
But how much of that
list is skewed?
How much of that is skewed? Because
well, that's what I'm saying. But if I'm a new cop,
system.
If I'm a new cop and I'm starting my day off,
first of all, for African Americans to be at the top of any list is ridiculous because they're 14% of the entire population.
My question is this, and I've said this before. My big picture, for me personally, starts to become class stuff. So,
yeah.
How different is, and this is a legitimate question because I don't know the answer to this. This is an opinion thing for right now because we don't have the real deal. How different is police behavior in hardcore Kensington, which is mostly a white, very poor area of Philadelphia, and North Philadelphia, which is mostly a black, poor area of the city? How different is it?
I mean, I couldn't tell you. I don't live
right.
either.
So that sort of stuff interests me because does it really now? Obviously, the things that you said are 100% true. When you take it even a step above that, does it start to become poor people are singled out regardless of their race? Like, for example, a place like Kensington, where I know some stories about some things that have happened in Kensington, which are very similar to the things we're seeing now. So, absolutely 100% agree with you in what you said. But then again, take it a step up. Does it become the biggest of the problems is the separation of those who have and those who don't?
Yeah.
See, I think it's the inverse. I think the race is the bigger, and then the class is below it.
Well, that's
obviously,
why
there's been a war declared on the poor people of this country,
basically
regardless of color.
Two sides of the same coin.
But I think I don't think so. I think race trumps it all. I think there is.
I think the class
a laid out genocide, basically, because I don't know what other words.
I think the economics is inherently linked to racism.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Do you know what I mean? Like economic,
but we all
division of
know
wealth.
too. There
say-
are many, many rich black men in this world that still experience racism. So
Yeah.
they've transcended class, poverty, etc. They still
Except
have
when they're in their fucking car and getting pulled over and treated like anybody else.
exactly.
Yeah, no.
Exactly. So, to me, my opinion is that race trumps the poverty level. While I don't disagree with what you're saying, and it's a huge factor in it, there's always been a war on the poor. Always has.
Right.
From 10th century Europe to pick an era at a time. That's how it's going to be.
Right.
But in this country, at this time, and for at least the past century, I mean, you want to take it back to slavery, you can. For whatever reason, in this culture, race trumps it all. And that's, to me, I don't know if it's the bigger problem, but right now, because I don't see videos of poor white people in Kensington being shot in front of their children by cops. I see black men being shot by cops.
I mean, Kelly Thomas was a white kid beating.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
I'm
not saying it doesn't happen.
I can't really get into detail about that, but whatever. It absolutely 1,000% happens.
Oh, I know it does.
100%.
But you can't tell me it happens as much as it does to black and brown people.
I'm not hanging in the part of Kensington that I'm thinking of. So I can't say.
I mean, I'm just going by what you see on the news.
Then I'm also going to say, how about what fucking choices do people have? They're doing shit if they're doing shit. to survive.
That kind of.
Now you can go back down to economics. You can take a race out of the equation. When people don't have shit and they need shit, like to feed their family.
Okay, but those are crimes that you need to be tried for.
Yeah.
You're not, you don't get murdered in the street.
No, I'm just saying
by the
the
Gestapo.
level of desperation leads people to do some shit that they
Sure.
wouldn't ordinarily want to do or choose to do.
Sure.
I think economics comes. There's race at the top of this list here, okay, that we're making, and then I think economics comes pretty close after
very
that.
close. I would not.
I have a huge problem with when we're talking about like our social media feeds or people that defend the police or cops that defend themselves. You know what I mean? Which they always seem to defend themselves in a way that's off-putting to me too.
Yeah.
But maybe that's another topic for another day.
No, I'm with you on that.
But that's even off-putting. Even a quote-unquote good cop, I don't like the way they talk about what's going on. My biggest issue, if you a good cop, why aren't you opposing these cops? I see a quote-unquote good cop still finding a way to defend the behavior of these other police. You know what I'm saying?
Because what we're taught from birth, not by education, but by actions of those around us, is that we are tribal. None of this matters anything because first and foremost, our instincts are tribal. We take care of those around us.
But these same cops will also tell you like that we're wrong and that they never saw anything dirty happen around them. And I don't believe that. I also want to say something Scott said earlier. And this in no way means this person is not my friend. When he brought up the fact that we have a cop as a friend, that person decided to become a cop in their 30s. So I can't say that this person would have been my friend if straight out of high school that was their...
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
You were their friend before they were cops.
Not a little bit before, way before.
Right, okay.
So I wanted to clear that up in terms of my decision making and who I would have. I would never be friends with when I was a young boy with someone who was like, I'm going to be a cop. Like,
absolutely.
Never.
It's
an impossibility.
I'm
this person decided this well into adulthood after we had an established relationship. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't mean I love him any less or any of that. But again, I want to reiterate, like, where are all right, we talked about not making sweeping generalizations, okay? All right, so we're sticking to that, okay? Just for this argument's sake. Then prove me wrong, and why aren't y'all marching with...
Right.
Why aren't the good cops marching with the people that were marching in Dallas?
Because the tribalism is taught we take care of our own.
I don't know that there weren't any cops in that march. I don't know that there weren't. But...
But officially speaking,
no, of course not.
That's what matters.
Officially speaking, do you get a vibe from police that are coming out again? Have you heard any specific or seen anyone on TV who came out against?
There was one woman, a black woman, who was in the news.
She got fired.
She got fired.
She got fired
She was
because
a cop and she spoke out against
people
her,
who think that way get fired.
Right.
Because a black female cop that thinks that way isn't allowed to think that way, so they ousted them.
Yes.
So that's the precedent that has been set.
Yes, it
that
is.
the one cop who came out and said this is fucked,
right,
lost their job, while the cops then murdered somebody or on paid leave. So do you blame again? Now we go. Do you blame the person or do you blame the system, or is it cyclical? Are their cops not coming out because they fear of losing their job, or you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, why aren't more cops like, yo, this is fucked? What are y'all doing, man? Where were y'all trained? Who trained you? Who are your higher ups? Why did you become a cop? Why do you have an itchy trigger finger? Why, when this dude told you that he was licensed to carry and his 4-year-old was in the car, did you pop?
That's in this particular case, that's the thing that baffles me. If you are a trained officer, in what world is your life threatened enough that you could fire a gun into a car with a 4-year-old?
That shows me one of two things: how pussy he is, which a lot of these motherfuckers are straight pussy, or that says something about how awful and deteriorated the training is of these potential officers of the law.
And the fear, and I don't know if this comes from...
Like, that motherfucker didn't even know how to use his gun, man.
Right.
Like, straight up and down.
Right. I have a feeling that the training is probably good. I think once you get out of the training and you get on to the street and amongst the other guys who
that's
on the
street, well, then you got to go
that's
like
where the culture goes south.
Someone's got to be the deciding factor in who's built like that and who's not.
Well, yeah,
because when you're a punk, someone's got to be like, there has to be some sort of ability to be like, yo, this motherfucker's a punk. He shouldn't be out here with a badge and a gun. Who is deciding that? Who is the
thing is, anyone who's smart enough and wants it bad enough can find ways around the talking points of becoming a cop.
I agree.
Of showing that part of their personality.
I agree.
I mean, you're groomed from day one to be a false human being in this society. If you go, say you go on a job interview, you're just a square going for a job.
Absolutely.
Everything about you is 100% a lie.
Absolutely. This motherfucker I told y'all about before that's a horrible human being, if he answered one fucking question honest,
gone.
He's gone.
Out.
So he had to, you know what I'm saying? Like, if they Mark Furman'd his ass, like, have you ever said the N-word? This motherfucker said, no, I heard it.
Right.
Like, I almost fought this motherfucker mad times. We were broken up by someone, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, again,
Yeah.
the more specific I get, the more, you know what I mean? I'm talking about someone, and I don't want to get into that. I'm telling you, like, I'm trying to attack this motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? But I was forced for a few months to be in his, you know what I mean, around this motherfucker.
Yeah.
But
Tell people who Mark Furman is. Hip to people. That might be an esoteric.
Yeah, I mean, there was a case in North Philly a couple of years ago where this Temple student rode with a cop for a day, a young cop, and he was basically like, look at all these animals, these motherfuckers. And she wrote an article about it. I was like, this young cop's like out for blood. And he's only maybe a couple of years in. Like, you're already skewed. Like, you gotta get out of that, man.
And again, we're staying away from sweeping generalizations, but I will say I think that mentality is the majority. I would not say that it's every single cop or every person that aspires to be a cop, but I would guess that sort of attitude is way more prevalent.
Well, it's because your job is basically going to where the shit is. You're not going opening up fucking daycare centers, so you're so skewed because all you're seeing is shit all day. So you just think this whole fucking world is a bunch of animals. But
yeah, but a lot of these guys.
That statement right there like makes my skin crawl because you're not you personally.
That's what they're getting calls for all day is fucking robbery, crimes, domestic violence.
And the first step in racism to becoming a racist is by dehumanizing your intended target, by equating them with animals, by using language as these are animals. I mean, I've seen groups of white kids riot and do horrible. This kid that raped the drunk girl that got, the 6 months. There were memes going around like, all they talked about when they dredged up his past were his awesome swim times, shit like that.
Yeah,
like it fucking drives me crazy when you hear these, because language is very important in this, because that's all we have to communicate. When you hear words like "these people are animals," like that's a huge red flag to me. You can't go around thinking that way about people.
Well, let's first off say when you're called. You said these cops, robberies, burglaries. That's what these motherfuckers is on the job for.
And again,
so what are they doing then?
Well, I think it circles itself back to what Scott was saying, in that these are all violent crimes and blue collar crimes, and they're not white collar crimes, which is way more hurtful to society. And those motherfuckers are getting all scot free.
That's a point right there.
Yeah. I mean,
economics.
That's an absolute point.
And so again, it's easier
when you were building on the economics, the reason I didn't cut you off is because I thought you were articulating it perfectly. And Gavin said it too. It's like there is a class war. Is the black man got the African American male? Do they have a target on their back more than anyone in this country? Yes. Let's take that. Let's put that on the wall, and then let's move over here. Then you get into class.
Yep.
What Gavin was saying, this poor, shitty part of Kensington, is it fucked? Like, you think you're sweet for them?
Yeah.
It's not. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
No
And
doubt.
then you get it like the class system, and I can speak on this because I've been in countries and continue to be in countries where it's not. It's not a high percentage of black people in that country,
Right.
And you think there's
But you
there's
sure
not
as fuck
police
are gonna
brutality in countries where there's not black people?
Well, you sure as fuck are gonna find a ghetto there.
Let me tell you something, man. Like, you go to Austria, you go to Switzerland,
Italy.
you go to Italy. Like, I've been in these fucking
Yep.
places, dog.
France, Jesus Christ, Paris. I've been accidentally in the wrong spots in Paris. Yo, it fucking rivals Philly, bro.
Yo, man, I'm telling you, like, name a country, I've been there. Name a continent, I've been there. This is institutional racism in the United States of America? Yeah, that's what this whole shit was built on. But if we're talking about police and the global concept of policing, it's class war.
I think that's a different conversation.
It is.
And I think you're absolutely right.
In Rio, the fucking cops that go up into the favelas to fucking, clean up the area, so to speak, before the fucking Olympics.
Yeah.
I mean, that's some crazy.
Well, Vinny could speak to this obviously way more than I can because I've basically really never been outside of Philly. But to me, what I see is, you hear about our country is so much better because of this, that, and the other thing. And on many, many points of that, I agree, would never disagree. But one of the things you hear about so-called non-developed or underdeveloped, or if you want to call it third world countries, whatever, I don't even know what that term means, but there's always this government corruption. There are always these secret police forces that do this, trample your rights, take you out of your house in the middle of the night. Like, I don't understand these people who are defending cops here and these things happening. Don't you understand that these are the first steps to becoming that?
No, they don't understand.
They don't understand.
What we're
That's right.
seeing are the
Because-
first steps into fascism.
Absolutely true. And because the reason they don't see it is because they don't know the fucking history. They don't read history. They don't
that
know
goes
it.
back to we're an and undereducated society.
Absolutely true.
And their
And-
great grandparents are dead to tell them, yeah, motherfucker, like,
Right.
my great grandfather tells a story where he worked on like the Ben Franklin Bridge or something. And they were like, blah, blah, blah. Are you Italian? He said, fuck yeah, I am. And he said, you're fired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my great grandfather punched a dude in the face and walked off the job. That's like my grandfather's favorite story.
Yeah,
Like,
and I mean,
yeah, that's happened to every race that's been anywhere. But now you've forgotten because you think
Right.
you're on the good side. You
Yeah,
ain't on the good
exactly.
side, man.
Right. Yeah.
You're just
it's
hanging
a good-
out there, but you ain't there
And
permanently.
the thing with it
You're
now,
one step away from being on the wrong side.
again,
Especially when
right
you got
there
a
again.
guy
Right.
who is the presumptive nominee. I'm just going to get onto this for a quick second. Who has picked a lot of groups in this country to fucking point a finger at and discriminate against. Handicap, Mexicans, you name
Muslims.
it.
Women.
Muslims, women, you fucking name it. I mean, holy fucking shit. You are one thin-skinned motherfucker with power away from being on the wrong side of that shit.
yeah. I mean, Pablo hit on a really good point. Like, what we're going through right now is like the systematic racism right now in this country and our culture targets black males. That's not like Pablo was saying, like, okay, talk to a Jewish person, I mean, whoever's left alive that lived through World War II, that lived in the Holocaust, and I would imagine they would laugh at you talking about racism in America because you would say, do you know what they did to my people? These are historic lessons that are just lost on us. And, and we go back to economics, things like that. The most important things to a healthy society, education, number one, healthcare, number two. These are the two hardest and most expensive things to get. That's not an accident. The whole idea of the system is to perpetuate these things, to keep us arguing as people, bickering over certain points of an argument, when really it shouldn't be we're anti this, we should be anti fucking fascism, which is what we're seeing happen right in front of our fucking eyes.
And this is part of the thing that I talked about with you before. Like,
I fucking totally agree with every fucking word you just said.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Scott.
I do too.
you have to
Billy boys.
understand, like, why these parallels, these things that I see when I tour, like, why when I go to certain places, certain countries, certain areas where university is free,
Right.
healthcare is free, why do I always just happen to draw a parallel to between the fact that it's clean, that crime is low,
Yeah.
that there doesn't seem to be any I don't want to say there's not problems because
It's always been a problem.
There is no nirvana in terms of how a system is
Nothing's
run.
perfect.
But there are many places I've been where you can see that the education and healthcare system,
they're the two most important things
Right.
to keep a society
Right. When you
running.
get sick, you're not worried about losing your
whole
home
life doesn't
or your life,
or your life or anything.
And why? And I mean, this is really, really off the rails. So I'll just make it quick. But you're also talking about people who, someone says, "Oh yeah, we had this $500 meal. Maybe I'll do that once a year or something." That's how these people are about McDonald's. They'll eat McDonald's like maybe once a year on a crazy whim.
Right.
Don't think that doesn't seep into this. The obesity, the shit that gets into your head.
Absolutely.
That places morbidly obese. That the way that your mind works isn't affected by these foods.
Yep.
And things like that. Again, not to get off the rails. I'm just talking about.
I agree with you
how
100.
Systematically, how you said systematically. Well, what do you think about the healthcare system, and what do you think about education? Well, why do you think we're all sick in the first place that need this?
Right.
It's cyclical. One hand wash the other, both wash the face. But you get sick by these things that are on TV that you watch, and then you're unable to get healed, but they put Band-Aids on you that cost lots of money.
Exactly.
Do you know what the underlying thing that you've just talked against about is? Capitalism.
Yeah.
It's capitalism.
I've
Because there's
always-
a profit motive to every one of those
everything.
I
To
have always
everything.
said, and I don't have the intellectual prowess to really make this a thing. But when I get in an argument to the point where I'm vexed and that person keeps hounding you, well, you're so smart. Like, what's your answer? And my one-line answer is half facetious, but it's kind of true, is abolish currency. Abolish capitalism. That right there eliminates all evils. There is this mythology that's been beaten into every human being's head that to work is the greatest thing in the world, and that if you're not a working person, you're subhuman. I think there needs to be a complete turnaround of our outlook on what work is.
I'm not gonna 1,000% agree with your abolish currency shit, but
I
this
disagree
work
with him
thing you're getting
100%.
into right now,
Yeah.
I completely agree with.
Like-
My dad worked 80 hours a week. I'm like, that poor son of a bitch.
Right,
That's
he
not
fell
life.
for the okie doke.
Right, and while he provided while someone like this exists in all of our lives, that doesn't mean I'm not going to shoot on them just because
Right.
they fell for the banana in the tailpipe.
Right.
I work 80 hours a week. I have a home. I have 2.5 children. This is all conditioning.
I think
Think
it's just,
about
how
if-
about we just tax equally? We just tax the rich.
Well, that's
more
why.
than they fucking.
That's why. Again, look at communist countries and shit hasn't worked. On paper, communism's the best idea.
Right.
Again,
But
before
once
I
it's
get any
human
emails,
corruption gets involved.
before I get any emails or
Yeah, I
fucking tweets, I'm nipping into the bud. On paper, I said.
I'm going
on
with socialism.
paper.
Same with
Personally.
socialism.
I'm
going with socialism.
fine with that too.
Yeah.
On paper, socialism works. On paper, communism works. What we have
On
doesn't
paper,
work.
capitalism
Should work. Should work. But once you put the human element into any
Right.
of these things,
Right.
you start getting into to areas and gray areas and intangibles is the word I'm looking for. These intangibles that are, you read Karl Marx and you're like, this shit'll work.
Yeah.
But you also would apply Marxism and still have the same asshole cretin human being that I'm talking about that's a cop now.
That's the
seeping
problem.
in the system to corrupt.
The human corruption.
Right, we're talking about corruption, but every system can be corrupt.
Exactly.
I don't agree with you abolishing currency, but let's say I did. that would somehow be corrupted. There would be a black market of old money.
Sure.
So it's like,
which is why I say, like, it's a half facetious answer.
Yeah.
But I think there's something to it. I'm not smart enough to work it out.
well, that's why if I was to say, like, on paper, I believe communism, or like
Right.
Scott said, socialism is
Like,
the best
let's
way.
look at-
I'm intellectually speaking, I'm not aware enough to explain why it would, other than what
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Absolutely.
I would be in politics if I was smart enough and thought I could change shit. That's what I would do. And real quick, and I know this makes you and everyone here insane, is the philosophy. Well, if you hate cops, be one and change it from the inside. Get the fuck out of here.
That's called misdirection.
Get out of here. I don't want to be no fucking cop, man.
Right. And a politician says, I want to make a difference, so I'm going to fucking run for office. And you
bullshit.
realize
if
get
you want to
there-
make a difference, you'd become a teacher or a doctor.
Exactly.
Going back to something you said about the okey doke of the working the 80 hours a week.
Yeah.
What if our entire mental outlook was the goal of your life is to be educated 80 hours a week?
Yeah.
Instead of worrying about your home, you're making money,
Yeah.
you're putting food on the table. Wow.
Done.
Oh,
don't
no,
wanna
I
cut
thought
off.
you were about to say something.
I think education is the key. I think education is the key to changing mindsets.
Absolutely.
It's the key to all of this.
Absolutely.
When you have proper education, it develops proper people who then
engage in proper behavior.
Exactly.
who engage in proper behavior, and then if they want to go into law enforcement for better, they would be going into it for the right reasons. It all goes from step one.
Right. And then a lot of your systems that don't work now would work.
Would start working.
They would
Right.
start working.
Right.
That's why I say, and I don't want to get off on a whole tangent here, but let's talk about the gun thing. And whether you're pro-gun or anti-gun, it kills me when, you have a mass shooting and the knee-jerk reaction is, we need to ban assault rifles.
It's insane because it's on both sides. And,
Right.
and everybody in this room knows how far left I am.
Mm-hmm.
But I got just as much problem with the quote left
Absolutely.
as I do with the fucking
remember
right.
Remember when I talked about that like a few episodes back, the horseshoe theory, that at some point
Right,
the far left and the far right just start becoming.
It's like, yo,
if you had
shut
two of them in the same room,
But
you might not know.
You know
who was
what's
where.
fucking
thing is,
lacking that just dawned on me? Fucking compassion for fucking your fellow man.
Well, yeah.
Everybody's got their agenda when they can't just say, man, that's fucked up that these people got shot.
Absolutely.
Man, it's fucked up that these fucking cops got shot in Dallas. It's fucked up that this guy got shot in his car with his kid and his girlfriend.
When your
It's
knee-jerk
fucked up.
reaction is, well, why did he have a gun? Instead of,
your knee-jerk reaction
Right.
is whatever your fucking agenda is.
Right.
Like, that's a problem,
Right.
man. Start to fucking care about your fellow
when
fucking
you-
people.
and that goes back to-
includes the dude the guy who got shot in front of his fucking kid, shot and killed on tape in front of his fucking kid. That includes the cops who got shot. That includes everybody who's dealing with, who has had to deal with these situations. Have some fucking compassion, man.
That's a really great idea,
And that's
but
one
it
of
ain't
the-
gonna happen, and it's not
Well,
worth
like
a
what
fucking
Sicko-
damn.
what-
Because the problem is the way you get that compassion, the way you educate people, and the way you smarten them up is to get them started at an early age. But the problem is you're talking about entire school systems in Texas that are taking the fucking truth that we know and wiping it clean from the textbooks.
Man, it's
And
Sicko said
replacing
a couple.
it with some fucking agenda.
Sicko said a couple episodes ago that in the big picture, in the grand scheme of things, this country is very young. These things, certainly, it's never going to happen overnight, but it's got to start somewhere, and eventually, little by little, like I said in the last episode, stuff trickles down, man. You take care of your people, and you pass it on to somebody, and and it's the same thing with kids, man. Like, I see it personally because the school my kids go to, my kids go to two different schools, are really good schools with a lot of fucking effort from Kathleen and me to get them into these schools. There are people who don't have those opportunities. Let's start to give those people opportunities to get good educations, get this, get that.
Right.
Philadelphia is one of the shittiest fucking school districts ever.
Yep.
But my kids, through, I won't even say lucked out, through a lot of fucking hard work, we got them into things, and the hard work that they did got them into a thing that they are getting this. So I'm seeing it on a small level. Like I said in the last thing, like the little subtle changes that how my kids are compared to how we were, compared to how our parents were. It unfortunately, it's just a time, but it's got to start somewhere. And the only way to start it, in my opinion, unless somebody's got a better idea, is to put it out to your people. I don't mean on fucking Facebook. I mean living your life a certain way. And doing certain things.
Well, going back to what you said about compassion, which is absolutely an excellent point to have brought up, and going back to the article that Pablo brought up about the cop category, like, look at these people, these are animals.
Yeah.
That's the prime example of lack of compassion. That leads to situations where you think it's acceptable to fire a firearm,
to unload a clip into somebody who's sitting there with a 4-year-old.
with a child in a car when you're supposed to be a trained professional. That is not recognizing the humanity in another person. Whether you're unable to, whether you're PTSD is beating it out of you. I don't know. I don't have an answer for it. But maybe, as Gavin is saying, maybe if these people are taught from birth, maybe if we all take the time to teach our kids.
I think one of the biggest problems is a lot of people, for whatever reason, think they have to, again, pick that side.
Right.
So why can't certain people have compassion for the guy who's dead, his girlfriend who witnessed it, and his 4-year-old daughter in the back seat?
Yes.
Why can't you, for example, why can't you be pro-cop and still have sympathy?
That.
Yeah, and have sympathy for these fucking
people. Think these things are mutually exclusive.
It's not okay, man. And anti-murder. There's nothing wrong
and
with
that
either.
goes back full circle to the NRA thing. They should have fucking come out right away and been like, yo,
the same day.
This is fucked up.
The same day, man. Fuck a day. Like that day.
Yeah.
Yo, let me real quick say something, though. And this might be morbid or dark. Here's what I'm going to say about Gavin's kids and being smart and the change that he sees. And I've seen these kids and I've been around them, and I know, and this is where it gets tricky with us talking about it, starting with education and all these ideas, which are true. Guess what? He's going to look at me and go, wow, well, they're my kids. You don't know. I guarantee you that none of the 3 of his children want to be police officers.
Oh, yeah.
Now that's, you know why? Because they're smart.
Right.
So we can educate these people, but no smart person is going to go, I want to go into this, I want to join this gang.
Sure.
But maybe
that's what you're
want to
doing.
subjugate other human beings.
Maybe then society as a whole sees the need for police to be different than what some segments of society see it to be now. Because there are segments of society.
I understand that.
There are segments of society that think, oh, they should have pulled that guy over and should have fucking shot him and whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe that's where it needs to change. If the idea of what some people think is the need changes, maybe that fucking trickles down into what their actual job is.
Yeah. See, the problem is I see it is right now, as we stand right now, it's like for black people, it is like a house on fire. Like, you can talk all this good stuff about educating the next generations, but that's not doing anything to help keep black men from being murdered by white police right now. And nothing is being done to assuage the anger that causes someone to go out and be a sniper and pick off cops. Here's the thing. The day after the Dallas thing happened, I posted this meme, right? I didn't invent it. I wasn't the author of it, but I saw it. I was like, I'm posting this for more of a social experiment than
to see how people would react
right?
to it. Yeah.
Now, the visual was very visceral, but the message was very logical. The visual was a picture of a black man walking up to a cop car with a gun, like pointed in the window. Now, what the caption said was, don't be surprised when this starts happening. In no way did it say, go out and kill cops. Killing cops is the logical answer to this. It's if shit, like, there's only so much you can do to people before they become so afraid that they react back and they feel like they're fighting for their lives. So the point of the meme wasn't to be like, I want cops dead. It's
pronounced Mimi.
Mimi. You really should take a step back. This should tell you that things are this bad that in order to save lives, everyone needs to take a step back and think rationally and think about compassion. And of course, every person to a man responded to the visual. You're fucked up, man. You're adding to the problem. How can you condone police? I mean, it just went on and on. People that I respect and would think of generally as logical, rational human beings were fucking berating me to no end.
I wouldn't recommend you post that again.
What's that?
I would not recommend you post something like that.
I mean, I wouldn't care. I'll post it all day, every fucking day. Like, that's...
Don't fucking post it on the BSB page.
No, I would never. That has nothing to do with the Broad Street Breakdown.
I'm just saying, you're just posting that is... You have to know... You know what the mentality of the internet is.
That's not my problem.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It's coming from you.
No. First of all, again, I'm not the author of it.
Yes, you have freedom of speech, all that stuff, but I mean, I don't think it's a good message to send out.
I mean... What's wrong with the message? If you don't stop killing people...
Here's what I'm going to say. If the people fight back, we're going to lose. We don't have enough firepower. We will lose.
You're absolutely right.
So we have to find a better way to solve this problem.
But they also said that about the quote-unquote founding fathers, who are great, wonderful, revered heroes. They're doing the exact same thing that black people are doing right now.
Let's just bring up though what happened in Egypt though. Like motherfuckers, when you say they have too much firepower, like motherfuckers could really, if they motherfuckers really got down, you can overthrow.
In this day and age, yeah.
Not the U.S. military.
I mean,
unbeatable.
No, I mean, all right, if you're talking about like some real martial law shit, you're right.
I mean, as soon as shit pops off, the military rolls in.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's a whole other episode.
And then people can't sustain the fight back, so eventually it dies down.
But they're still going to fight because you're taught from birth to stand up for what you believe in, even if it means sacrificing your life.
It's fight or flight was what's happening at this point.
See, and notoriously what happens in those situations is the underprivileged and the lower income neighborhoods get fucked up before any other place gets fucked up, and those people are already down, and then all of a sudden their facilities and their fucking CVS's, and those are the fucking places that get destroyed and looted. And
right. Because when you live in that shitty neighborhood, you have no connection to that neighborhood. You don't own a building. You don't own a piece of property. I love it when white folks go, oh, why do they burn down their own neighborhoods? Because it's not their neighborhood. They don't own a thing. Other people are coming in and profiting. Even the shitty little corner bodega.
What I'm saying is that they would take the fight. The police or whoever you're talking about would take the fight to those neighborhoods so that they would fuck up those neighborhoods before they would fuck up any other fucking place.
That would be the logical thing to say, and I didn't. We talked earlier about being very careful about what we say on this spot, and that's where I don't understand the other side of you're not fighting back properly, you're not fighting back logically, right? Burning your own neighborhood isn't doing shit. The corporation people are laughing at that, ha ha ha, like. I'm going to rebuild. I'm waiting until it goes back to zero value, and I'm going to rebuild that.
But like Sicko's saying, nobody that lives in squalor sees that as their neighborhood anyway. They don't see that as something they're proud of. Yeah. They don't meet a girl from somewhere else and are happy to bring them and say, this is where I'm from.
They don't.
I mean, the people that are proud of that are just their lost causes, no matter what race you are.
There's no attachment to
white, black, or Spanish. If you're proud to be like, yo, these projects is what I am. Then I don't know.
The property values may be lower, but I can't believe that they don't fucking like if somebody's car or somebody's home gets fucked up in this.
Who owns a home? Who owns their home in these neighborhoods?
Some of them do.
No, they don't. They're
Come
renters.
on, you can't fucking make a generalization like that.
I mean, I've lived in these places. I lived for 10 years in fucking squalor.
I mean, what I'm saying is that there'll be homeowners next to renters, next to homeowners.
No, I mean, I feel like Scott's right.
And they have family there too.
There's like
they
an
don't
old
want their family going
there's
through
like
this shit.
there's like old black couples that own cribs in the hood that just aren't leaving.
All
the
ages.
same way there's old Italian couples that are old grandmoms that aren't leaving South Philly.
Yeah, I'm not buying the fact that they don't own shit. You know what I mean? I thought there are people in those neighborhoods that do own shit.
I think it's very, very, very small percentage though.
It's a minuscule percentage.
I think it's very small.
That's why there's no attachment to that community. You wouldn't consider it a community because, and I don't want to bring race into it, but like the corner store is owned by a Korean who takes his profits and goes out to a nice suburban neighborhood to live. The fucking corner drugstore is CVS. And like Pablo said, they're fucking laughing at you.
Right, because their insurance is going to cover it.
Yeah, they'll go build another store. They don't fucking care. But at the same time, you're like
yeah, but when the black-owned businesses get fucked up, that's fucked up.
I mean, that's that.
And what I'm saying is that when you were saying
and
that
that's
they
always
weren't fighting, like it's the wrong fight to pick. It just seems that
it's the same thing.
That's looked at as collateral damage.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That's collateral damage. And when you're in that desperate of a situation, it's more important to get your rage out than to be logical. And that's the problem. These police killings, this martial law has all led people to the breaking point where they're not acting rationally or thinking compassionately, because when you feel hunted every day, you're not going to act with logic. When it's a real fear to walk out of your door every day and know that I could be killed over nothing, not by the fucking guy who coming up the street who's going to rob me, but the guy who's in a fucking uniform supposed to protect me. When that becomes a real thing, I don't understand why when cops talk about their post-traumatic stress disorder that, we're supposed to accept that as a real disorder. But when you talk about a black person who every day sees people who look exactly like them murdered, you're telling me that doesn't have a psychological effect? That doesn't put your back up against the wall, make you feel like you're in a war? Whether you declared that war or not, that's what the reality is.
I definitely agree with that.
You know what I mean? So I'm not saying that condones acts of violence. I'm saying that, for me personally, I understand it. I understand why that guy walks up to a cop car and points a gun.
I understand the dude that killed the cops in Dallas. I don't co-sign that.
Never would.
You can't just.
You can't keep murdering people at the hands of the state and not expect some kind of revolutionary rebellion.
That was get back, man. It's get back,
and that's all that mem said. It wasn't. This is right, and this is wrong.
Why does he keep saying mem? Is that what it is?
Meme.
He switched it from meme. Now it's.
I
meme.
actually don't know how to pronounce the word.
I don't either.
It's meme.
I thought it was meme.
I'm going with meme.
I'd rather you go back to mem.
Go back to me. You didn't do meme. You did mem.
I say me. You
it's
may
a little
say
fucking mem to me.
Can you go back a mem? I like that.
Can you go back to mem? The things the way you do. I pronounce them other ways.
I say things.
I say things the way I say things.
You may say sabotage.
To me, it's like, do I co-sign or do I in any way endorse what Son did in Dallas? Of course not. I shouldn't have to say that. Do I understand it?
Absolutely. That was the point of the meme. Like, and he, not to put P on the spot, but him saying, like, you shouldn't do that. He's missing the point. It's not condoning the violence. I'm
just such a logical person that.
No, he's basically. But I understand.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at the responses you get.
Yeah, I'm not going to say.
I'm not saying
I'm not going to say I agree with P, but you also. I'm with him where, like, you can't expect everyone to get it.
Right.
I mean, it's a nice dream. I would like to, but no, of course I don't expect.
But very quickly, that dream turned into a nightmare.
Absolutely.
It's like, these are I'm not calling you on doing it, because I mean, my business partner is constantly like, yo, you're a provocateur. It's like, it gets to the point where you're shooting yourself in the foot, and I'm like, well, I can't inherently change who I am, and I try to curb it to some point. I do and have curbed it a bit You know what I'm saying? Like, I still push people's buttons because that's just part of my chemical makeup.
Sure,
That'll never
mine
stop.
too.
But I've curbed it to where I'm like, well, sometimes it's not a fight worth fighting. Sometimes I don't need it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just,
Yeah.
I don't, you
To
know.
me, and I mean, there's an obvious bias, but to me, this one, when it comes to race issues, this hits a little closer to home with me. So I'm going to be very vocal on this.
Well, I mean, if you, I mean, as everyone in this room is my friend. I mean, on my personal Facebook, you see, I'm basically like the first one when something happens.
Absolutely.
So it's not as if I'm not a.
You are no shrinking violet, sir.
I am not, sir. I'm not I'm not. I attack the problem head on, but I also try to, like Gavin was saying earlier, when you look at this video and see it for anything other than what it is,
right,
there's a problem there. I'm basically, all my posts are a picture of the man who was murdered, you know what I mean? Or sometimes maybe the woman, and tell their story.
Yeah.
If you see it any other way, that's your I don't want to say, you know, it's
a disconnect.
Yeah, that's your disconnect. That's not mine. I'm like, this is an unarmed man. In this particular case, he was armed, but he was licensed. Or you know, a kid like Trayvon, or I mean, it keeps happening.
And another point I want to bring up, and it is maybe controversial, even inside the room. It may be controversial outside the room. But people who are gun advocates are the first ones to trot out the Second Amendment.
Yes.
Now, my own personal belief, what I take from the Second Amendment is the right to bear arms to defend oneself against a tyrannical government or tyranny. That is what I see going on. When I see a sniper decide he's going to take out basically the foot soldiers of the army that inflicts this tyranny upon segments of its citizens. I mean, it's
controversial, but it's not crazy.
I don't want to offend. I don't want to be misconstrued as someone who's saying.
I'm personally not offended by that.
No, I mean, that's how it's written. That's how the law is written. But the problem is, it's never applied equally. You've got the guys who stormed the fucking government building of the Bureau of Land Management in Oregon.
They make it out alive?
And I think they killed one of the guys.
How many of them died?
One, I think.
Out of how many?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
is applied
that's all I wanted to point
unequally, right? And they storm a government building and walk out alive with negotiations and stuff.
And we're all in agreement.
Right.
They were all white people.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yep, and it was it's just not applied.
Yeah, like it's kind of. You're kind of compelled at this point. I mean, this is how I would feel if I were a black person. I would feel compelled by the Second Amendment because I would feel that this government is against me and the people that look like me and the people in my family, and they're openly declaring war. We are seeing it every single day. We're seeing footage of it. We're not seeing footage of the aftermath. We're seeing footage of the actual murders nowadays. We're seeing everything that you couldn't see going all the way back to when black people were lynched. Now we see it. Now there's maybe this happens, maybe it doesn't happen.
You just made there's a parallel that I just heard when you were speaking about that. It just made me think how Vietnam was the first war that was televised.
Right.
Now we've got this shit as the first street war.
Right.
Being televised or live streamed on your fucking Facebook feed.
Exactly.
First time ever.
And I'm all for it because when there is injustice being done,
you're right. And
one of the best ways to fight it is to call attention to it.
And some shit really did change. There was some really fucking groundbreaking protests, and the country almost broke apart after Vietnam. So we'll see what the fuck happens. And you know what?
I've said this many times in the most recent weeks. We are on the cusp of another civil rights battle. It's a new phase in the war. Like, nobody won civil rights from the 60s. Some things changed, but we all know that they just found ways around racism. They found ways to, make racism more economic than actually going out and murdering people. Now we're seeing the murder side of it too, it's a civil rights battle, and it's the same thing. There are going to be casualties. There are going to be people held as martyrs that probably don't deserve the title, and there will be people who will die whose names you'll never know, who are more important to the cause of righteousness and freedom and justice, that should be held as martyrs and should be held up as saints. You'll never know about. When people get all the sky's falling, it's the end of the world. I actually don't think that. I think it's just another fucking revolution in our country, one that's been full of them. So,
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this isn't a subject that can just, we just close the book and
resolve of its own volition.
Yeah, yeah. We hope that it would resolve itself of its own volition. Obviously, it didn't. Obviously, we probably created more questions than we did answers.
I think that's the point of what we're doing now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the next episode is going to be fucking...
next episode, we'll have all the answers.
Broadcast from a pirate location in a fucking underground bunker.
You have to understand that these are complex problems that have complex answers that no one has, and we're not expected to have. And I think everyone's looking for a quick answer, and that will never happen.
Never happen.
Indeed. All right, with that said, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in a minute. You're listening to the Broad Street Breakdown.
Hey, this is Johnny Marr. You're listening to the boys on the Broadsheet Breakdown.
Oh, you're such a dick.
Yes.
Just so everyone knows, that originally said, you're listening to and the boys.
It said,
Cody Mack, back me up. What did Johnny Marr say?
said you're listening
Rabble,
to Gavin who don't even like me. That's what it said.
That's not true.
Under protest.
Rubber.
I said
Not true.
under protest.
How could you do that to me, Scott?
Do what? We're rolling.
What a dick.
Thank you.
Yes. What, you told me to pit something over or something?
I don't know.
I don't think so. I think we got all that. out the
Well,
way.
all right.
Hey, I got an idea. Yous are all real big on who's worse, and we're all real negative on stuff. So I came up with a new gimmick.
Did you?
Yeah,
what could that be?
Imagine that.
Goodness. Tell us.
Let's try and be positive and start a new little game
you
called
you, the contrarian, were pointing at us about being negative.
Good.
What's Better?
Wow.
Just like the rules of who's worse, we
Okay.
just flip it. Who's better?
Are we
So I'm gonna-
pretending that we didn't talk about this before? Oh, okay.
Gandhi,
Kize
dare
Fize?
Fize.
New game. Who's average?
the
Yeah.
Dalai Lama.
So I'm gonna throw it out to the group.
Who's? All right.
What's a better New York hardcore album?
Oh, fuck.
Victim in Pain or Age of Quarrel?
Oh, wow. I'm totally going with what?
What does that have? We got to know on it.
Yes.
Only album they ever did.
What was the other one? There's two.
They don't count.
Best wishes?
That doesn't count.
Can you repeat the question?
Better New York hardcore album: Victim in Pain by Agnostic Front
You want me to go?
or the Cro-Mags' Age of Quarrel?
Is Victim in Pain an EP and not an album
No,
though?
it's the first album.
First album.
You want me to go?
Why am I going insane? Victim in Pain.
Agreed.
Right this second, I'm going to say Victim in Pain, but that could change for me tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay.
If the original sessions
No, not counting that. I specifically didn't do that.
Specifically,
Specifically. It's
All right,
best
all
album,
right.
legit album release.
Victim in Pain.
What's better,
Yeah.
the faith side or the void side?
Void side.
Yes. Are you familiar with that record, Vin?
Yeah.
The faith void split?
Yeah.
What's better? What's the better side?
Void.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into
Why am I here? That
word
shit's hard.
association.
All right.
Everybody's favorite word association.
Yeah.
Direction? Who wants which way?
Blow.
I'll go.
Go with
Wait,
the
there's
blow?
the hat.
Vin says with a
Whoa,
glint
what
in his
the
eye.
fuck is
you feeling
that?
that? It's all
What
about
is-
the hat.
What is
Word
it?
It's a
association hat.
Hogan hat.
Oh.
It's a what?
It says Hulk Hogan
Where did that
Python
come from?
Power.
God.
WWF old school
Hold on, keep
logo.
moving.
Let me tell you, brother.
Where did you get that, A?
My man at work
Pablo
had it in his closet,
He gave it to you?
and I was like, "Look, I need hat gimmick." He's like, "Oh, I got something for you,"
yeah.
and I no sold it, and then he walks into work with this call, John.
Man. Pablo fights for the rights of everyone.
What are you going to do with that?
I gotta give it back to him. I mean, are you feeling it?
Now that it's been on your sweaty, disgusting bouffant head, you're gonna get that back
No,
to him?
I'm not feeling it at all.
From here,
What
it
would
looks
you
like-
do with it though?
What would
Put it in the-
I
put it
do
in
with
the
it
parlor?
if I owned it?
Would you rip your shirt off like Hulkamaniac?
If I owned that hat, like if I found it at the
No,
at
if
a
I was
gimmick,
like, I call boy and he was like, yo, you can keep this, John. What would you? And I gave it to you because I don't want it.
I would send it to Dynamite Kid because he's a mark.
For the Hulkster?
Yeah.
My man.
Yeah,
Hulkster number 1.
yeah,
Best wrestler of all time.
yeah,
Okay.
He said, yeah.
All right.
yeah. Great.
You ready?
I'll go first. You can go. You can go to me.
You sure?
Sure, why not?
All right, we'll start off with an easy one.
All right.
Gavin,
Yeah.
Robin Williams.
I said this about another comedian once, but I find him more depressing than funny.
Makes sense. Vinnie Paz.
I wouldn't even say I'm a fan, but when his deal went down, it sort of depressed me a lot.
Big time. Finn.
Good Will Hunting.
Oh, that's a good movie.
Took my
Damn
line.
good movie.
Huh, Chief? How's that feel, Chief?
Yeah.
That's hard.
Yeah.
That was good.
Thank you.
Underlying sadness just below the surface. Definitely.
Yeah.
I agree. Sad clown.
Pablo, it's not your fault.
Sad.
Don't say that to me, man. Not you.
It's not your fault.
Not you.
Fucking hell.
I was not a fan of his material, but like Gavin said, like his deal had an impact on me. But there's a small part of me that still thinks that he didn't actually commit suicide, that he was actually whacking it and did the hanging deal, and that's how he died. But they
That's how you think everybody dies.
That's how.
It was just him and
The
Carradine.
Michael Hutchins
Yeah,
guy?
that's the
And the Michael
NXS
Hutchins
dude.
and the Carradine.
Like, just jerk off, man. You ain't got to.
You know, well, you don't need all the fucking choking deal.
Take
All
it.
the bells and whistles.
I mean, if you're putting that much into beating off,
Yeah, it seems a bit much.
it's a bit much.
Settle down, man.
Plus your face.
Yeah, man, take a nap.
Settle down. Your fucking cousin's gonna find you like that, asshole.
You know what I
Settle
mean?
down.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone in this room is going to get felt like that, it's fucking sick out.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Sicko, stop doing that because I don't want.
And I'm not covering it up either.
I don't want to
I'm
be the
taking
one
pictures.
who finds you. Like, just stop.
That's going to be a
I'm
live
not even gonna
Periscope
argue
finding
with
that
that.
perv.
I mean,
Take
if
it
anyone
easy.
in this room finds him, it's going to be Pablo.
Do they? My question is, do they die before they completion?
I'm
or
not
do they?
sure.
I mean, I don't know, man.
How does that work?
The deal
Find
with the
someone who
audio,
did it and ask them.
the deal with that is
Audio?
You cut off the oxygen to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Audio
then-
asphyxiation.
You finish and
Miz
you
on Miz.
allow yourself to breathe again. The problem is motherfuckers get caught up and they
They try to abort mission.
and it's all fucked
It's a
up.
fucking scene.
It's a
man.
scene. It's a scene, man.
Just
it's a scene.
stick something in your ass and fucking whack off and go to bed.
Come on, come on.
Listen,
That's my line.
What's yeah?
That's my line.
My line.
That's my line.
That's my line.
I'm stealing his babies. All right, I'm gonna give you all the alley oop because this is an easy one, and I'm not even gonna go around the room. Just everybody jump in.
Oh,
Casey Kasem.
I want a
Dead
goddamn
dog.
concerted
Ponderous.
fucking up-tempo number about a fucking dog.
And that dog's name was Snuggles.
Oh, fuck.
Gavin.
2?
Well, no, that was in everybody. Now we're going back to the
No, I
circle
said
deal.
2 is fucking Casey Kasem.
Dirty, rotten imbeciles.
The first thing that pops in my head is Saw Sick of It All open for them, and
One of the best shows I've ever seen in
yeah,
my
it was
life.
a great show.
With Nasty Savage. Let's not forget
I
that.
don't-
Let's forget
I
that.
forgot that.
Yeah.
until you
So
reminded
everybody
me.
left. That's why.
I believe I told Sicko that the band I've seen most without
trying to.
Right.
I'm not saying I don't like them or I didn't like a couple albums, but I would keep seeing them when I went to see another band, and they would.
Yeah.
I saw them with Slayer. I saw them.
Which is funny because I've only ever seen them twice.
I think you
all
told me
my
that,
life.
which is bizarre.
Yeah.
I have had to see them 7 times.
Twice.
Yeah.
One of them was the sick of it all show at the Troc.
Yeah, I got nothing. I really don't.
I mean, talking to Pete Kohler at that show, he was like, DRI like took a jet here, right? Like those guys must be paid.
They were.
That's funny that you say that because I remember that conversation as well. It must have been me and you having it with him.
Yeah, and funny. I was like, what? Like, aren't they like a fucking thrash band like you? Like, they're not. Their van isn't outside next to yours.
I mean, they've been touring for 100 years.
Yeah, and it was after Crossover. Crossover did well.
I'm going to disagree with all of you and say Pete was working you. I mean,
that's impossible.
Yeah, it's impossible. They never made any real money, but I mean, we're not going to keep going on this. Yeah.
I think it's all relative to what they are. I think for them, they probably made money just by like doing the deal where they play 300 dates out of the year.
Yeah, I mean, even
Sutai guy.
Even still, you're talking about $10 tickets. And
now I'm gonna listen to that album now. Right. Thanks a lot.
Which one is that?
You lose, I win.
Yeah. Sutai guy, whatever one Sutai guy.
Sutai guy was it was Four of a Kind, maybe.
Could be.
It was when
they were getting a lot of MTV play.
Moshing and slamming like hell in the pit.
But
your nose and lips start to bleed like a wild
The one before
Indian.
that, the one with the fucking 5-year plan.
Yeah,
You lose,
awesome.
I win.
Yeah.
That's a fucking heavy record.
That is.
And that first 7-inch with like 87 songs on it is fucking genius.
You know how you were like you went to go see other bands and you couldn't avoid seeing
Yes.
For me, it's the band that was like
Hootie and Blowfish?
No, pretty fly for a white guy.
Ew.
With
The
Offspring.
Oh my god, the Offspring.
Ew.
One time it would be too much.
Yeah. You just
I
show
don't
blame.
even understand how you'd be in the same vicinity.
Stadium shows.
Gavin, the Runaways.
Ooh.
Ooh, she's a little rough.
I like the songs Joan Jett sang as opposed to what's her face?
All about it.
Susie.
Cherry.
Yes.
Yes, thank
Cherry
you.
bomb.
Yes.
Vinny?
No Cell, hated them, not like nothing about them. None of the members, I don't, nah.
Scott?
Soft spot, especially Joan Jett.
Amen.
Hello, Daddy. Hello, Mom.
Wow.
Like the movie
Movie
with
was
the
really-
crazy dude
Yes.
who
Movie
plays
was really
crazy
good.
actor dude.
I fuck with the movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the movie's great.
That
And
dude's out of
fucking
control.
Guy's out of control.
Yeah, he's the best actor.
He's crazy in every movie.
Yeah.
Gavin.
Yeah.
Phil Lynott.
Underrated. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Should have been way bigger than he was.
Vinny.
Best pure rock and roll songwriter ever.
I'll take that. Scott.
Amazing. Vin and I have spent hours into the early mornings listening to Thin Lizzy. Amazing.
Pass.
Okay. William Shatner.
He's awesome on Stern.
If you go in the
he
gay room,
recorded
you're-
an album with Rollins. I
I don't remember that.
maybe it was just a song. I don't care about Star Trek.
Please.
His post.
Please do it.
You
William, we're going to have to roll that back and do another take. You messed up a word in there.
You say sabotage. I say sabotage. Spock. Sabotage the system.
You go ahead and read. How should I read it? How should I read it?
Yes.
Why don't you tell me how to read it?
No, I want you to tell me how to read it.
Jiggy?
Rocket Man.
Yes.
Everything's gonna be all right.
And I'm going to say, love Jason Alexander's impression of him.
He does a couple good ones.
Is that on Seinfeld?
Gavin, Poison Idea.
Oh, dude. One of the most important hardcore bands ever. Criminally underrated, and I think it's probably because they're from Portland.
Amen.
Hugely influential. Ask anybody from a major hardcore band, and they were a huge influence on them. And unfortunately, I think because of where they were from, they didn't get quite as much recognition as they should have.
Like that. Vin?
I'm gonna. Well, Venomous Concept, Dan Loca's band, is a play on the Poison Idea name, which I thought was fucking incredible.
Real dope.
I love Poison Idea. I agree with OG, but where they're from, not just where they're from, but where they're from and how they sounded.
Yeah.
It didn't fit. Those things didn't fit. I mean, like he said, that band's hard, man.
Yeah.
Hard.
Yeah, all day.
How would you describe them? Like, where do they fit?
They started
Straight
early
American
on.
hardcore.
Yeah.
As
I
pure
want to
as it
say,
gets.
and
like
again, I
New
could be
York
wrong on
hardcore?
this. I could be wrong on this, but like 81, 82, they started. So they're coming from Portland, which
and you
wasn't
can't put,
at the time
right.
hip. Like it became.
And you can't put like a regional sound on them. It's not like New York.
Yeah,
hardcore.
they're
It's
just-
No other band that sounded like
They
that.
were just fast, hard, and heavy, and fucking
Ramones?
mean.
No.
Way harder. Way harder. No real melody to speak of whatsoever.
Okay.
maybe Damaged Era Black Flag.
Maybe. But more breakneck, like way
Yeah,
faster.
combined. Well, as they went on, they
were-
slowed it down a
Yeah.
bit. Like
They
Feel
were
of
like
Darkness.
a 6-piece or something?
They had a lot. I can't say. I mean, the main dudes were Jerry A and Pig Champion,
Okay.
and they had. From what I remember, they had a main band for a while, but then it starts to get weird, as it goes on. And
come and go.
then Pig died, and Jerry still plays, and I have not seen them since they've been playing since Pig died, but I've seen tons of fucking videos, and
Yeah.
Jerry's still fucking killing it. And for a while, his health wasn't great, but I saw pictures of him and videos recently where he lost a bunch of weight, but in a good way, not a sick way, and he's fucking killing it. They just put out a new song, maybe last Thursday or Wednesday.
word?
Yeah,
Oh, I
with
didn't know that.
yeah.
Cool.
I don't listen to them, but I guess I should. They just never
Absolutely.
made it on my radar.
I think-
Absolutely,
You would
fucking
like 'em.
should. Absolutely.
And I'm going to add to that one of the greatest record titles ever in the history of music. Record collectors are pretentious assholes.
Yes.
Gavin, Big Daddy Kane.
Mark for his hairdo.
Nice. Vin? Big
Top
Daddy?
5 Dead or Alive.
Okay.
Oof. Yeah, hugely influential and probably at this stage underrepresented.
I'd agree with that.
Saw him live at like 1990, I want to say.
Yeah.
Did the gimmick where he takes his shirt off, puts it down his pants, wipes his junk, throws it in the crowd, and almost started a riot.
Nice.
When all the Johns trying to jump
I
out.
like that.
Hard.
Stupid
Gavin.
scrap lover representing.
Stiv Bators.
The first Dead Boys record is one of the greatest records ever made.
I'll agree with
Could
that.
have been as important as some of the other major bands. As far as this is tough to say, but at the time, as far as putting on a show, the Dead Boys trumped the Ramones.
I would agree with that.
Like,
And if you debate it, watch the footage of them
go
from
on
77
YouTube.
at CD.
Look, yes, go on
Doing
YouTube and
Sonic
look at
Reducer.
fucking
It'll
hey.
give you fucking chills.
Fuck, man.
Yeah.
Like untouchable.
There was a good period where I watched that at least twice a day, like every day.
Yeah.
Pazzy?
Sonic Reducer probably is, if not the specific song, one of a handful of songs that led me down the correct path.
Good deal.
Yeah,
Stallone?
I had a friend who hipped me to that stuff, and it was mind blowing. And I always thought Stiv was like the coolest name ever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Much respect. Rest in peace.
And I'm going to say one of the coolest things I've ever experienced, and P was there with me for it. This was like 2 or 3 years ago when Jello Biafra played in Philly. Negative Approach opened up. Me and Pablo, I went back to meet Jello to give him a book. Sitting on a couch is Jello, Brannon, and me. And Jello and Brannon are talking about the next night they were playing in Cleveland or somewhere in Ohio. And they're like, we should do Sonic Reducer. And Brannon's like, I don't know the words. And Jello's like, yeah, you do. And they sat there singing the song, trying to figure out the words while I sat there.
Wow. That's great.
One of the coolest things I ever witnessed. Gavin, Buckaroo Banzai.
I have no clue what that means.
Nice. I stumped the Gavin.
No idea.
The movie?
Yeah.
My memories of it are vague because of the age that I saw it.
You would have been mad young.
I was super young. I remember being kind of freaked out by it.
Yeah? I can see that.
Yeah, in retrospect, I don't know why, but it bugged me out.
Stallone, you remember it?
In this context, when you said Buckaroo Banzai, I thought Buster Poindexter.
Wow.
I'm mad at that.
I don't know why.
I'm not mad at that.
New York
I know
Dolls?
why, but right.
Do you remember it?
Yeah, I do.
Good deal.
It's been a long time.
All right.
Talking about John Big Booty.
Yes! That one was for Pablo. I know
Love
that's
the
one of his
fucking
favorite
love the fucking
movies.
theme song. Great movie.
He
ill
loved that.
concept, even though it was a campy movie.
Wasn't there a second one too? Wasn't
I
there?
have no idea.
I don't know. I think
Okay.
so. Awesome
No
cast.
sequel?
Great cast.
That one's for you, P.
Thank you.
Gavin, Lou Reed.
I'm almost positive we've done.
We did Velvet Underground. I know that for a fact.
Okay.
I don't know if we did Lou Reed as the person.
All right.
As the person.
As the person. You like that?
So we can't do Velvet Underground
You
then?
can do whatever you want. You got 5 words.
I recently got when I say recently, in the past few years, got an appreciation for some Velvet Underground stuff where I was staunchly against them for a very long time. I just, for some reason, didn't get it, and it clicked with me at one point.
You never did.
Why you got to be staunch all the time?
I'm still staunchly against Velvet Underground, except for 3 songs. And I think Lou Reed's a fucking douchebag, and I'm not going to change that because he passed.
Who's worse? Lou Reed or our current reigning champion, Lars Ulrich?
Lars.
Lars.
Stop it.
Am I even putting this down as that it happened?
No.
It was like a scrimmage or a preseason.
Jesus
It
Christ.
was a friendly. Who? What are we doing? Oh, Lou Reed.
Lou Reed.
Yeah. Okay. So like,
I got an idea. Who's better? Lou Reed. Forget it.
That was good. That was funny.
yeah. I guess in the last couple of years, I kind of listened back, and there's a couple of Lou Reed songs. I'm like, oh, I don't hate this. I don't like him though. Never did.
He's hard to like.
Lou Reed, Shmoo Reed. I don't care.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gavin, Brutus Beefcake.
Hogan Stooge.
I like that. Vinny?
Oh, the fucking shits.
Yeah, I'm fucking googling. It's got to be biz shit, right?
Obviously.
I pass.
He was a good worker. What are you talking about?
I like that.
He's the fucking
Idiot. Dummy.
Brutus the Barber?
Yeah.
What about
Dummy.
Brutus when he
Yeah.
was Brutus the
Yeah.
Barber? What about when he was Brutus the Barber?
No. Fucking Jay all day.
Gavin, John Peel.
I mean, the recording session guy?
Yeah.
Yes.
He did a lot of recording sessions with a lot of fucking awesome fucking bands.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know him personally.
I'll tell you exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say he hit record with some cool people around. I mean,
The Sessions
The
guy?
stuff always sounds awesome. And I always like the versions, the John Peel Sessions version.
Right. So how much of that is the fact that he's in that position already and it just perpetuates himself? But, I guess looking back, you can go, okay, there's a collection of stuff that he's got his name on. Good for him.
Yeah,
Good
I'm
for
fine
him.
with him.
So
He can
what was
live.
the deal, though? He just had a studio and heads came through and
radio.
didn't think about
And
the
they
fucking
would
radio
like,
They signed over the
there's-
rights, though?
It was BBC Radio.
Yeah.
BBC
And-
1 or BBC 2?
Right.
And as he got more popular, he was able to push for bands that would he was able to pick who got on the show.
Yeah, he broke bands.
He broke a lot of bands.
100% of the time, you see a band that says blah 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 Peel Sessions.
Right.
It's good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
the
it'll be
Smiths had one,
different.
right?
It's like
Anybody
Joy
that
Division had
recorded-
one.
Anybody that
had one.
recorded the Smiths and fucking Napalm Death in one career is all right by me.
You're getting different versions of songs you know.
It's
that
basically live in the studio
Yes,
stuff.
yes.
Great bands would bring their A game.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. To
right,
me,
right.
I think he's one of the most important people in alternative type music and non-mainstream music. That's just a personal opinion.
Good.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that.
Gavin, David Koresh.
The Waco?
Yeah.
Wow.
Are we doing this gimmick again?
I gotta make sure I know who the fuck
David
you're talking
Koresh?
He was in the Texas doing some shit and got fucking
Texas.
blowed up. I
Texas.
don't know nothing about him. Ask me about Charlie.
I mean, if you think you're Jesus and some real foul shit happens, I'm in.
Right. It's like the guy in Guyana all over again.
Jim
Jim
Jones.
Jones.
Jim Jones.
Burn off your flesh like David Koresh,
Nice. I like that.
Mr. Liv.
Gavin. Better Off Dead.
the movie?
Ah!
I want my $2 or whatever the fuck that kid says.
Fair enough. Vinny?
I wonder which one you're going to do.
It's just so mad.
There's one you do a lot, but then there's one you like the best.
I know which one you're talking about, too.
I'm trying to pop you by picking the right one. Sorry, man. I don't have 2 nickels to rub together. Didn't ask for 2 nickels.
I thought you were going to do Pat Pig.
I thought he was going to do the fucking race car.
Lane Meyer. The picture of denial. Get out of here, fat pig. What did you say? Pat Pig. Pat Pig.
Stallone?
I literally say, I want my $2 to myself 3 times a day.
Yeah, for sure.
Pablo?
And I'll say what you want me to say is, shame when folks be throwing out a perfect old white boy like that.
And I'm just going to say, gee, Ricky, I'm real sorry your mom blew up. And that concludes another rousing rendition of the word association gimmick.
All right.
Wow.
Now that silliness has ended.
Since, man, I'm always asking the Gavin for the timeline, but his timeline's about as good as mine. Has what has happened since the last episode in terms of the biz? Was there that pay-per-view?
No.
Was Dean over already?
No.
You sure?
Dean over what?
With the strap?
Yes. Yes.
All right, so I'm just trying to figure out.
Okay.
Was Roman? Did Roman?
Yes, we talked about that. That was really the last major thing we talked about.
Okay.
What has happened since is Lesnar won at UFC fight. Not only did he, not for the sake of this conversation, we'll pretend it's a shoot.
All right.
Not only did he win, but he won. He trounced dude.
Mm-hmm.
A, that happened. B, the draft is coming up this week, Tuesday. So by the time this airs, it'll be yesterday. But
Right.
the draft is coming up.
Dean and Seth.
Dean
You think
and
that Seth's
Dean
gonna
and
go
Seth
over?
are signed for Raw for the strap. So Dean and Seth for the strap Monday, draft Tuesday. I'm saying on record, and when you hear this, you'll know whether I'm right or not. But
With peace and love?
Yes, with peace and love. I am thinking 100% Seth takes the strap Monday. Dean cannot go into this draft with the strap.
I fucking hope you're right.
Is that the prediction?
That's my prediction.
I hope he's right because
So you fucking fucks will know, listening to this Wednesday, if I was right.
Wow.
I just can't see Dean having the strap going into the draft. A. B, I think Dean only got the strap because of the fucking Roman thing. I think they
he
initially
was a placeholder.
Yes, and they wanted Seth to have the strap going into the draft, but they didn't want him to have it for a month leading up to it. So they gave it to Dean as a placeholder for the past month since the Roman fucking thing went on.
Whether I think that's what's going to happen, I don't know in terms of whether I think it's actually going to happen. But I hope you're right. I hope next time.
That's convoluted as fuck, but I think I understand what you're saying.
It is the whole.
They had to scramble because Roman got fucking pinched with the dirty piss test. Roman had the strap.
Roman, they had the next few months written out.
Yes,
and then he pissed dirty.
Yep.
What?
So they had to scramble.
Yeah.
And with this draft coming up, this was almost a month ago. So they were like, fuck, what are we going to do for the next month? And if the quality of the Raws has not indicated to you that they've been just killing time until this draft, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Because these have been probably the worst Raws ever.
It's been bad.
Like fucking 1 week, I didn't even, the 4th of July was probably the worst fucking show I ever read about because I didn't even watch it.
I remember when I'm watching it, texting you, and you're like, get out of here. I did the dick gimmick on the dirt sheets.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Why are you?
I knew it was going to be. It was during this month and on a holiday. Get the fuck out of here.
It was on the 4th of July.
It was so always on holidays.
If Christmas is on a Monday,
HBO takes a break.
If Christmas is on a Monday,
they still do. But
there's no holiday
it's
you
like
can name.
It's like a shit show because nobody watches, so they just fill the time. They get so much money from advertising that they can't put a best of on or whatever. Yeah. So they put new content, but it's shit content on holidays.
Anybody but someone with Vince's mentality would go to a best of. Would go to.
Of course,
but the dude is where he's at. Because of this cutthroat.
So what happens? They don't perpetuate any stories. Nothing really happens.
Nothing happens. That guys you haven't seen for a year will fucking work. Like, just dudes they got on the roster. Like, wasn't fucking Big Show the finish of that?
Well, I think like Jack Swagger.
Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I got the wall to stare at, man. I ain't fucking looking at that shit. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I'm sitting there like a fucking bozo.
Yeah, I'm not doing it.
And you're like, yeah, man.
Nah.
And I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm on the phone. You know when it's just on in the back, it's a gimmick. I was doing that gimmick.
Yeah, bad.
Well, we talked last night. You were like, did you watch? You watched NXT live, right?
Yes,
live.
I was
maybe a little bit behind.
I was like 45 minutes behind. It was still on when I started it, but it was I was a little bit
close
behind.
to like. You were like, yo. Did you watch it?
Yeah.
Are you going to watch the Cruiserweight thing?
Yeah.
By whatever time we had both watched it and talk about Finn and Nakamura.
Brilliant match. Like
match of the year?
I like Sammy Nakamura a little bit better than the night before WrestleMania. It was a little bit harder.
Way more stiff.
It was live.
Yeah.
So those motherfuckers wanted to go hard.
They were laying in. They were working snug as fuck.
This was because it's on the taped weekly show. I think they held back a little bit. I think it could have been a little bit better, but it was still. I mean, it's two brilliant fucking workers who could really just stand there and do nothing, and it would still be fucking killer.
Absolutely. AJ's done some stuff in the ring that's been great too. So
Joe's promo from NXT last night, maybe promo of the year. That motherfucker, until Rhino came out, that motherfucker's like top of his game right now, and he's slowly becoming my fucking favorite dude.
I'm not mad at that either. I mean, him on the stick, you have to keep him heel. At very least, if what you're calling is not a heel, it's not a tweener either. I don't know what that, just a goon maybe is.
He's definitely playing heel right now.
But you know what I mean? Like when he. In his previous work, because I mean, you're so adverse to TNA. When I was putting him over, you're like, yeah, I love that dude, but I'm not watching that shit.
Yeah, I liked what he did. I watched TNA for a minute when he was with MVP and that crew
squad. Yeah, that
was cool.
The beatdown.
Yeah. I dug that, but I didn't like anything else they were doing with Joe besides that.
Yeah.
But Joe was so good, once in a while I would check out the match he had.
Yeah.
But the angles were fucked, and then they had him come out with the face paint. Yeah. Fuck out of here, man.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't use a dude like Joe. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, his aura writes itself. He's not a dude you have to crunch in the crunch come up with ideas for, in my opinion.
Right now, he's got the heel sideburns.
Yeah, he does.
That means those
He's got the
sideburns
gimmicks.
equal heel.
That's all day.
Yeah.
That's like heel 101. Bitch.
I mean, that's like Stan Stasiak shit.
Yeah.
Like, you got them sideburns. Psh,
Yeah,
puss.
all day.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean,
The cruiserweight thing was cool. You didn't watch yet.
you said it was good though.
It's really good.
It's a lot of indie dudes that we dig, right?
I only knew last night they did 4 matches of the first round. There's
Okay.
42 motherfuckers in this
that's
thing.
dope.
Yeah. 4 matches of the first round. I liked all 8 dudes were fucking killer. I only knew of 2 of the 8.
Word. I'm curious to see if my number.
Yeah, I don't want to say any names, nothing, so you can watch. But 4 brilliant fucking matches. Daniel Bryan is killing it on commentary with Ronaldo.
Oh, so Morrow's doing that too? That's
Yes.
dope.
NXT vibe, but they're making it special.
Yeah.
So far, flawless.
Oh, nice.
So far, fucking flawless.
I'm excited to watch
And
it.
if I was running the fucking deal, all 8 of these dudes would be signed.
Word.
Now, as it goes on, who knows?
Yeah,
but
yeah,
these
yeah.
dudes were fucking killing it. Killing it.
All right, cool.
Yeah, it was great.
I'm gonna watch him. When I
And only an hour. So it didn't get into that 2-3 hour thing where you're like, all right,
Yeah.
with this, what the fuck? And start
Yeah.
fast forwarding shit. I paid attention to the entire fucking thing and loved it.
bet. Well,
Yeah.
before we wrap up, I wanna. I don't know that it's much of a question. I think we both know the answer, but I guess it's worth mentioning. Do we both agree that there's gonna be a two belts now?
I think they confirmed that.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
So, and one thing we should talk about real quick is how they dropped the ball with fucking Lesnar winning the UFC thing Monday. Like,
Paulie
they
should've
put
come
it
out and
over. They put it over, kind of, but like, yo, you had an opportunity here. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Pay Brock whatever the fuck to make him be there Monday, or at the very least, make sure fucking Paul's there.
I mean, to me, knowing, again, I don't have to say it again that I don't watch or like MMA, but in terms of boxing, physically, you're really in no condition to be somewhere the next day. But Paulie should have come out and cut like a bat shit promo.
Like 20-minute,
Yes.
like,
my guy came from
Yep.
years off,
Yep.
went in against
Yep.
the top guy, washed him.
Yep.
Who the fuck do you
Yep.
think? Is
And
gonna
now
touch
you
my
want to
guy?
fuck around, Randy? You want to fuck around at SummerSlam with
This
my?
is what's going to happen to you. Cut to the footage.
Come on,
that you know
man.
that him and Vince and Dana
Of
cut deals.
course.
Cut to the footage of him pounding the shit out of that
Forget
dude in
it.
his face.
Forget it.
Ball dropped again.
All
We're not
day
shocked.
long. I mean, we don't know what the deal they made was. Maybe Ronda's coming out. Maybe
Right.
Maybe McGregor. Maybe whoever.
Yeah.
So okay, cool. If there's a end
There's a
game,
payoff.
right?
Yeah.
I'm with you. But if there's not, you fucked up.
I mean, I think even if there's an end game, you have Paulie mail something in at worst.
I mean, I know that he's doing
was-
like
he
a
was
spoken
supposedly in
word
England.
gimmick. Yeah, he's doing spoken word shows in England.
Send the
I
camera
get
crew
it.
there.
Work out the schedule, man, because you got to cover that Monday, win or loss.
Absolutely.
You got to cover that. So be like, Paul, look, man, fly back in. We'll give you fucking however much money you
Yeah,
want.
and fly
back
right
in and go
on our jet.
right.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck,
I
man?
agree. Yeah, they dropped the ball.
Yeah.
All right, we're wrapping up. That's the biz breakdown that Gavin and I do when we see fit. One of the a fan favorite has been gone for a while.
Oh, not just a fan favorite. It's a favorite in the room.
What is that?
It was known as. Well,
What was it known as?
why don't you let him know, Stallone?
Pablo's cheapo tip of the week.
It's back, baby! I'm back, baby!
20th episode, special edition.
2-0.
Cheapo Tipo.
Saving this one for a while.
Dummy, yeah.
Dummy, yeah. Now, Pablo, Professor, is this something that you did, or is this a?
Are we ready for this?
Well, I want to find out if it's something that he actually partook in, or if it's like a
I
tip.
first partook in it against my will,
He walks the walk.
and
I
now,
know he does, but I mean,
and now I'm co-signing it all day.
Did you find, without giving it away, did you find this out from another person?
Yes.
Is that person cheap?
No.
Okay.
Is that person known to us?
The person is my wife.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
Okay.
Now I want to see how this.
I'm intrigued.
No, he's, he wet our whistle a little bit. Now, do you need me to build this up anymore?
I just want to say, like, I'm not shooting against anybody's family.
Okay.
So with that being said, like, is there anything I could say that you would fire me from the show? This might be grounds for firing.
Like you're gonna say something disrespectful?
No, not directly, but indirectly, you may take heat with it.
You may take
You may
umbrage.
throw me out of here.
Is it an Italian thing?
You're getting close. You're getting warmer, Doc.
I'm gonna say like I gotta let the cage.
All right, you gotta hear.
I gotta let the cage bird sing. Man.
No, I like that.
This one word. All I gotta tell you.
Oh my God.
Ragu.
Oh
wow!
No.
45 ounces for $3.99 or cheaper.
Yeah, man. I didn't even know it was gonna get this dark.
Bring him up.
You're talking about ragu in a room of Italians?
They fucking did the formula right. This shit is good.
It's fucking terrible.
See, now this isn't even like a cheap issue. This is a violation of culture.
Are you saying
Absolutely.
you got a lot of it for cheap, and that is good? Or
You
just
try and feed a family of 5 in this economy.
On my salary.
Yeah.
Wow.
So here it starts like this. My wife, despite me, doesn't do what I say. I say go to Scarmoozie's or go to P&S and get pasta, get the gravy.
Yeah.
She doesn't do that. She goes to Giant.
Okay.
Then fucking I say, all right, at bare minimum, now Giant carries the good gravy. Get that. No, fuck you. I'm not getting it.
Wait. So you're still, before the ragu, you're still telling me you were buying jarred gravy.
Right.
Well, it's the P&S stuff and the Scarmoozie's. They sell in Giant.
P&S's?
Yeah, they sell. They resell
right.
Giant.
It's like the gimmicks in the Italian market. They make their own gravy and they sell them. So, but you got to eat them like within.
Well, no.
10
So
minutes.
her beef is.
I mean, maybe like 3 days max.
No. But see, her deal. Her beef is. They're in the freezer section. You got to thaw them out.
Yeah, you can freeze
And
them.
then- So her thing's like, I don't want to fucking thaw shit out. I got to fucking make dinner tonight, right now. She doesn't like to thaw shit out in the microwave, so that's why she started buying this other shit.
I'm with her on that.
So I would come home and be like, why is this other shit in my fucking house? Like, there's like 3 things I really care about, and this is fucking one of them.
Yeah.
But now, fuck you, Pablo. Guess what? I make the dinner, so fucking right up your ass.
Okay.
You
So-
make the lunch.
So,
baskets.
so the whole gimmick is every time she makes Italian food, we sit down, I start eating, I go, what gravy is this? That's the first thing I ask. So when she gets super defensive, I already know it's not fucking peanuts or Scarmoozie's. It's fucking Ronaldo or whatever the fuck. So then she was like, look, man, I got old lady Italians co-signing this ragu. I'm going to buy and do the old switcheroo.
Wait. Where did
what
she?
fucking world?
Where did she get that
She's saying
from?
her old, I'm talking like grandparents who don't want to fucking cook anymore. Like,
Okay. Well, no. Here's my understanding of
Gravy
it.
from a jar.
Here's my understanding of it. When I was a kid, my mom would make gravy. Okay. On let's say Sunday, theoretically, you'd have that gravy for a couple days.
Sure.
On off days, we would have ragu with the understanding that it's not gravy. It's like get you
Sauce.
through until the next
Right.
time she makes gravy kind of thing.
Right.
So I am aware of that thought process.
I am aware. I don't think
It's
there's
never entered the. I don't know what you call your doorway.
you don't even have a spare one at
Threshold.
your crib?
It has never come through.
You don't even have a spare one just in case
Never.
something
my
pops
hand
up.
to God.
Never.
There's Cento tomatoes. There's Cento
Not as
tomato
long as
paste.
my mother is alive would that ever enter into my home.
Ain't happening.
No.
Retry the formula, everybody. It's delicious, cheap.
No.
Yeah,
You're
I
eating
mean,
in 5
I don't
minutes.
feel like
Do you
that's.
serve it out of the bottle? You put it in the thing, you heat it up, and you eat it just like that?
With the ravs or
I'm
pasta?
saying you don't fucking do anything to it.
No.
What
What's
are you
there
gonna
to
do
do?
to that, man?
Acidic and disgusting.
Not
What are
to
you
do-
gonna-
My stomach.
I
Yeah,
can
but
taste it now. It's
And what are you
bad.
gonna do to that?
You got it. You can't eat it. You can add it to like
It's
one
like ketchup.
What are you saying? Add some fresh basil to it or something?
Catsup?
I'm
It's a jar of
saying if you're gonna
catsup.
start, look. If you're gonna start with that, you gotta go and you gotta add some kind of extra something. You gotta add a good Parmesan, a good something into that sauce.
That's like that's like dressing up a pig.
It's
Vin,
acid.
Can Maui help him out? Will Maui make him some real gravy?
No, man.
Fuck, man. I feel bad for him.
She's going to make it, and then I'm going to have to freeze it, and then I'm back in the same
Have your
scenario.
mom make the gravy. My mom's getting older.
Yeah, look at
man.
this guy fucking pimping out your mop.
Yeah.
You make her. All right, do you make gravy, Steve?
Nope.
Exactly.
My mommy
Go fuck
does.
yourself then. It's like a whole day event.
I mean,
My mom makes me gravy.
I'm gonna call a like a miniature whoa and say
Yeah.
that's not a Pablo Cheapo
It's
tip.
not.
It's a
That's
violation
a
of culture.
Metagon fucking violation.
It's a Metagon special. It should have been called Pablo's Metagon special.
Where's the boo? Rabble.
I mean, you're talking shit but you never tried it. What if you tried it and you liked it?
I mean, come on.
You'd be in that shit all day.
It's like
I've never eaten pig's feet.
I'm
pretty sure I'm not gonna like
I was
them.
gonna take it there. Like I've never eaten people eat eyeballs
Right.
and call
Chilled
that
not
monkey
like that.
brains.
call that shit delicacies.
It's like we've
That-
all driven nice cars, and all of a sudden you're gonna say, "Hey, this
Have
fucking
we?
Ford Escort." I'm saying, like,
Ascot.
What's this wig?
Not an ass court.
Ascot.
Is that like an ascot? Is that what you wear around your neck?
Jesus Christ.
I mean,
I feel so violated.
That was Pablo's Cheapo.
For all you
That's not
Metagon.
even-
Pablo's Cheapo tip of the week, but I'm just more offended from culture.
Gimmick gang, feel me out. Tell me that you do it too.
If you're talking to Metagons, then they're probably going to ride with you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you,
They don't know
this
any
only
difference.
applies to people who never had real
You
gravy.
know better. Learn how to make some.
I know.
Teach your wife how to make
My
some gravy.
grandfather gave me the recipe. I've made it before. I don't have all day to fucking make it.
I mean,
I'm a busy man.
then you
There's
need to find
versions
something
of that
else,
that you that don't take as long.
You're absolutely
Yes.
right.
There's
bro.
like the quick version. There's
Yeah.
like the
Couple hours.
2-hour version,
Yeah.
and then there's the all day version.
Yeah.
I don't got 2 hours, man.
Okay.
Well, then you need to find something
I
else
don't
to eat.
personally.
It does. bro.
Personally, I don't have heat.
The funniest
I
thing
do what you
about
do.
the best
I don't
Italian
have heat
food
with
that
it.
non-Italians don't know is when you see Metagons make anything, and then you watch my mom, you'll be like, this lady used 4 ingredients in everything she makes.
Yeah,
and people are like, this is the best meal I ever had in my life. I'm
Because
like,
you could taste the fucking ingredients.
fresh garlic, fresh basilagol, fresh extra virgin. You know what I mean? Fresh tomato.
Yeah.
And it's simple. That's pretty much...
I mean, you could just get the cans of tomato paste, put it in a fucking frying pan with some sausage, and
Seriously, do diced
that's
tomatoes.
still better.
You got to mix
Still
the
better.
crushed with the paste.
Yeah,
But I'm
yeah,
not going
that's
to
true.
teach everybody how to make gravy.
Yeah.
Or
You
else
should-
everybody would know.
You should learn
Well,
how
you
to do
can
They
get-
would live in fucking Thunderdome.
Fuck, man.
You can.
It's gravy
I'm not going to say,
Thunderdome.
but you get the tomato paste and you add another gimmick to it.
The
and
gimmick
it's-
of water.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Then you just cook some
It's
meat
not.
in it. I mean,
yeah. It's not.
it ain't fucking rocket
You can
surgery.
do quick versions of that.
Yeah.
Where you don't have to do the
so
jargon.
I don't know
That's
what
way
the
too much effort.
I'm
just
not,
on a
I'm
Tuesday
not,
night.
I'm not upset with you. I don't care what you do.
Larry, anything else, Paz?
No. Can we go? Can we go to?
Dear Vin.
Yeah, please.
So this has been
Pablo's Cheapo Tip of the Week.
Get Some.
Stay informed. Get some. Get some shitty fucking watered down ketchup.
What do we...
Put it on your man of gut.
look what we have here.
My personal favorite.
Dear Vin.
Here's some fucking thoughts from some maniac. Here's some fucking thoughts from some maniac. Here's some fucking thoughts from some maniac.
It's worth it for the jingle alone.
Yes.
Here's some fucking thoughts from some maniac.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's the funniest thing Gavin's ever done.
Here's some fucking thoughts from some maniac.
He's texted me some where I'll write Pop of the Year, but most of it has to stay in between us.
Right. That's not for public consumption.
Dear Vin, Vinny, my friend John wants to hang out with you and have some drinks.
I mean,
It's not even John. That's just John's friend.
John's friend. He's pimping him.
Shit, man.
So yeah, a friend of mine.
So you
No, his friend John.
Yeah.
you gonna
Oh,
do
you
it?
think he's John?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Well,
hard.
I don't want to say his name.
Quote.
That's hard.
Yeah.
His initials. I mean, you can see the top blue gimmick.
Oh yeah, that's not John.
That's not
No.
John.
That's not John.
no.
Are you gonna do it? That's the question.
I
Have
mean,
a drink with John.
I'm insulted that you would ask me
He's
that.
probably a good bull.
No, he's not.
Go have a drink with him.
Oh, he would, except that he's not drinking.
Pshaw.
As I glanced at this, I saw that the person he uses his name and another person's in it, so hopefully I won't slip.
Oh yeah.
Hi, Vinnie Paz.
Oh,
I write to you in hopes of having you help me win my ex-girlfriend of 4 years back.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, you're the guy to do that.
I don't like asking someone I don't know for a favor,
But I'm gonna.
but I'm desperate, and you are a favorite artist of the two of us. We have matching tattoos on our forearms, which I have attached to this message from your song, which is our favorite, Last Breath. Before I continue, I just love I don't like asking someone I don't know for a favor and then proceed
And then
to do
asking
just
someone
that.
he doesn't know for
I'm
a
always
favor.
I'm always blown away by that. that line of
Not for nothing.
not for nothing, but anyway, we are both 20 and met when we were 16 and have been together since.
Aw.
We recently broke up due to me having some issues, and I've been doing sentimental stuff ever since.
Aw.
2 weeks ago when we broke up, in hopes of winning her back to no avail. But I do know she still loves me. I love her more than the world, and I need her back.
And if I can't have her, no one will.
I am very sorry again for
Jesus.
requesting a favor from a busy musician, but I figure there is nothing to lose.
And I will cut off her head if you don't do it.
And I will denogonize her if you don't answer me.
shit.
Just kidding.
We're
Come
anti-murder.
here, Nicole.
Anti-murder.
Let me cut your head off.
Come here, Nicole. Let me cut your ear off. Anyway, to the point, as if I don't know where this guy's talking about.
Right.
Anyway, to the point, I'm asking if you could post a picture of our matching tattoos
Oh, no.
and say something about giving me a second chance.
Oh.
We have never cheated or anything like that. So you think, pal.
Right.
We have never cheated or anything like that, and we have a young love that can last forever. I know this is a huge ask, and I'd appreciate it a lot, but completely understand that the chances are very slim.
I feel bad for this dude.
Her name is blank blank, and she is absolutely beautiful. Anyway, hoping you get this. Thank you so much, even if you just read this. You are the GOAT to both of us, which is why I ask you. Thanks again, Gimmick. Look, man,
Listen, baby.
I don't know what to tell you. First of all, I can't see it.
Shit.
I honestly
Yeah,
can't see
you
it.
don't need
It's not on
to.
camera, right?
No,
It's not-
no.
That's not on camera,
Oh,
so it's not.
fucking hell.
Sicko's holding up a sign. I'm
It's an inside joke. No one listening would get it.
Is it evil or
It's
inside
evil.
joke?
It's
Okay.
bad. It's evil. It might be the evilest thing I've ever thought.
So,
I'm surprised it came out of you.
honestly, you should have written that as an email to BSB to the Gavin. He knows the romance
True.
gimmicks.
Listen,
Gavin could have helped Jill out a lot.
Listen, baby. Go
Tell me.
back with my man, fucking whatever his name is. He seems like an alright dude.
See, I would go the
Give
other
him
way.
a chance.
I would tell the dude to move on, man.
Nah,
There's
nah.
plenty of fish in the
I'm
sea.
like, you're 20 years
You're
old.
20 years
Funny though, man.
Your first love never works out. You're supposed to learn from the hurt that you receive. Exactly.
Go back with
But
my
I'm
man.
not the Gavin, so don't
Go back
by
with
me.
my man. I'm just vibing off this thing. Go
He
back
seems
with my
like
man.
a good dude, and I don't want him to feel like I'm making fun of him.
Scar tissue doesn't cut as easily the second time.
Yeah, I like that.
This
Show,
gets
bro.
Yes,
this
that's
gets
true.
These are funny because they're so insulting.
I
that-
love those.
these are good.
Yeah, so they when Sicko finds them and sends them to me, they anger me as much as they pop me. Hey, I like your tracks and would like to offer you a single deal.
Wow.
Check us out at gives me a website. Please call me up. Gives his name and it's a real fucking douchebag.
Yeah.
It sounds like a Staten Island club DJ's name.
Mikey Rap Cat.
It's like worse, but yeah. Then his phone number. We will be in Philly, Club 1800 tomorrow for a showcase. I've never heard of Club 1800 in Philadelphia.
Nor have I.
Really?
It's also
And that came to you within the past year or two. So it's not like this. We're reading this from like 1994 when you may have been looking for
someone
a deal.
who has a 20-year catalog,
Right.
seen the world, owns a label, is with the biggest independent distributor. This guy's talking about offering
I'll
me
give you a
single
single deal.
You never know.
Right.
Get you some commercial airplay, bull.
All right, well, first off, I know this is. I don't know if it's redundant to say this, but most of these don't make sense. But I don't.
What's funny is this person, and I almost think it might be a work because we've read he writes.
No, I have one before that.
Okay.
Then I'll get to that one.
Okay.
Nah, I don't think it's a work. The thing you're talking about, I just think he's 730.
Because he writes constantly.
That's why I know that he's not working.
Okay.
Workers don't have time for his nonsense.
Well, the only thing is, you've read his stuff before, and
yeah,
I'm
but
thinking
he might not even listen to the podcast.
maybe he heard it and was like, "Oh, if I write even crazier, Vin will pay more attention."
I'm well versed in crazy, man.
And there's your episode title.
So here's this other guy. I'm on house arrest and can't go out and perform.
Yes.
Great opener.
Trying to get noticed. Can you share this? I'm trying to get out there. I'll owe you one in the future.
Out of the house, that is.
Yo, man, get the fuck out of here, man.
Get back in your house.
What's he want you to do?
Yo, man, take a fucking walk, man.
But he'll owe you one in the future. He'll do
What's
you a
he want you
solid.
to do?
I mean, do you want me to reread it?
Yeah.
I'm on house arrest and can't go out and perform.
Okay.
Trying to get noticed.
Okay.
Can you share this? I'm trying to get out there. I'll owe you one in the future. My guess is there was an attachment attached.
Oh, okay.
And Sicko, it's not included in the mail because we're not going to play it.
He wants you to pick him up some milk too on the way because he can't leave the fucking house.
All right, this is from this guy that has been a
First time in a long time.
That's
a couple times now.
He's been a part of the event before. Sicko thinks he's working. I'm positive he's not.
He may be. I'm not convinced, but it could be.
I disagree. Dear Vin, I don't want to be a fly, Vinny, but I'm in the weirdest position. How could I not show my picture when you both called for me? I don't want to get poopy with them unless they get poopy with us. But I think you should act a little on their new advertisements. They try to look rich, and I'm disgusted by how fake their money is. I have 7 toes.
Yes. Yes.
I have 7-toed Pete in my hand for a reason because I'm crossing over with my well.
I don't think this is a work, and I'll tell you why.
All right, let me finish.
Yeah.
Because I agree with you.
Go ahead.
When everyone else around us had their head down at the time, God told me to follow him in a dream and let's frolic through the jungle. Home.
God don't want me yet, man.
Got too many feet to taste.
Got more feet to taste.
And that was Dear Vin.
Was it really?
Dear Vinny. Dear Vinny.
Here's some fucking thoughts from some maniacs.
Dear Vinny.
Here's some fucking thoughts from some maniacs. Dear Vinny. Here's some fucking thoughts from some maniac.
Wow.
I don't think that's a work because I don't think you could try and write that. Does it? You know what I mean?
Again, I'm with you.
Like,
I know what a worked crazy letter would look like.
Yeah, that's fucking.
And that's not it.
Like, I don't think you think.
7-toed Pete?
That's my new rap name.
Wow.
I'm dropping my hot single.
That's hard.
7-toed Pete.
7-toed Pete.
That's
Recognized, son.
Well,
I love Dear Vince so much.
everyone loves Dear Vin.
Here's some fucking thoughts from some maniacs.
And speaking of mail,
Here, mailbag.
from some slightly less maniacal maniacs.
So Dear Vin is awesome. It's the best, right? And all we hear about is the craziness, right?
Right.
But we try to tell people all the time, with just as many show love to Vinny and are intelligent, but we never read those.
I mean, it wouldn't be fun.
So I mean,
There's no entertainment
I
value.
pulled one, and with your permission, Vin, I'd like to read it. It's a shoot, by the way.
Okay.
So for people writing to Dear Vin, if you don't want to be in Dear Vin and you want to be in the mailbag, this is perhaps an example. Not to say that you have to have these problems to get on the fucking mailbag, but this is someone who fucking wrote a coherent, heartfelt email.
Okay.
And
Here's the first rule: don't scare us, and
you won't
be ridiculed.
You won't be a Dear Vin.
So this one is, like we check the email and then we forward it all. If someone says something to Vin, we forward it to Vin, or we forward it to OG. Everyone sees whatever. So this one is from a guy named Brian, and he says, "Hey Vinny, I know that I've never met you or anything, but I just wanted to say, going through the Broad Street Breakdown library, I came across the one where you discuss mental illness, and I want to say thank you for everything you guys do and for talking about it. I'm a new father, and it's tough the way I feel with a son because I want to be strong for my son, but at the same time, I deal with my day-to-day issues of OCD, depression, and anxiety. Thank you guys for making me realize that we are all okay, and we have our good days and our bad days. I don't want to take medicine because of bad experience I've had, and it's tough, but I can say that listening to y'all talk and life and real shit makes me days better, and I feel less stressed and less tense. Thank you from the bottom of my heart on some real shit."
Man. That's respect, man.
Brian,
Salute,
good
man.
dude, man.
Really.
Brian, get on Twitter and hit me up on Twitter, man.
What was the bull's name?
Just Brian. I don't want to give his last name.
Right on.
Yeah, salute,
Brian,
bro.
go on the Twitter, man. And email me if you need to talk to somebody.
All day.
We appreciate the kind words, man. We're glad.
And for everybody else that sends us that shit, I mean, we feel you. We don't want to put you out there, but just to give an example, this is the type of shit we get the day to day, and we take it to heart.
Yeah, we appreciate it, man.
I don't know
Hold
what
your head, man.
I don't know what my Twitter is, but
I think it's
I
Big
fucking
Wang.
hate
It's
it.
Big Wang.
It is
215.
Big Hwa.
It's
Philly.
Dear Vinny, the guy's the fucking letters from some maniacs.
Somebody out there knows my Twitter, so.
The gimmick can't give it. So real quick, shout out to my man Powers for trying to give me some Pablo Cheapo tips, but
Powers
I already
good
know
dude.
him already. So you're just playing yourself. Don't play yourself.
I mean, I
know
feel
him all.
like
It's like he's trying to teach Pavarotti how to sing.
Yeah, I feel like there's some suggestions in terms of the cheapo, and you can't really knock the king off of
Right.
his throne.
Right.
Speaking of suggestions, real quick before you get to the next one, big ups to my man Big Ghost. Ghost, what's the word, kid? He actually hit me up. Ghost, a friend of mine. We talk often. And he had a really good idea, a good concept for a top 5 list that I shared with the fellas earlier, and they love. So when we execute that one, we'll be sure to give Ghost his due credit. But
idea.
I don't want to air it out yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because we need to build on that. But
Ghost,
yeah, good looking on that note, man. Thanks for the kind words.
All
all
right,
the time.
you ready to get into it now?
He's got the smile.
You got that smile. So.
First question for 5-panel Pablo from Correct.
Yes.
Hard.
Correct writes, 5-panel Pablo. A few episodes back, you were pontificating on your shaving techniques. When shaving where the sun don't shine afterwards, would you describe your asshole as A, a pink rosebud,
Nice.
B, a chocolate starfish,
Nice.
or C, leather Cheerio?
Nice. Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
So here's what I want to say to Correct, right? I want you to go to the supermarket, go to the grocery aisle, pick out the nicest grapefruit you can find, right? Grab your thumbs and stick your thumbs in the grapefruit, spread it open. That's what my asshole looks like.
Hard.
Fucking hell, man. Fucking hell.
And then you can proceed to eat the grapefruit. Fucking, I don't care what you're doing.
Yeah, man, that's wasting food, though, man.
Yeah. So thank
don't
you.
like that.
Correct is back. We'll see for how long.
Just make sure you're warming up the microwave.
Yeah.
Before you say your joke.
Sicko knows.
All right. This is for the wrestling heads in the crew. This is from Andrew Foster.
Andrew.
He says, guys, can you please put over Bobby Heenan? Feel like I haven't heard him get any love during any biz talk.
Fucking
Absolute
Reason we're
fucking
association for next episode.
genius.
Genius. I think both for Gavin, for both of our number one is Gordon Soley.
Yeah.
After that, man, if you put Brain there,
Yeah, I'm not upset.
I'm not mad at that. Add the managing aspect, and he held Andre because Andre couldn't talk.
Yeah, he was a worker before he was a manager too, and he was known for the crazy bumps he would take back then. And he was one of the only managers who would bump hard, like really fucking
Crazy,
bump.
take crazy bumps.
Absolute fucking genius on the mic. Absolute genius. And most of his stuff was off the cuff. One-liners that fucking
All day.
nobody could compete
All
with him.
day. His stories about Ming, in terms of Ming's legend, is a real tough guy. Me and you already know. I don't think there's ever been anyone tougher.
Yeah.
Brain stories are probably Brain stories about Ming are probably my favorite stories about Ming. But it's probably because he's so ill at telling the story. Like you said, because of the genius of his ability to talk.
Yeah.
I love Brain. It's fucking heartbreaking the shape that he's in now.
What's wrong with him?
He had like cancer got into like his jaw, so he like literally. I'm not saying this to be funny or disrespectful. He kind of like has half of a face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they got to remove it.
Yeah.
He can't communicate anymore, but he still does appearances. And I just recently saw a picture of him, and it's hard to even look at current pictures of him because of the sort of the condition he's in. But there's a recent picture of him at a convention giving everybody the fucking finger who's taking his fucking picture. So like he's still got that edge to him, even though he was as sick as he is. And I think considering the circumstances, he's pretty
I think he's
doing pretty well at this point.
Yeah, I think he's okay, besides the fact that he's a little bit fucked.
Yeah.
But
Good question. He went on also to say that he believes that Bobby Heenan joined Twitter last month at
it was
real
fake.
Bobby Heenan.
It was fake.
That's fake?
Fake. 100% fake. That one and the one that was supposed to be his wife is 100% fake as well.
Good to know. All right, this next one's from Eric Sanchez. He wrote us a few months back about a tattoo apprenticeship.
Yeah, I remember.
So his follow-up question is just as rudimentary. So be patient with young bull, because I think he's just like new to the scene.
I'm with him.
Okay.
Listen, man, you know me.
Yep. Okay, so he says, I live in the Bay Area and have a lot of artists that I love come through Oakland and San Fran, but the shows are usually 18 and up. I recently turned 18 and I plan on going to shows now. Do you guys have advice for anything I wouldn't think to consider? Like show etiquette, I think, I guess is what he's asking for.
I don't know. Do we know if he's like a punk
we
rock
don't know
kid
what he's
or a
into.
hardcore kid or a hip hop kid? I mean,
What's his name?
Eric Sanchez.
Eric, write us back with a little more details.
What kind of shows?
What kind of shows you going to? What are you into? It's hard to say, man, because we don't know exactly what's
the scene?
Like, give us a little bit of detail.
Because we'll be honest, people are different in different scenes.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I'll be. There isn't as much etiquette attached to hip hop shows as there is to punk and hardcore, or even if you go to even if you're speaking about reggae shit, you can't.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. There's different etiquette to all the shows.
Absolutely.
I mean, hip hop is probably like the most disrespectful genre in terms of nobody having an etiquette of the show. Yeah. The kids who start pits at hip hop shows don't know what the fuck they're doing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we do need to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, hit us back with a little more info, and I can guarantee you that at least half the room will be able to help you out.
All right, and this last question is for Vinnie Paz. It's from another habitual question asker, Jeff Giger. Always ask good questions. Paz, do you think you would have worked with Steady B and Cool C had they not been put in prison back in '96?
Well, I mean, the last shit they did that I loved was the CEB record, The Count Endless Bank. That was 92 or 93. I mean, sonically, let's be realistic about it. By the time I really had the opportunity to start working with people I loved, they were sort of, I mean, they were locked up already and stuff, but sonically where they were going was, those brothers are a lot older than me, you know what I'm saying? So, it would have been incredible to like do a joint with them on some throwback shit. You know what I mean? If that's what he's asking, like one particular song with like old drum programming and purposely making it sound older. That's something that, knowing myself, I would have probably tried to achieve. But in terms of like doing new music or something, they were definitely like fading in terms of their ability to stay up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think in like '98 you could have got away with Greatest Man Alive, The Return of.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, it's like it's the same thing. I mean, Ice Dog from Tough Crew is still nasty. So it's like I don't know. I don't know. You know, it's hard to say, man, because what happened did happen. And that's 20 years ago. You know what I mean? Them brothers never getting out. You know what I mean? They were huge influences on me, though. Hilltop Hustlers was a huge influence on me. So, I mean, you know, it's a shame.
All right, that's the mailbag.
All right. So, we're up to recommendations. You want to set it off, Sicko, or you want to?
I mean, I could go.
I guess do you have yours, Gavin?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you go, and then we'll go this way.
All right.
Pablo, you prepared?
Not really, but I'll get there.
Wing it, baby. My recommendation is, I think it's fairly new. I didn't check out the date on it. Surprise, documentary. It's the Twisted Fucking Sister documentary.
I heard about this.
It was so
I
fucking
heard that it's
good.
one of the best documentaries
Like,
ever.
I watched it thinking it was going to be like Spinal Tap-ish. It's a shoot documentary.
Yeah.
But
all right, number one, I'm a D. Snyder mark from all the years of Howard.
Did you read D. Snyder's book?
No, I
Okay,
didn't.
because I have. So I'm
Okay.
and it's relatively new, so I'm excited to see it.
Okay. It was unbelievably entertaining. It's long. It's over 2 hours, and I did not find myself being like, "When's this going to be over?" kind of deal.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm getting into it. Okay, this is okay. It's very standard documentary, but you realize as they're telling their stories, like this is the story of love them or hate them or take them seriously or not. This is a story of a truly independent band.
Yes.
That fucking went so hard. Because they make no bones about it. They're not from our world. They wanted to be rock stars.
Absolutely.
They wanted to play arena shows.
Absolutely.
And the stories of how many times they came close and shit just kept falling apart.
And the flyers being passed out, and whose house they're going to practice, and how
And there
hard they
was
were.
one really cool thing that they did that I never knew about Twisted Sister. At one point, it's also a great kind of document on that whole sort of local rock club circuit of the 80s.
Yeah.
It got really huge, and I actually know about it in Philly because I caught the tail end of it as it morphed more into an all ages thrash kind of thing. Like that's what the Empire Rock Club was.
course.
It was all the Britney Fox.
Of course.
But that started dying out. And there's a section where they're talking about like, you know, Twisted Sister from Long Island and upstate New York, all those areas, they had it on lock. They would
had
bring
it on
in
Smash. Yeah,
thousands of people.
sold out.
All these clubs started going under because tastes change. Word got around to book Twisted Sister and their fans when a club was going out of business and just be like, have at it.
Yes.
And they would tear the
place
shit down.
Yeah, that's in D's book.
And it's just like over 20 club gigs. They closed down all these fucking clubs. Wow. And I'm like, you know what? That for a band that has nothing to do with punk rock except borrowing like little bits here and there, that's one of the most punk rock things I ever heard. So it's a really entertaining documentary. It starts from their very beginning. You never once hear the song "We're Not Gonna Take It." Right. It ends right at that with like some cool like epilogue type like one-liners like yeah. Then they went on and recorded the biggest song in the world, but that's a story for another documentary. It's all about the very early days. Like I said, I'm a D. Snyder mark, longtime fan of the Howard Show. And
you're gonna burn in hell.
Yeah, go. And I was a mark for the fucking Captain Howdy song. Fucking go watch it. It's really. I was really surprised at how much I like that documentary.
Indeed,
it's on the Netflix too. So
I like that pick. OG, if you're not ready, I can get. You know,
I'm ready.
Don't sound so fucking excited, man.
I'm thrilled.
It's 5 in the morning, man.
My recommendation.
Fucking maniac.
It's the fucking maniacs.
My
recommendation is the Gavin song.
Fucking thoughts from some maniac.
It's catchy. My recommendation is the Trouble reunion at This Is Hardcore. This band, The Trouble from Boston, I want to say they formed in the mid 90s, maybe 95, 96, sometime around there. They did one full length that I'm aware of and some 7 inches. They may have done more than that. I kind of lost track at the time.
I've never heard. I thought you were talking about Trouble.
No.
Christian metal.
They fucking rule, and I'm super fucking stoked to see this set at This Is Hardcore. I love that fucking record they did. I don't remember how I got hip at the time, but it was just something that I found. Love this fucking band, and they've done a couple reunion shows here and there throughout the years. I think they just did a couple shows on the West Coast, and this is, I think, and I'm not positive on this, the only East Coast show that they're doing, and maybe the only other show that they have booked right now. They kind of do that deal. Every 5 years they'll pop up and do like 2 shows or whatever, but super fucking stoked to see that. I'm not positive what day it's on, so again, go fucking get tickets.
If you come
for
to
any
Philly,
day
you can
get.
actually participate now in one of Gavin's recommendations.
Yeah, you
It
fucks.
can be a living recommendation.
Pretty much, yeah.
My recommendation comes with just a little anecdote. For people that listen religiously to the show, they're probably familiar with the name Cody Mack, because a really good friend of mine.
What up, Cody?
We love the Teen Wolf.
So on tour like 12 years ago in LA, of course Cody was there. He brings this nerdy white kid backstage, introduces him as Hot Carl. I'm like, yo, man.
I don't know why that's so funny to me. But like, Carl is the most un-hip hop name ever invented.
Apparently, Hot Carl is like taking a poop on someone's chest too.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Like a 30 Sanchez.
Yeah,
I've never heard that.
No,
before.
I'm being dead up. So I'm
I've
like,
never
yo,
heard
man,
that.
yo, and I don't mean like nerdy in the sense of like 2016 hipster. I mean, he looked like Waldo from Hot for Teacher.
Sit down, Waldo.
So he tells me he's Hot Carl, and that Jimmy Iovine signed this kid to $1 million deal.
What?
And I'm like, yo, man, for what? Like, to do what?
Yeah.
Like, does he write like rock? A writer or something? He's like, no, he's a rapper. So, I felt like these dudes was like pranking, like I was on some, like Jackass was popping at the time, punked. Like I thought, you know what I mean? Like dude was super nice, like super humble. It was a fan. And anyway, the record never came out. The story I was told was true about the $1 million and Interscope and Jimmy Iovine. And
do you know why the record never came out?
I mean, well, I don't want to. It's part of what I'm getting to.
Gotcha.
So, we became cool. Son's Hot Carl's real name's Jensen, and he ended up writing for TV shows. He wrote for. He's the dude who got the picture, the Vinnie Paz John Cena thing.
Yeah. Bet.
So he's writing for some shows now. I think he has a podcast, but he's a writer, and he wrote his memoir of the Hot Carl experience.
Nice.
It's called Kanye West Owes Me $300.
Oh, I fucking
and
saw
other
that.
true stories from a white rapper who almost made it big.
Nice.
His name's Jensen Karp. And next to it says formerly known as Hot Carl. It's literally a book you can't put down. 90% of he's a really good writer, and he wrote it himself because
Nice.
I know his right. 90% of it's hilarious. 10% of it he gets into some mental issues that I understand and that are applicable to music and some issues with his father's health. But 90% of it is just hilarious stories.
Industry biz too.
Industry, it's all industry.
Yeah.
Working with dudes like Kanye before he was Kanye, Redman, who sat next to him while they were collaborating on a song, and Redman didn't know that that's what he was doing the song with.
Nice. I like it already.
It's. I mean, literally from first to last page, completely entertaining. I couldn't put it down. I ripped through it. I bigged it up. I haven't spoken to him in years, and when I bigged it up, we spoke.
Is the cover a black book with like chalk? Yes, I saw it.
Yeah. So check it out. It's called Kanye West Owes Me $300 and Other True Stories.
It's a new book, right?
From a white rapper who almost made it big. Yeah, it's brand new.
Good deal. I like that.
It's incredible from start to finish. Oh, and he wrote for the WWE for a year too.
Oh,
yeah. So he's got good stories, and he actually just wrote. Was one of the writers on the ESPYs last night. So he's doing well, but the book is fucking great, man.
Good deal.
Yeah,
I like that.
Cool. I like it.
Scott Stallone.
Yeah, so mine kind of is it's a show, it's a series, and despite the fact that it's reality TV, you could probably think of it as more of a self-help series.
Oh my!
You watch this and you feel good about your own state of mental health.
That's how I am with Intervention.
Okay, well, this is a series called Botched on the E Network.
Oh, my mom watches this.
Oh, Jack.
My wife watches it.
Is some freak show shit.
Yeah.
I mean, episodes include Attack of the 3000cc implants. There are these two plastic surgeons, and they are really, really, really good at what they do in their Newport Beach, Orange County, California.
Yeah.
And they get some really crazy people. I mean, really crazy. You will learn.
The one dude's like the husband on the Housewives.
Yeah.
He's the Housewives.
Yeah, you will learn what a nipple bank is.
Oh my!
A nipple bank.
Oh my!
That's right.
What
You
it
heard
is,
it
but I
right. A
want
nipple bank.
I used to work at one of them.
Yeah, of course you did.
No, that was the sperm bag.
They will, like you ever see the woman who like did herself up to look like a real life Barbie doll?
Yeah, crazy.
Well, they get all of the people who didn't quite achieve their goals,
Right.
and they get
fix it, right?
They fix it,
Yeah.
right? So they get all these people with like lips the size of fucking
fucked
blow
up
up,
plastic surgery.
like pool toys.
They look like Moxie dolls.
It's bad. I've seen like 5 minutes of it. I'm like,
It's
I'm out.
absolutely
Yeah, it's horrendous.
freaking crazy.
Yeah.
And it's like shock value, but you will not be able to turn away.
Yeah, it's rough. Yeah.
It's on the E Network, so you can fucking find it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Chef Pablo's
Professor?
going to continue on with the same theme.
If
You
he
want
says
your-
raisins, I'm throwing shit at him.
What I want you to do, I want you to go to your grocer's freezer section.
Oh my god!
There's this new vegetable line. It's fucking awesome called Alexia Vegetables. They've got the best French fries in the frozen food section. You're gonna fuck get. The fuck things
What is
delicious.
this guy eating?
They got herb corn with sun-dried
Frozen
tomatoes,
French fries.
Parmesan peas. Hey man,
Parmesan peas.
You need to make a quick dinner before you get your kids to soccer practice. This is the shit right here for you.
Okay.
The French fries, of course, take longer, but all these other frozen gimmicks you, can do in the
buy
bag.
potatoes and cut them and just throw them.
I have no fucking time. Sicko, you have all the time in the world.
Yes, I
between
do.
all your jobs and your 100 books. I don't. Okay. These are delicious. I suggest them. And when you're there picking up ragu, when you're there in there picking up some ragu, head over to the freezer section. Get some
You get yourself a
Alexia
meal.
frozen vegetables.
Alexia.
You ever notice when sometimes when Pablo talks real fast, it's like.
So I'm waiting for Paz to cut me off.
What are you talking about, man? I'll cut you off.
Alexia, Alexia. We
Alexa,
say
that's the little black tower that you ask,
Yeah.
Alexa, what the
Yeah.
fuck is the weather?
We say from farm to flavor. That's what we say, Alexa.
Oh my God.
Well, there you have
There
it.
you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Episode 20 of the Broad Street Breakdown.
Congratulations, boys. We made it to 20.
I'm done. Oh,
Here's the 20 more.
Here's the 20 more. We'll see y'all when we see y'all. Behave yourselves. Watch your body.
peace.